Marvel, I have Black Myth Wukong templates. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251 Energy Gem. Thor didn't know how long he had walked, but he finally saw Lin Feng. As soon as he saw him, Thor was relieved and hurriedly chased after him. Where have you been? Why did you show up now? Lin Feng just smiled slightly. I just went around nearby. There are many unfamiliar buildings here, and I want to get familiar with the environment. I just went to get familiar with the environment. Did it make you worried? Thor was skeptical about his statement. A person like him can see the surrounding situation at a glance. How could he need to go there on purpose? There must be another purpose. Maybe Lin Feng has something else, but they just don't know. What Lin Feng wants to do has nothing to do with him. Thor retracted his gaze and said to Rod beside him, it would be great if that dog could come back. Rod remembered a rabbit he met before. His eyes flickered. I also met a rabbit before. It was very powerful, and it was definitely not an ordinary rabbit. This dog is so powerful. How come it looks a bit like that rabbit? That rabbit is a changed jade rabbit in the sky. Rod couldn't help but take out his mobile phone. He had a lot of software installed on his mobile phone, and he wanted to check what powerful dogs there were in the east. After checking, he found that there was indeed a dog in the east, which should be considered the most powerful. The dog's name was Ocean Dog. Rhodes was stunned when he looked at the Ocean Dog in the photo. He felt his heartbeat speed up. It was as if something was strangling his throat. His whole scalp was numb and almost exploded. It turned out that the photo of Ocean Dog was so similar to the previous dog. This is the same kind of dog, or more accurately, this is the same dog. Is this Ocean Dog? He couldn't help but talk to himself, full of doubts. He couldn't be sure of such things, but he felt very excited. So this is Ocean Dog. Even if it's not, it's the same kind of dog. He thought to himself, clenched his fists, and waved them vigorously. He became extremely excited. He didn't expect to see such a mythical creature with his own eyes. He would never believe that this was just a dog similar to Ocean Dog. This was clearly Ocean Dog itself. This dog looked so elegant and slender. No matter what, he didn't want to believe that this was just a coincidence. Do you know? The dog just now was Ocean Dog. He turned his head and said, holding the hand of the person next to him tightly, that's Roaring Sky Dog. He shouted excitedly. Sol, who was standing next to him, looked confused. Roaring Sky Dog? What is that? He knew nothing about this term, and no matter how Rod explained, he didn't respond. It's the divine dog in Eastern mythology. Rod explained. You should have an impression of it. But I really don't have any impression. Sol shook his head. It's the dog next to Erlang Shen who fought with Sun Wukong. Now you understand. Rod further explained. I don't have any impression, but I feel very excited. Sol's eyes lit up. He laughed and shouted, I know. Although he didn't understand, as long as it was related to Sun Wukong, he could understand it. Soon, Lin Feng walked slowly with a smile on his face and a calm demeanor. He walked leisurely in front of the two people. What are you two talking about? Lin Feng smiled at them, and the two looked up. We are talking about the dog, Rod replied. He thought the dog was quite strange. Where did you find such a dog? Thor also interrupted. Isn't that the Roaring Sky Dog in Eastern mythology? Lin Feng couldn't help laughing. The Roaring Sky Dog is actually a kind of Chinese greyhound. This is just a Chinese greyhound. If it was really a Roaring Sky Dog, it would be even stronger. So that's it. Everyone suddenly understood and smiled at each other, a little embarrassed. They thought they really met a Roaring Sky Dog and made a big joke. In fact, they just thought that the dog was stronger. Wait a moment, I'll go take care of something, and I'll help you when I come back. I'll help you find a gem that can be used for cultivation so that you can absorb energy and improve your strength. Lin Feng looked at Rhodes. It can also help you increase the power of your armor. As long as there is energy, everything is possible. Rhodes' eyes lit up when he heard it. You said it. He stared at Lin Feng and smiled. You must keep your promise. Lin Feng nodded. Since I have promised, I will definitely help you. After that, he turned and walked to a corner and transformed into a roaring sky dog. He smelled a clear breath of gem energy, although it was not one of the 6 gems. But this energy breath was enough for him to use. This breath was not far away. Lin Feng quickly changed back to human form and returned to them. I have found the gem, you guys come with me. That was gem energy, and it must be taken away as soon as possible, otherwise it would be troublesome if it was taken away by something else. Lin Feng thought of the darkness above the capital and the space crack. His mood suddenly fell to the bottom. He snorted coldly and then quickly adjusted his mood. Follow me. Thor and Rhodes came back to their senses and hurriedly followed. Especially Thor. He was very excited. How could he not be happy when his strength was about to be restored? His face was filled with an excited smile, and his whole body was comfortable. He really wanted to roar to the sky, and the smile on his face became stronger. Haha. Thor laughed so hard that he was floating in the air. Hurry up, Lin Feng. I can't wait to restore my strength. If my strength can be restored, it would be great. Thor smiled from ear to ear, his face full of joy. They soon came to the foot of a mountain. Surrounded by mountains nearby, this mountain was particularly tall, so everyone decided to climb the mountain. Not long after, they climbed to the middle of the mountain, surrounded by green grass. Lin Feng sensed that the energy was at the top of the mountain, and he could sense it even without the help of Roaring Sky Dog's innate ability. I seem to feel the fluctuation of energy. The energy here is very abundant. Thor also said excitedly. Oh my god, I finally feel the existence of energy. He smiled and became excited. They climbed to the top of the mountain together and found the energy gem. This gem exudes a crystal luster. Haha. After they found the gem, they walked to a stone. This stone seemed to be no different from other stones. Everyone looked at it in confusion, with a hint of surprise on their faces. Is this really a gem? Standing in front of the gem, they could not feel the energy. However, the energy was diffused in the air. All the energy gathered together and rifted in the air. There must be energy. Thor suddenly said, energy, very sufficient. He suddenly made a move and slapped the gem directly. Bang! The seemingly hard gem was shattered by his slap. The gem broke into 2 halves in an instant. Then, Thor stepped forward and saw a dark blue gem embedded in the stone. This blue gem can only be seen by people who have practiced energy. There really is a gem. Thor was very excited. However, the level of this gem seems to be a bit low. But now I have no choice. Even if the level is low, I can only make do with it. I have no choice. Back then, he didn't like such gems at all. But now, isn't he short of energy? Back then, he still disdained to come to Earth. But now he has changed a lot. I want to practice. I must become stronger again. No matter how strong I am, I just need to become stronger. Thor walked forward and hugged the gem tightly. Is there only this one gem? Rhodes was a little disappointed. He also wanted to practice, but Thor took one away, so what should he do? Even if he didn't have the ability to practice, this gem could be used for a search as an energy source for armor. This one is too big and not suitable for armor research. I'll help you find another suitable one. Lin Feng glanced at Rhodes, noticed his low mood, and comforted him. Let's go. I'll take you to another place to have a look. As he said that, he led Rhodes to another place. There seemed to be energy gems there as well, and he could feel the fluctuations of energy. Among the 6 gems, this is the most powerful one, and there is one scattered on our Earth now. Lin Feng said slowly. Do you mean that the existence of this gem may bring some threats? Rhodes' heart tightened and turned to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Your understanding is correct. Then can we throw this gem into outer space to prevent those guys from coming? Or to avoid certain monsters? Rhodes knew that there had been space cracks in the capital of China and real monsters emerged from it, which was extremely terrifying. He didn't want such a thing to happen again. China was able to get rid of those monsters because of the existence of gods, that is Sun Wukong. If it were them, they would have to rely on Lin Feng. Rhodes glanced at the armor on his body and smiled helplessly. His strength was really too weak, and compared with others, the gap was not a little bit. His strength is so weak. Sorry, Rhodes said with a wry smile. My strength is really too weak. so you have to improve your strength. As long as you have energy gems, you can become stronger. As for throwing the 6 gems into outer space, this is unlikely, because the energy of the gems is too huge. How could gems with such huge energy be easily discarded? If they could really do that, they would have acted long ago. Don't think too much, let's find ordinary energy gems first, and you upgrade your armor first. Lin Feng could sense the fluctuations of energy, so he acted quickly, and Rhodes followed him most of the time. This is a mountainous area with everything on the mountain. There are blue skies and white clouds, green mountains and clear waters. Rhodes searched everywhere, but found nothing, and still needed Lin Feng's help. They waded through mountains and rivers and headed towards the direction of abundant energy. They found a water curtain cave, and there seemed to be strong energy fluctuations behind the water curtain cave. We should go to the back of the water curtain cave to take a look, Lin Feng said to the people around him. Rhodes nodded in response. Then let's go to the back of the water curtain cave. Then, they set off immediately, first came to the foot of the mountain, and began to climb. Not long after, they climbed to the top of the mountain, came to the water curtain cave, and jumped directly in. After entering, there was a small lake inside, and Lin Feng continued to go deeper. They walked to the innermost part one after another, and saw a large wall. Lin Feng directly chiseled a wall, and there were gems hidden deeper behind the wall. These gems were extremely beautiful and rich in color. The color of these gems is deeper than the previous one. Rhodes was referring to the color. He was very excited. These gems were better than the previous ones. But the problem was, how to deal with these gems? He was helpless. This gem is too big. It can't be installed on the armor at all. Rhodes was very distressed. Is there no way to shrink these gems? He tried to scratch the gem with the tip of the armor. He didn't expect the energy of the gem to be so condensed. The tool he used was already very sharp, but it still didn't leave any marks on the gem. This gem is too hard and can't be cut at all. Rhodes shook his head helplessly. He felt very frustrated. Why did this happen? I really want a gem to upgrade my armor. Can't such a small wish come true? He asked Lin Feng for help. Can you help me? Of course, Lin Feng said with a smile, but you have to go out first. I'll be there soon. Suddenly, he thought of Tangshan Patriarch, who had the ability to disguise himself, so he didn't have to go out. Lin Feng said again, no need. Then he opened the system panel and chose Tangshan Patriarch. Rhodes only felt a flash of light on Lin Feng's body. He rubbed his eyes, thinking that he had seen it wrong. Lin Feng, do you have something on you? Since he was already familiar with it, Rhodes asked directly. Lin Feng just smiled. Indeed, there is. Don't ask more. As he said, he grabbed the gem, and a flash of light flashed on his hand. In fact, I'm also a person who can use energy. You can call me an alien. After saying this, he directly took action, and pressed the gem hard. Alien. Rhodes knew that there were aliens in this world, but he never thought that Lin Feng was one of them. As an alien, Lin Feng would inevitably face many exclusions in human society, unless his identity was strictly hidden. At this moment, Lin Feng told him frankly, which was undoubtedly a deep trust in Rhodes. Rhodes felt a warm current in his heart, and he understood that Lin Feng regarded him as his closest partner. Lin Feng, thank you. Rhodes smiled and was full of joy. He stood behind Lin Feng and watched his actions silently. Lin Feng did not move much, and the huge gem gradually shrank. As the size decreased, the color of the gem became deeper and deeper, and finally turned into dark blue, and then seemed to be covered with a layer of black. Although it was not pure, there was no other choice. After all, it was not easy to get the gem. It seems that there is only this gem left here, Lin Feng said, and handed the gem to Rhodes. Take a closer look. Rhodes reached out to take the gem, held it tightly in his palm, and his eyes flashed. The gem exuded a faint luster in his palm. Although it had turned black, the luster was still eye-catching. Chapter 252, Strength Recovery. Let's go back, Lin Feng said with a smile. They returned to the top of the mountain and found Thor. Thor was laughing heartily at this time. I never thought that I could cultivate energy again. It's incredible. His face was filled with excitement. Even he was surprised that his energy recovered so quickly. Although it was only a little bit, it was a world of difference compared to before. My energy can be used again. He stretched out a hand, and a ray of energy flashed on his hand. This ray of light directly struck the tree in front of him, leaving a clear scar. Everyone's eyes lit up. Lin Feng also saw Thor's extraordinary talent. Even though Thor had all his energy taken away, he could still show such strength. Your strength is really strong. It would be great if you could keep it up. It's amazing. Lin Feng widened his eyes and patted Thor's shoulder with a smile on his face. Can you improve it a little more? We can help you. Thor shook his head. The energy absorbed is too little. You need more energy to improve it. He felt hopeless and full of regret. The energy gem had been completely absorbed by him, but the energy was only restored a little bit. Thor, come here. Try your strength. Lin Feng smiled and waved to Thor, motioning him to stand next to a big tree. The tree was not particularly thick, but it was quite solid. Thor walked forward, hugged the tree with both hands, shouted softly, and pulled it up with all his strength. However, an embarrassing scene happened. He failed to pull the tree out. Thor's face flushed instantly. He never expected this to happen. He wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Don't say it. Lin Feng interrupted. Try another tree. He pointed to another slightly thinner tree. Try this one. Thor nodded, walked over and hugged the tree, pulling it up with all his strength. He shouted softly, and finally pulled the tree up with its roots, with a smile on his face. Good. Lin Feng was also quite satisfied. Your strength is indeed good. It is rare to be able to recover to this extent, after absorbing such an energy gem. He is impeccable. Lin Feng held Thor's hand, squeezed it tightly, and then pulled it in front of him. Let me see how much strength you have left. He is now the master of Tangshan. Even if his strength is weak among the gods, it is far superior to ordinary people. Are they going to compete with each other? Rhodes came over and looked at them curiously. Good luck. He stood aside and looked at Lin Feng. Although they have been friends for many years, it was the first time for him to observe Lin Feng so carefully. He didn't expect that Lin Feng's strength was so strong. Rhodes' face showed surprise at first, and then turned to joy. Lin Feng's strength is getting stronger, which is naturally great. After all, he is his good brother, and strong strength also means that he can help him more. Lin Feng naturally considers China first, but if he encounters difficulties himself, he will definitely lend a hand without hesitation. The two of them held their hands tightly, and Lin Feng suddenly swung. Thor suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. He had never expected that Lin Feng's hand strength was so strong that his hand was swung to the side. Hey. Sol increased his strength, and the veins on his arm bulged. He tried to bend Lin Feng's hand back. However, Lin Feng's hand did not move at all. This sudden strength surprised him. Lin Feng, how can you be so strong? In his opinion, Lin Feng was just a human after all. How could a human's strength be so amazing? Sun Wukong, as a god, could understand, but Lin Feng was just a human. This shocked him. How could there be such a powerful human in the world? He widened his eyes and looked at the smile on Lin Feng's face in front of him. You are so strong. He looked at Lin Feng, and his face was flushed. In the end, he could only gasp, shook his head, and retreated. Sorry. He was not able to achieve the strength improvement that Lin Feng expected, and his heart was full of guilt. It was all because of his weak strength. He was even worried that he would drag Lin Feng down. Lin Feng had spent a lot of effort to find energy gems for him, but he was so disappointing. Don't underestimate yourself. I'm very surprised by your progress. Seeing that Thor was a little depressed, Lin Feng quickly encouraged him. After all, he was a god. It would be a pity if he became depressed. He made so much effort just to cheer Thor up. Thor, listen to me. Your talent is really good. Ordinary people can't cultivate so much energy with such a gem. You have to understand that these energies can be recycled. Your strength and talent are already the best among humans. Thor looked up at Lin Feng. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. You don't have to comfort me like this. You know I'm a god, not a human. He knew that, no matter how he explained, Lin Feng might find it difficult to believe it completely. He was indeed a god. I'm a god. Thor whispered. My Thor's hammer was lost somewhere else. It was thrown away by Sun Wukong. I want to find it back. I wonder if you can go with me? Thor mustered up the courage and made his request. Lin Feng nodded. Okay, I'll go with you. The two smiled at each other, and Lin Feng turned to look at Rhodes. Rhodes stood aside, looking a little overwhelmed. The two of them had decided to go somewhere else, so what about Rhodes? What should he do? He felt that he was forgotten, and his mood suddenly became bad. Do you want to go with us? If you don't go back to the kennel. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said. Rhodes quickly objected. No, I will never go back. I want to go with you. Rhodes stepped forward quickly and grabbed Lin Feng's arm tightly. I want to go with you. No one can stop me. Lin Feng looked at Rhodes's posture and knew that he could not change it. Well, you go with us. It's okay. He did not regard Rhodes as a burden, but felt that there would be more people to take care of him. We should speed up our actions and not delay. I also want to see the style of Thor's hammer. Lin Feng had not seen Thor's hammer since the last encounter, and his heart was full of curiosity. How deep will Thor's hammer fall into the ground after falling from a high altitude? It is so heavy, can we lift it? Lin Feng turned to look at Thor and asked. Thor looked solemn and didn't know how to answer for a moment, so he remained silent. Lin Feng knew that he might have touched Thor's sore spot, but he decided to continue asking. You shouldn't avoid this question. I asked you to understand your current level of strength. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he quietly waited for Thor's response. Thor was not the kind of person who was unwilling to communicate, and he would definitely give an answer. Compared with a few days ago, Thor has made a lot of progress and is no longer so irritable. I'm sorry, it's my incompetence that makes me feel very upset, so I have a bad attitude towards you. Thor came back to his senses, realized his attitude problem, and quickly adjusted his mentality. It doesn't matter. Let's go find Thor's hammer. Rhodes couldn't help but interrupt. Although he was not sure whether Thor was really Thor, he also followed the topic. Even Lin Feng did not raise any questions, so he had no reason to doubt the other party. Does your family only have this Thor's hammer? Is there anything like Thor's axe? Of course not. Maybe there is, but I don't know. Thor showed a bitter smile. He ran away from home, and his younger brother must have caused a big fuss in the family. He never thought that his younger brother had such a powerful background. This made him feel mixed emotions, because he grew up with his younger brother. Why did it become like this? No. He didn't want to go home. He wanted to stay on Earth. At least there was his good brother Lin Feng here. At least he could fight side by side with Lin Feng and protect this peaceful land. Thor wanted to escape from the responsibilities that belonged to him. Lin Feng noticed Thor's strangeness, and he could tell from his expression. He said nothing, but led them to the direction of Thor's hammer. Wait, how do you know that Thor's hammer fell from a high altitude before? Thor suddenly thought of something and grabbed Lin Feng's arm. He stared at Lin Feng. How do you know? Are you? Halfway through his words, he felt that he was overthinking. How could Lin Feng be Sun Wukong? He is not a Superman. Haha, that is just a fictional anime character. How could a god incarnate as a human and live in human society? This thought flashed through Thor's mind, but he soon felt his heartbeat speed up again. Why can't gods do this? Isn't he a god himself? It's just that he was forced to get along with ordinary people. What if Lin Feng volunteered? His heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and he felt that Lin Feng and Sun Wukong had too many similarities. If his guess was true, then Lin Feng was Sun Wukong. He lived in human society incognito, perhaps just to experience the life of a mortal. Lin Feng, are you a human? Thor asked suddenly. Lin Feng nodded. Of course I'm a human. What are you thinking about? Then how do you know so many things? Maybe I'm smarter, and I can guess some things with a little thought. Then did you accidentally lose Thor's hammer when you descended? Lin Feng's words completely dispelled Thor's doubts. It is indeed possible that his Thor's hammer fell. Perhaps it was accidentally lost when he descended. This explanation is very reasonable. Lin Feng thought so. There is no problem at all. But he still had a strange feeling in his heart. Forget it. Don't think too much. Go and see Thor's hammer first. He thought to himself, although he is not strong enough now and can't pull out Thor's hammer, it doesn't mean that Lin Feng has no way. Lin Feng, if you have a way to help me pull out Thor's hammer, that would be great. He looked into Lin Feng's eyes, his eyes full of expectation. Lin Feng turned around and glanced at him. However, Lin Feng just smiled and said nothing. He turned around again and strode forward. He walked steadily and quickly and came straight to the foot of the mountain. Which direction did Thor's hammer fall? Lin Feng turned around and asked Thor. Thor replied, the place where Thor's hammer fell is very hidden. Fortunately, it fell in such a deserted place, otherwise it would be a big trouble. It would be bad if someone was hurt. Thor continued, follow me, I will take you there. He ran in one direction at a very fast speed, and there were gusts of wind blowing around him when he ran. He was accompanied by the sound of thunder. This was the power of Thor. I didn't expect Thor's strength to be so strong, Rhodes exclaimed, and Lin Feng glanced at him. That's because you haven't seen the real Thor yet. If you have seen it, you will never say so. After saying that, he continued to run forward. Thor didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but his running speed was getting faster and faster, almost running wildly. Thor ran wildly, not only at a fast speed, but also with a strong wind blowing around him. The strong wind was whistling, and Thor ran all the way and finally stopped at the foot of a mountain. This place is far away from the previous mountain. Lin Feng had already sensed the breath of Thor's hammer, and he stopped. Thor, I have sensed the breath of Thor's hammer. Is it nearby? Your sense is still as accurate as ever. It's on this mountain, halfway up the mountain. Lin Feng looked up and saw a huge hammer stuck in the mountainside. The huge hammer was inserted straight into the mountain. This huge hammer stuck in the mountain was extremely shocking. Rhodes also looked up and locked his eyes on the huge hammer. Is this Thor's hammer? I had doubts about Thor's identity before, but now that I see this hammer, I believe it completely. Rhodes secretly calculated in his heart that Thor had such a deep background, so he had to get along with him well in the future. These thoughts flashed through his mind, but did not affect his actions. Rhodes raised his mouth slightly and looked forward. Lin Feng, he shouted, and Lin Feng immediately turned his head to look at him. Can you take out this Thor's hammer? Can I try it? Rhodes felt the Thor's energy surging on Thor's hammer. This energy made him excited and seemed to fit his power very well. I really want to give it a try. Thor also sensed this horrible energy fluctuation, which was strong enough to knock people over. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the sky, as if something was falling. The two stood up suddenly, their faces full of shock. What's going on? What fell? It's terrible. They witnessed an object larger than Thor's hammer falling from the sky, and its shape was like a staff. It seems to be the scepter of Poseidon. Lin Feng took a closer look, and his face was even more surprised. Poseidon, the god of the sea, is not a character in Marvel. Why is he here? Could it be that he didn't finish reading Marvel, and this is a new character added later? Lin Feng was full of doubts. He walked forward quickly and continued to look up. I saw that the sky had returned to calm, with only white clouds floating, and the scepter of Poseidon was inserted on the top of the mountain, shining with golden light, dazzling. Chapter 253 System Gift. Lin Feng felt his heartbeat speeding up, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. He took a cautious step closer. The bell on the Sigurd scepter swayed in the wind, making a deafening sound. This shocking sound made Lin Feng's mind shake. He soon noticed the abnormality on the ground. The earth was shaking, and the whole mountain seemed to be collapsing. The Sigurd scepter fell from the sky and smashed on the originally calm mountain range, which would undoubtedly cause big problems. The Sigurd scepter is so powerful, Lin Feng exclaimed in his heart. This thing is definitely not an ordinary thing. The arrival of the Sigurd scepter means that a new god will also come. Lin Feng looked up at the sky, but he only saw a piece of blue and white clouds. He looked a little dazed and frowned. Let's go up and take a look, Lin Feng suggested. However, Rhodes was a little hesitant. He didn't want to go up, and his heart was full of fear. He shook his head. I'd better not go up, you go. He was worried that the Sigurd scepter would attack him, and with his strength, he couldn't resist it at all. Lin Feng walked up to him. It's okay if you don't want to go up, we can go by ourselves. After saying that, Lin Feng began to climb the mountain, and the sea god scepter was still shining. The whole mountain was shaking, and they felt unprecedented pressure. Lin Feng had already removed the role of Tang Shenjiaozu and was now using his own strength to feel the oppression brought by the sea god's scepter. Although the role of Tang Shenjiaozu was powerful and could bring him many conveniences, he did not want to rely on it too much. He could also stand firm by using his own strength to resist. He looked back at Thor and found a strange expression on Thor's face. It was a kind of desire, a desire for the scepter. Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and he quickly approached the vicinity of the scepter. However, the pressure brought by the scepter was too great, as if it could crush them all. Lin Feng did not rashly enter the attack range of the scepter. He knew that the scepter, that had just fallen, was in a state of high alert, and any living creature that approached would be attacked. They could only wait for the opportunity. Be careful, be more careful, Lin Feng reminded in a low voice, and narrowed his eyes at the same time. He lowered his voice again. Thor, do you feel the pressure? Thor was stunned when he heard Lin Feng's words, and then began to observe the surrounding environment carefully. The scepter of the sea god did bring him a lot of pressure, but this pressure was mainly external. Why did Lin Feng ask this? Could it be that there is also internal pressure? Thor's heart moved, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He was such a fool. He obviously had the scepter of the sea god, and he should take this opportunity to practice. Lin Feng, thank you for your reminder, Thor said gratefully, then closed his eyes and concentrated on practicing. He was once a god, so his practice speed was naturally much faster than that of ordinary people. For a god, the speed of practice can be described as amazing. His strength was gradually recovering, and his muscles were also squirming with his breathing. If his body was not human now, I'm afraid that most of his strength would have been recovered. He threw a punch, and white light flashed on his fist. The white light bombarded the ground and exploded instantly. His physical strength continued to grow under the pressure of the scepter. Is the sea god of your world Poseidon? Lin Feng asked again. He also felt the suffocating force, and was a little out of breath. He tried his best to control his body and not let it move. However, even if he was still, the huge pressure made him feel unbearable and his body almost froze. Lin Feng shook his head and tried to keep himself awake. The pressure brought by the sea god's scepter was too great, making him almost breathless. But he had to move on. He wanted to observe the scepter up close. At the same time, he also wanted to try whether he could get close to the sea god without the assistance of the system. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from the sky, and the sound exploded like thunder. This laughter was full of terrifying breath, which made people feel cold. Then, the laughter exploded in the air, and a crack appeared in the sky. In the crack, a figure slowly walked out. Sea god, Thor exclaimed. Rhodes' body was stiff and unable to move. The people who appeared in front of him were all like gods. Thor can talk to the gods because he is a god. And what about me? I'm just an ordinary human. Even with the help of many powers, I can never break through the limits of human beings. Thor's body was stiff, and he could only look up at the sea god in the sky. His heart could hardly bear this terrible load. This load was too huge, and he felt deeply afraid. He was worried that Lin Feng would get into trouble, and he was also worried that Thor would encounter an accident. What should he do if his companions died? What Rhodes feared most was that he had no power to stop all this from happening. He mustered up his courage and said to the sea god in the sky, "Why did you come to Earth? There is nothing you want here." "No, there is something we want here." The "we" in the mouth of the sea god made Rhodes feel even more terrified. This "we" refers to the gods like the sea god. Rhodes didn't dare to think about it anymore, and he said anxiously, "You can't hurt my companions." "I don't intend to hurt them, you think too much. We just want to get back our things. Or rather, what we want. The target of the sea god is a gem. In this universe, the energy of the gem is the most terrifying. The energy contained in the 6 gems is even more amazing. With the 6 gems, you can almost become the most powerful existence in the universe. For example, Thanos has already found 2 gems. Thanos' strength is extremely terrifying, and few people can compete with him. It's just that he has not appeared yet. At this time, Thanos, who was on vacation in a corner of the earth, also showed some cracks on his face. He is learning how to fall in love, and wants to pursue his goddess. However, when he looked up at the sky, he found that a new figure appeared in the sky in a short time. This new figure is obviously a strong competitor. Thanos shook his head and was very angry. Is he going to fight with him? He just wants to have a good vacation now and doesn't want to get involved in any fight for the time being. But if the other party dares to rob him or attack him, don't blame him for being rude. Lin Feng didn't know what Thanos was thinking. He only knew that the scepter of Poseidon could bring him huge benefits. He kept approaching the scepter, and his body was almost attached to it. Lin Feng was climbing the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, the sea god scepter was shining like the magic weapon held by Fahey in the TV series. The scepter was shining with a metallic luster, like a sea snake intertwined and entwined, with different shapes and lifelike. These sea snakes opened their mouths wide, as if ready to devour everything at any time. Their carvings were not only exquisite, but also revealed a terrifying breath that made people's heart palpitate. What was particularly terrifying was that the eyes of each sea snake flashed with a faint green light, which gathered into dark rays of light and disappeared in a flash. Suddenly, the sea god's scepter trembled slightly, making a subtle sound that echoed in Lin Feng's ears. He felt a stinging pain in his eyes, and the light released by the scepter shot straight into his eyes. Lin Feng looked up and stared at the increasingly dazzling light, only to see it gradually illuminate the entire sky. The light was so blazing that only this white light was left in Lin Feng's vision, and everything else was covered. Then, the light suddenly burst out, and the entire sky became a white world in Lin Feng's eyes. This white light not only illuminated the sky, but also made Lin Feng and Rhodes' hearts feel an unprecedented burning heat. What's going on? Rhodes shouted in horror. What did you do? Why did the sea god's scepter change like this? He guessed that the sea god might want to take back the scepter, but he didn't understand why it was released into the human world. Rhodes' face was twisted by pain. His heartbeat accelerated, blood flowed, his face flushed and pale, and he looked like a snake about to collapse. Lin Feng, come down quickly, you can't bear it. Rhodes shouted anxiously. However, Lin Feng did not move at all and stood firmly on the mountain. Sea god, what are you trying to do? Lin Feng noticed something strange and knew that they might face a huge crisis. Sea god seemed to want to use his magical powers to search for gems on the earth. What should I do? Of course, I want to find back what belongs to me. Sea god disdained to respond to Lin Feng, but was displeased with his eyes that looked like a thief. He was not a thief, but the famous sea god. Do you know how vast the oceans are that I own on other planets? Poseidon said proudly. How dare you regard me as a thief? I will teach you an unforgettable lesson. After that, he stretched out his finger and lightly tapped it, and a door appeared in the sky. An octopus-like tentacle stretched out from the door and slapped Lin Feng's face directly. Lin Feng felt a huge force coming, and his body shook involuntarily. But he quickly stabilized his body and held the ground tightly with one hand. Then, Lin Feng used the power of the system to transform into Tangshan Jiaozu, and his defense power increased greatly. Poseidon was a little surprised when he saw this. He didn't expect that the octopus tentacles he summoned could not deal with this tiny human. What do you want to do as a tiny human like you? Poseidon became interested in Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you are just a human. Do you want to kill God? Poseidon's words were full of sarcasm. Lin Feng heard this, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He held his head high and glared at the sea god. Tiny humans? Even if they are tiny, they are enough to deal with you. We also have gods in the east, but you have never seen them. Lin Feng sneered. We have the dragon god, the dragon king of the East Sea, and the third prince of the dragon king in the east. After so many years, the strength of the third prince of the Dragon King must have changed a lot. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but think of the warlike Wielding. He was powerful and was famous for his bravery among the dragons. You see, gods only show off your power in your own territory. Lin Feng continued. You never thank us humans for not invading your homeland. Since you want to take action against the earth, don't blame us for being rude. At this time, the system issued a new task. Lin Feng's heart moved. Perhaps fighting against the sea god could give him new power. The system gave him the Dragon King of the East Sea. The system's prompt sound rang in Lin Feng's ears. This time the system actually gave him a gift directly. He was slightly surprised, and then the system spoke again. Host, you can get an avatar after completing the designated task. Avatar? What does this mean? Does it mean that I can play two different roles at the same time? Lin Feng's surprise was beyond words, and his heartbeat accelerated. If this is true, he can be two gods at the same time. Although his Tangshan sect master also has the ability to have an avatar, it is still the same character after all. The avatar given by the system means that he can become two completely different beings at the same time. Lin Feng was happy in his heart, with a full smile on his face. He nodded and said, okay, what is the task? Seize the scepter of the sea god. The system gave the task concisely and clearly. Lin Feng couldn't help but have a headache when he heard it. The scepter of the sea god is the weapon of the sea god. How can it be easily seized? But if he succeeds, he will have the power to compete with the sea god. Now that he has a new role as the Dragon King of the East China Sea, he may be able to fight the sea god. Lin Feng stepped forward and snorted coldly. We in the East also have gods, and they are also powerful people who control the waters. That is the overlord of the ocean. You have Poseidon, the god of the sea, and we have the 4 dragon kings. He continued, the best in our ocean is my Chinese real dragon. Although it is not the ultimate golden dragon, its strength should not be underestimated. It is more than enough to deal with you Western gods. Lin Feng said, with his hands behind his back, and strode out. He knew that the god of the sea always had a sense of superiority when facing humans, and he was going to take advantage of this sense of superiority. Looking up at the god of the sea, Lin Feng secretly praised in his heart, this god of the sea is really handsome. But handsome is handsome. If he wants to show off, don't blame him for being rude. The god of the sea has been staying behind the space crack and has not appeared. Lin Feng understands that the space crack is not easy to cross. The god of the sea may be planning to take away the things here without crossing the crack. Thinking of this, Lin Feng has figured out the mind of the god of the sea. You can't pass through the cracks, so you can't reach our world either. Lin Feng looked up and said in a cold tone. There was a chill in his voice, as if it could freeze everything. Humph, you little human dare to talk to me like this? The face of the sea god turned pale, and he stretched out a hand, penetrating through the space barrier. With a light wave, the air in the entire space seemed to be sucked out, the oxygen was lost, and even the water was almost dried up. All this happened so quickly that Lin Feng could feel the dryness around him, and even his blood became sticky. He was surprised at the sea god's ability to control water, but at the same time he also understood that the sea god could not really hurt him through the space. Chapter 254. Gambling with the gods. So your ability is to control all water? Lin Feng sneered, but you can't kill me across the space. His current physique is that of the master of heaven. How could he be killed easily? If Poseidon wants to kill him, he must pay a certain price. And these prices are obviously difficult to exert under the condition of being separated by space. How about we make a bet? Lin Feng suggested. You can't kill me. If you lose, what do you want? Poseidon asked with a smile, obviously not expecting Lin Feng to make such a suggestion. Poseidon felt that Lin Feng was too bold to dare to bet with him. He would let this human know what arrogance and conceit are. Looking at Lin Feng, Poseidon felt like a god who controlled everything. Haha. Poseidon narrowed his eyes, his body instantly became much taller, and his aura pressed on Lin Feng like a mountain. However, this was just a breath, and Poseidon's body was still behind the space barrier. Lin Feng was not afraid, and continued to move forward. How strong are you? Poseidon said proudly. It's easy for me to overthrow a planet, as long as my body can come to this world. Lin Feng chuckled. Well, I'll get close to you. If you can kill me, I have no complaints. If you can't kill me, your Poseidon scepter will belong to me. What do you think of this bet? He already had a certain understanding of Poseidon. Poseidon was powerful, but also arrogant, and knew little about everything around him. This kind of pride without foundation is nothing but hooliganism. Lin Feng shook his head and sneered. If I get close to you, and you can't kill me, then you have to hand over the Poseidon scepter to me. There was a hint of provocation in Lin Feng's words. Poseidon was shocked, and vaguely felt that things were not simple. You mean, you want me to swear to heaven? Poseidon asked in a deep voice. Lin Feng nodded. He knew that this would make Poseidon angry, but he was not afraid. Sure enough, Poseidon was furious, and his anger seemed to devour the world. However, Lin Feng remained calm, and met Poseidon's eyes, with a sneer on his lips. Poseidon, are you willing to hand over the Poseidon scepter to me? Lin Feng asked calmly. Don't even think about it. Poseidon answered almost instinctively. Hearing this, Lin Feng laughed out loud, with a hint of sarcasm in his laughter. You don't want to, because you're afraid, right? You're afraid that I will really beat you. Lin Feng's words were like needles, making Poseidon even more angry. The piercing laughter almost made Poseidon lose control. He had never met such a daring human being. This young man dared to challenge the gods like this. Poseidon was furious, stretched out a finger, and pointed it at Lin Feng's forehead. The light on his finger flashed, and a powerful force instantly crushed down. Poseidon clearly saw that there was a light flashing between Lin Feng's eyebrows. So you also have energy in your body. Poseidon muttered to himself, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. As long as you are willing to walk to this space crack, I will swear to the heavens, and give you the sea god scepter. The sea god tried to gain Lin Feng's trust with an oath. He knew that, as long as he swore to the heavens, even if he took back the scepter in the future, its ownership would belong to Lin Feng. And he himself could not kill Lin Feng, which also meant that Lin Feng would have a chance to get the scepter. You swear first, then I will go. Lin Feng said vigilantly. He didn't want to take any risks. He raised his eyes. His eyes were as cold as frost, and he looked directly at the sea god. Sea god, if you don't swear, how can I believe that you are not lying to me? Lin Feng's words were full of doubt. He could feel that the sea god was getting more and more angry because of his disrespect, but he didn't care. Lin Feng. The sea god roared. His voice was deafening. Oh, so you know my name? Lin Feng said with a smile, and this attitude made the sea god even more furious. The sea god was so angry that he trembled all over, and he wanted to tear this young man into pieces. You bastard, what on earth do you want to do? The sea god roared, his anger soaring into the sky. I don't want to do anything. I just want to make a bet with you. Do you understand? Lin Feng interrupted the sea god. His tone revealed a bit of impatience. HMPH, sea god, hurry up. Don't make me wait impatiently. Lin Feng urged. He jumped up to the air and glared at the sea god. The sea god trembled, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and his eyes flashed with cold light. Sea god, do you want to bet? Lin Feng asked again. If you want to bet, swear quickly, otherwise I won't accompany you. Lin Feng said, and then he stopped talking. The sea god was enraged again, but soon regained his composure. He knew that Lin Feng was not a big shot, and was not worth his anger. Okay, I swear. If I can't kill Lin Feng, a small human, I will give him the sea god scepter. The sea god said slowly. However, Lin Feng was not satisfied. Your oath is too perfunctory. You must mention my name clearly, otherwise how can I know if you are playing any tricks? Lin Feng said bluntly. Hearing this, Poseidon was almost vomiting blood in anger. He had never seen such an arrogant human being, simply lawless. Poseidon glared at Lin Feng and stretched out a hand again. This hand was suspended above Lin Feng's head and pressed down suddenly. There was a layer of light in the sky, and this light directly hit Lin Feng's forehead. Between the light and shadow, Poseidon swore again. I swear, if Lin Feng comes to me, and I can't kill him, then I will give him the Poseidon scepter. As Poseidon's oath fell, the Poseidon scepter made a slight sound. Lin Feng knew that this weapon belonging to the Poseidon level had its own consciousness. He smiled and said to the Poseidon scepter, you should know who is good to you, and who is not good to you now. He has never respected you, so why don't you follow me? After saying this, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and his body rose into the air again. Road below shouted, don't go up. Are you crazy? There is a price to pay for betting with a god. How dare Lin Feng bet with a god? This is simply crazy. Even if he wins the bet, what will happen? Even if the sea god cannot kill Lin Feng, he will definitely be seriously injured. Such a deal is too unprofitable. Lin Feng, you don't have to take such a risk with your life. Road shouted anxiously. How can the sea god's scepter be compared to your life? Come down quickly, don't fly up again. Road wanted to rush up and pull him down, so he activated the gem light on his armor. Of course, this gem is not a source of energy, but a result of energy condensed by humans when making armor. Lin Feng. Road jumped up and grabbed Lin Feng's hand, trying to pull him back to the ground. He was covered with layers of armor, which were closely connected, providing him with enough strength to grab Lin Feng. As soon as Road grabbed Lin Feng's hand, he immediately pulled it down with force. But Lin Feng didn't want to be pulled down by him, and pulled his hand back suddenly. Lin Feng, as a friend, I can't let you take such a risk. Rhodes shouted loudly. As a good friend of Lin Feng, he couldn't watch him die. We are friends, why take this risk? If you want the scepter of the sea god, we will find another way. Lin Feng looked at Rhodes, and found it a little funny. He had already demonstrated his strength, but Rhodes was still so nervous. Didn't you see that I was already suspended in the air? Do you still think I'm just an ordinary person? Lin Feng's words stunned Rhodes. He looked around and found that he was also in the air, and Lin Feng was also floating steadily. This means that Lin Feng's strength is extremely strong and does not need any external assistance. But he still needs to rely on the power of the armor. In comparison, he is too weak, so what qualifications do he have to dissuade Lin Feng? Rhodes felt sour in his heart, and he realized the gap in strength between him and Lin Feng. Thor said, okay, come down and don't bother Professor Lin anymore. As a professor, Lin Feng's strength is second to none among the three of them. Thor knew Lin Feng's strength very well, and this strength was beyond their reach and beyond. They could only stand below and watch Lin Feng fight for the scepter of the sea god. Maybe he can really get the scepter of the sea god. Thor looked at Lin Feng and said with emotion. At this moment, Road also believed Thor's words, and he nodded. I also think Lin Feng can get the scepter of the sea god. If he encounters danger, he will definitely run away. Even if he can't get it, it won't be a problem. Just now, it was because of worrying about Lin Feng, but now it has come to his senses. How could Lin Feng, who is so powerful, put himself in danger? He must have weighed the pros and cons before deciding to take action. Therefore, they don't need to worry so much. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and a relaxed look appeared on their faces. But soon, their expressions became nervous again. They tightened their cheeks and looked up at the sky. Some people can clearly hear their heartbeats. Lin Feng also heard the thumping heartbeat. He found it a little funny, but still flew to the side of Poseidon. Poseidon, you can only get your scepter back if you kill me. All this is good for me. He felt that Poseidon's wisdom seemed to be lacking. He had deliberately set up obstacles for Poseidon to get back the scepter, but Poseidon thought it was an easy task. Poseidon was so angry just because he felt offended. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, Poseidon, I'm your master. His voice was soft and firm. At the same time, he flew close to Poseidon, with only a thin layer of space between them. Poseidon, I advise you not to expose your body here if you want to kill me. Lin Feng smiled and said, otherwise, I will not show mercy. The sky was covered with dark clouds and the waves were surging. The clouds rolled, and the sea surface also lost its former calmness. This was the anger of Poseidon affecting this sea area. Thanos was originally on a leisurely vacation, and did not intend to pay attention to what was happening above. But suddenly, the sea began to shake violently. Huge waves rolled towards the shore and hit the rocks. Layers of salt were left on the rocks. Thanos snorted coldly and soared into the air. His figure disappeared in the air in an instant. Since someone wants to play, he will play with them. Thanos was a little annoyed. He finally had a holiday, but was disturbed by others. How could he not be angry? Since they didn't want him to have a good time, he would not be polite. Hey, Thanos, who was supposed to attack Poseidon, the god of the sea, suddenly noticed something strange. How could this god of the sea compete with a human? It was just an ordinary human. Poseidon seems to have really regressed over the years. His strength has not improved, but his temper has become much worse. Sure enough, the weaker people care more about face. Poseidon loves face too much. Thanos sneered and came to the hill where Lin Feng was. There are really a lot of good things here. This human dared to fight with Poseidon. Thanos looked at Lin Feng and felt that he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was for a while. Isn't he just an ordinary person? Thanos was a little surprised. The life of an ordinary person is not worth mentioning at all. But if he wins the bet, he can win the scepter of Poseidon. No, this scepter does not belong to Poseidon, but to Poseidon. If Poseidon is not Poseidon, then this scepter does not belong to him. Poseidon, are you sure you can kill this human? Thanos asked, looking at the two figures in the sky. Perhaps watching the excitement here is more in line with his holiday arrangements. Thanos thought to himself, and couldn't help laughing. I hope the human can win. Maybe there will be a lot of interesting things happening. Thanos smiled and said, and then continued to watch. He didn't want to miss this good show. A human dared to challenge Poseidon. Such a scene has not been seen for many years. Sigurd. He can control this sea, or the sea. It's a pity that he is not from Earth. Otherwise I can kill him and take away his divine power. Thanos shook his head regretfully. Non-Earth people have to be captured. Thanos is unwilling to do such a thankless task. If Sigurd escapes, all the efforts will be in vain. TSK, you are about to lose, and your expression will definitely be very ugly. Thanos saw that Lin Feng had been provoking Sigurd. Sigurd. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Your strength should be very strong, right? But your strength has been weakened a lot by this space. Even if you can come to the human world, your combat power will definitely be much worse than before. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he still stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were extremely cold and even revealed a murderous intent. A chill penetrated his body and enveloped his whole body. Lin Feng felt that Sigurd had attacked him, and the sea water surged and quickly attacked him, as if to tear him apart. Poseidon. Lin Feng said, can I talk to you? Poseidon replied angrily, wait until I kill you. Then a beam of light shot towards Lin Feng. Only by killing this human could he take back the scepter. He really regretted it. Chapter 255 This is actually a dragon? Exclamation mark. Wow, let this human being be so presumptuous. Damn it. Isn't betting with humans just giving up the right to use the scepter? He didn't feel this way before, but now he felt pain and anger. Arsehole. Lin Feng heard the sea god roar. He looked at the sea god with a smile. Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? But why didn't you do it? If you did, I might have been killed by you now. Lin Feng's words were undoubtedly deliberately provoking the sea god and making him furious. The sea god was already furious with this human being, and he was even more furious when he heard him say that. I just made a mistake just now. Give me another chance and I will definitely kill you. The sea god's voice was full of murderous intent and extremely cold. He once again urged the sea god's light to shine on Lin Feng. The sea god's scepter also fell on him. The light of the scepter hit him. Bang. Lin Feng felt a little pressure. Now he was in the body of Tangshan Sect Master. Even Tangshan Sect Master felt such pressure, which was enough to show how powerful the sea god's scepter was. Lin Feng shook his head. Poseidon, you can't attack with the Poseidon scepter. Because the Poseidon scepter no longer belongs to you. It is in an ownerless state. Let's talk about it after our bet is over. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the Poseidon noticed something unusual. He found that he had lost control of the Poseidon scepter. Lin Feng also noticed this and was stunned for a moment. A light flashed in his eyes. It turned out that the Poseidon scepter really had consciousness, and this consciousness was particularly clear. Obviously, the Poseidon scepter agreed with what Lin Feng said just now, so it reacted. In other words, the Poseidon scepter will automatically fall. Cut off contact with the Poseidon. As soon as this idea came into Lin Feng's mind, the Poseidon scepter really quieted down. Once the autonomous consciousness of the Poseidon scepter awakens, it can no longer be controlled by the Poseidon. This scepter has its own will and will never succumb to the Poseidon. At this moment, Lin Feng was full of amazement at the Poseidon scepter. This scepter exudes a unique charm that is fascinating. Lin Feng also felt the wonder of it, colorful and unpredictable. I'm determined to get the sea god's scepter. Lin Feng looked up at the astonished sea god in the sky and said firmly, you gave up your identity as the sea god on your own initiative. It has nothing to do with me. If you have the ability, come and kill me. Lin Feng's eyes were bright, and he was not afraid. The sea god was almost crazy. He didn't expect that the situation would develop like this. He must get rid of this human as soon as possible. The sea god's arm crossed the constraints of time and space and stretched straight to Lin Feng. His palm flashed a ray of light, trying to kill Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng was extremely cunning, and no matter how hard the sea god tried, he could not touch him. Stop, human. The sea god's face was pale, and he grabbed Lin Feng angrily. You bastard, hand over the thing. The sea god's palm generated a strong suction force, trying to pull Lin Feng closer. Lin Feng was sucked over, but he just gently put his hand on the sea god's shoulder and then pulled. This gentle pull instantly solidified the smile on Lin Feng's face. The sea god turned his palm, trying to regain control of everything. Lin Feng pushed gently and cleverly broke free from the sea god's restraints. In front of him was the sea god, who was burning with anger. You bastard. What else can you do besides scolding me? Kill me if you have the guts, otherwise, the sea god's scepter will belong to me. How could Lin Feng give the sea god a chance to kill him? His strength was far beyond that of the sea god. Although Tang Shenjiaozu was known for his cunning, this did not mean that he was weak. His cunning could often make up for his lack of strength, and he hid many unknown abilities. In terms of combat power, Tang Shenjiaozu may not be as good as other gods, but these abilities are terrifying. Lin Feng's figure swayed, just to prevent the sea god from succeeding. Finally, the sea god lost his patience. He directly tore the space, because he felt that the sea god's scepter was gradually moving away from him. He couldn't wait any longer, and had to get rid of Lin Feng first. The sea god couldn't wait to tear the space and kill Lin Feng. Kill him, he must kill him. He rushed into this world, his body suffering from the pain of being torn apart. Poseidon's body was almost torn in half. The pain was unbearable. He broke in at the wrong time and suffered a heavy blow. But Poseidon knew that he could catch Lin Feng, catch this young man. He firmly believed that he could kill this young man. Poseidon's eyes were as sharp as a knife. He reached out to the young man and held him tightly. He pulled hard and pulled Lin Feng in front of him. He slapped him, but only heard the sound of the wind, no echo. In the end, Poseidon just hit the air. He felt angry. This anger had exceeded his limit. Poseidon was furious. Why couldn't he kill Lin Feng? Why could this human always escape? No, if he couldn't kill Lin Feng, it would mean his failure. Poseidon's scepter would leave him, and he could never accept it. However, when he turned around, Poseidon's scepter was gone. He felt cold all over. Something that had never been lost for so many years, now lost in one day. This kind of pain, no one could understand. The one who brought him this pain was Lin Feng. Therefore, he had to teach this young man a profound lesson. The sky was changing, and the sea god mobilized the power of the water element. The sea was surging. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and said to the sea god, "You tried so hard, but you still couldn't kill me. That's just because I'm injured now. Give me some more time, and I will succeed." But when we made the bet, you didn't say it was indefinite. Lin Feng said softly. So, if you don't admit it, the sea god's scepter will also leave you. You won't get any advantage after all. Your despicable behavior has angered the sea god's scepter. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the sea god felt that his scepter had really disappeared. Originally, he had a trace of connection with the scepter, but now it has disappeared. How is this possible? The sea god was shocked. No, he couldn't lose the sea god's scepter. This scepter has been with him for many years, and is his powerful weapon. He once held this weapon tightly in his hand. It has set off countless storms. Poseidon felt his heartbeat speed up. His consciousness began to blur. When Poseidon came back to his senses again, he found that the world had changed, and everything in front of him became extremely unfamiliar. The rage instantly surged from the bottom of his heart, burning his entire body skin color. Poseidon was really angry. "You human, if I don't kill you, I will no longer be Poseidon." Before he finished speaking, Lin Feng gently waved his hand, and a ray of light flashed in the air. The light slid into Lin Feng's palm at an astonishing speed, and he held it tightly. Poseidon was shocked when he saw the light. You. Poseidon almost collapsed. He was stunned for a long time before looking at Lin Feng in shock. This light was clearly the incarnation of his Poseidon scepter, and it was in Lin Feng's hand at the moment. This human was holding it so blatantly, clearly provoking him. Poseidon breathed rapidly and directly set off a huge wave. The nearby seawater surged and instantly submerged the surrounding beaches. Fortunately, there were not many people on the beach, otherwise someone would have been hurt. Lin Feng's eyes were full of anger. What do you mean? We didn't hurt you. You agreed to the bet yourself, but you want to take it out on ordinary people. Lin Feng shook his head. It's better not to have such a god. As he said that, he lowered his head and operated on the system panel. At this time, the Dragon King of the East China Sea was online, and he waved his hand directly. The sky suddenly changed color. The sky was extremely gray, with thunder and lightning. The light of thunder and lightning turned the entire sky into a dark blue. Although the thunder and lightning were bright, they made the sky look even darker. Raindrops began to fall, and Lin Feng's anger was indescribable. His anger made him seem to disappear, and only a different light shone down. Lin Feng, why did you suddenly disappear? Rhodes looked at him on the ground, and his heart suddenly tightened. He was a little flustered, looking around but there was no trace. Lin Feng, where are you? Rhodes shouted, looking around but found nothing. Lin Feng, come out quickly, don't scare people. He continued to call his brother's name, and he was a little scared by his sudden disappearance. Rhodes didn't want Lin Feng to get into trouble. Lin Feng, come out quickly, don't scare people like this. Lin Feng didn't respond, and disappeared silently. Poseidon, what did you do? You are simply an evil god. I have never seen a god as hateful as you. Rhodes cursed at Poseidon, who was at a loss, as he had never been insulted like this. I didn't attack him. Poseidon shook his head. If he had, he would definitely admit it. This human had taken away his Poseidon scepter and wanted to slander him. But I saw my brother disappear with my own eyes. He is my best friend. Rhodes rushed into the sky, his armor shining. The armor lit up, and his body became harder. Thor also ran to the halfway point of the mountain, trying to pick up the thunder hammer. But he couldn't, so he could only look up at the sky. Poseidon, you've gone too far. I'm Thor, the god of thunder, and I can't stand against you. He would not forgive Poseidon, absolutely not. When I have the strength, I will definitely kill you, and avenge my good brother. Thor's roar resounded through the world. His chest rose and fell. He was the god of thunder, and even if he lost all his divine power, his voice was enough to shake the world. Poseidon was troubled by his noise. He stretched out a hand and gently waved it, and the god of thunder was knocked to the ground. The god of thunder quickly got up. His eyes were full of anger, and white flames burned in his hands. The energy he had accumulated for many days burst out at this moment. The flames burned and exploded in his palms, rushing towards the god of thunder. The god of thunder was a little annoyed, but he didn't dare to do anything to Thor. Thor's father was very powerful, and he couldn't be easily dealt with by him, the god of thunder. And Thor himself was the god of thunder. What did the god of thunder mean? He was a god who could compete with him. He just lost his divine power temporarily, and once he recovered, he would definitely be his enemy. Thor, are you going to attack me for a human? We are all gods. Why are you targeting me? Are you crazy? Poseidon yelled at Thor. I'm not crazy. You are not a god. Anyone who hurts ordinary humans at will is not worthy of being called a god. Thor was already in a state of madness at this moment. His potential was bursting out, and he held Thor's hammer tightly with both hands. At this moment, a lightning bolt struck him in the sky, and Thor exploded instantly. He turned into a brave warrior. The light of lightning reflected his figure, dragging a deep black behind him. In the vast black, he held Thor's hammer in his hand, and struggled to lift it up. Thor's body seemed to be ignited, and swelled up instantly. Then, the muscles in his arms also tightened and bulged. The long-lost power surged throughout his body, and Thor directly pulled Thor's hammer out of the mountain. He was ecstatic, and almost out of control. Oh my god, how could there be such a powerful force? However, this joy was soon replaced by heaviness. His power recovery was exchanged for Lin Feng's sacrifice. If it weren't for Lin Feng's sacrifice, how could he regain such a powerful strength? Thor's mood suddenly became heavy. He just wanted to kill Poseidon and avenge his brother. Poseidon, your death is coming. Thor knew that he couldn't defeat Poseidon yet, but he had to show his determination. The light in his hand flashed, and Thor's hammer, with a dazzling light, smashed towards Poseidon in the sky. With a bang, a cold light flashed in the sky. Thor threw the hammer into the sky with all his strength. His arm was almost sore from overexertion. However, Thor's hammer was blocked by Poseidon in an instant. Poseidon was furious. Even if he lost the Poseidon scepter, he was not someone that a powerless Thor could deal with. To him, Thor was just a jumping clown. Thor, do you think you can threaten me? I'll make you understand that what is lost can never be found again. You ant, reptile. After speaking, Poseidon waved his hand, and a burst of water light gushed out, tightly wrapping Thor's hammer. Thor's hammer was wrapped in seawater and could no longer move. Thor tried his best to recall Thor's hammer, but there was no response. This is the power of Poseidon, the huge strength that Poseidon relies on. This strength exploded instantly. Thor rushed to the sky with the remaining strength. He couldn't kill Poseidon, but he wouldn't let him succeed easily. Go to hell. Thor's voice resounded through the sky like thunder. At this time, thunder roared in the sky, and his roar intertwined with it, shaking the entire sky. Boom. Thunder and lightning are like gods descending. Lin Feng heard this sound and narrowed his eyes. He hid in the thunder and lightning, waiting to turn into a dragon. Soon, the Dragon King of the East Sea appeared, but not here. He appeared above the sea, a huge golden 5-clawed golden dragon. This is a golden dragon that can call the wind and rain on the sea. As the orthodox dragon clan, the Dragon King of the East Sea is powerful and cannot be underestimated, but he is timid and greedy. I'm the Dragon King of the East China Sea. The voice of the Dragon King of the East China Sea echoed on the sea, and fish and shrimps jumped out of the water to worship him. Chapter 256, Paying Homage to the Dragon King. To the entire ocean, the Dragon King of the East Sea is a god. You little fish and shrimps. The Dragon King of the East Sea sighed. Of course you can't lose my protection. I will definitely seek justice for you. What, sea god Poseidon? I will never let him go. And the humans over there, why don't you leave quickly? Do you want to wait for the sea water to flood back and drown you all? The Dragon King of the East Sea looked at the people surfing on the beach. Most of these people were foreigners. They were stunned and completely stunned. They had never seen the golden dragon of the East. This dragon was majestic and domineering, with a golden glow all over its body, as if it was carved from gold. No, even if it was carved from gold, it couldn't match the domineering power of this dragon. Oh my god, it's a dragon. A dragon. Finally someone exclaimed. As Westerners, they had also heard of the dragons of the East. Eastern China was the symbol of the dragon to them. Wow, it's really a dragon. Take a picture quickly. I want to take a picture of this dragon. People went crazy. It was the first time they saw a dragon with their own eyes, and this dragon was likely the Dragon King. Everyone thought so in their hearts. Only the Dragon King could have such power. Who else could be so powerful besides the Dragon King? Who else could be so golden and domineering besides the Dragon King? This Dragon King is so terrifying that it can overturn the entire ocean. Look, there is another whale floating on the surface over there. This whale is worshipping the Dragon King. In this azure sea, a huge deep blue whale suddenly appeared. The whale stuck out its huge head, and water gushed out of it like a fountain. Although the water column splashed everywhere, it did not stop the whale from looking at the Dragon King. A shocking scene took place. The whale actually nodded and bowed to the Dragon King with a pious posture. The onlookers were all in an uproar and exclaimed, "Look, there is a drone over there. Hurry up and control it to record this magical moment." Someone suddenly shouted excitedly. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Whales are already very spiritual, and now that the dragon has appeared, even the fish are worshipping it. Look, there are tiger sharks over there. Someone pointed at the sea and shouted. On the sea, other creatures were also eager to try, and the scene was spectacular. They jumped out of the sea and soared into the air, attracting attention. There are also dolphins. Oh my god, there are too many. I can't take pictures. People took pictures one after another, and their mobile phones were running out of battery. Lin Feng looked down at these worshipping fish from the air, and was puzzled. He did not realize that the Dragon King had a special ability to attract fish, and was puzzled by this. Lin Feng had no time to think about it, and turned his attention to the movements of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Poseidon was suspended in the air, and was also shocked by the scene in front of him. He couldn't understand why the Dragon King could attract whales to worship. This was something he couldn't do, and his heart was full of jealousy. This jealousy almost made the god of the sea collapse. The Dragon King roared, deafening. Poseidon came to his senses and realized that the Dragon King was his opponent. If he was the god of the sea in the west, then the Dragon King was the god of the sea in the east, full of mystery. Poseidon pounced on the Dragon King. Although he lost the scepter of the sea god, he still had a weapon. He had a spear in his hand, which was not as powerful as the scepter, but also quite powerful. The gems inlaid on the spear provided it with a constant supply of energy. However, Poseidon still felt oppressed. If he had the scepter in his hand, why would he have to work so hard to deal with the Dragon King? He waved his spear and stabbed the Dragon King's head. The sea surface was churning, and the blue sea instantly became turbulent. This was the battlefield of the two sea gods. Countless tiger sharks soared in the sky, making deafening roars. The roars echoed in the sky, which was terrifying. Everyone was shocked again, because they didn't expect that tiger sharks could make such a cry. Lin Feng found that the crowd had not left yet, and he felt helpless. He swung his dragon tail and set off huge waves. The huge waves hit the beach, and everyone realized that danger was coming. They hurriedly retreated to the shore and dared not stay. Once they were swept into the sea by the waves, the consequences would be disastrous. At this moment, a child was accidentally swept away by the waves. The child's mother was panicked, but she was powerless to save him. No. The mother knelt down and cried bitterly. The waves surged and instantly swept the child to the bottom of the sea. My child. The mother screamed miserably. She had never thought that a moment of negligence would bring such tragic consequences. She knelt down and kowtowed to pray. Lord Dragon King, please save my child. She shouted desperately. The people around were also worried about the child and hoped that he would be safe. Will the Dragon King hear our prayers? The waves just now were caused by the Dragon King. He doesn't seem to care about our lives. Who is the other person? It looks like our sea god Poseidon. In the sky, the Dragon King spoke. Poseidon, do you really want to fight me to the death here? Aren't you afraid of hurting innocent people? The Dragon King's voice was loud and everyone could hear it. They hoped that the Dragon King would hear their appeal. At this moment, a dolphin jumped out of the water and gently lifted the child. Then, the dolphin placed the child safely on the beach. All this happened so quickly that, before everyone could react, the child had returned to the beach safely. The child only choked on some water and was fine. He was still energetic. The mother burst into tears of joy and hugged the child tightly, as if she was afraid of losing him again. The Dragon King spoke again, his voice majestic. Irrelevant personnel should evacuate quickly. I want to settle a private matter with Poseidon. Leave quickly. If you are swept into the sea again, don't blame me for being ruthless. This time, people really didn't dare to stay near the coast. They evacuated one after another, just watching from a distance, still worried in their hearts. Lin Feng was a little helpless. These foreigners were indeed different. If they were in China, the crowd would have dispersed long ago, and no one would dare to watch here. Although Chinese people love to watch the excitement, they know how to protect themselves better, unlike these foreigners who are so bold. Lin Feng turned his head and stared at the sea god Poseidon with his huge dragon eyes. As a Western god, even if you are not from this earth, you should do your part, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but speak, with a bit of blame in his tone. Can you not be so cruel? I'm cruel. Poseidon, the sea god, retorted. How can I be cruel? You, the Dragon King, are clearly confusing right and wrong. You know what's going on. There was nothing wrong, but you just want to stir up such a storm. The Dragon King shook his head and said bluntly, it's because you are stingy and unwilling to pay that the sea god's scepter is unwilling to recognize you as its master. You are narrow-minded, which is contrary to the broadness of the sea. This is not just a gamble, do you understand? After saying this, the Dragon King swung his tail into the air and flew higher. If you want to fight, I will accompany you to the end. The Dragon King's words made the sea god Poseidon furious, and a raging fire burned on his body. Water will produce fire when it reaches its extreme. The sea god was completely enraged, revealing his petty side. The sea god and the sea coexist on this sea, sparkling. The sea god, who should have been tolerant, is so jealous and petty. Because of this, the sea god's scepter could not stand it and chose to leave him. The scepter is now in Lin Feng's hands. He knows how precious it is and will never give it up easily. He planned to have a good argument with Poseidon and explain the truth. How could he let go of something he had obtained so easily? Lin Feng was not a pushover either. Poseidon, you destroyed the Poseidon scepter yourself. It no longer belongs to you. Accept the reality. If you persist, you will face a greater crisis. Poseidon was extremely angry. The sea surface instantly boiled and huge waves surged. The fish were swept away by the huge waves and disappeared. Whales, dolphins, tiger sharks and other marine creatures were all affected. Lin Feng's face also revealed some unkindness. Poseidon, if you want to fight, we will go to the deep sea to decide the winner. If you fight here and hurt innocent people, the Poseidon scepter may backfire on you. As soon as the voice fell, a scepter suddenly flew in the sky. The scepter shone golden in the sun, and several sea snakes were coiled on the top, with delicate patterns, strange and beautiful. This is the appearance of the scepter made of sea snakes, rolling in the air. Poseidon felt a familiar energy coming towards him. Energy surged, but Poseidon sneered. However, the energy suddenly turned and surrounded him. Boom. Or thunder roared in the sky. Poseidon was shocked. The scepter of Poseidon attacked him without anyone controlling it. Why did you attack me? I've been your master for many years. Poseidon roared, and finally started a full-scale war with the Dragon King. The two sides started fighting. The sea was churning, and the Dragon King and Poseidon were fighting fiercely. Poseidon was as powerful as the Dragon King, but he was suppressed in this space. After all, this was not his territory. He was fighting on a planet that did not belong to him. The whole space brought him pressure, as if there was always a mountain on his back. Poseidon, the god of the sea, was under heavy pressure to fight the Dragon King, and naturally felt the pressure. Poseidon was annoyed. This Dragon King was really cunning. No matter how Poseidon attacked, the Dragon King always maintained a calm attitude. Especially the Golden Dragon, who always likes to hold his head high and stare at him from a condescending attitude, which makes Poseidon, the god of the sea, unbearable, and feels that the Dragon King is deliberately humiliating him. Dragon King, let's send it. As the god of the sea, I will mobilize the power of the entire ocean. Poseidon, the god of the sea, was extremely angry, and everyone nearby could feel his anger. Is this god of the sea mentally ill? Those foreigners who were still watching from a safe distance couldn't help but discuss. Although they were far away from danger, the fierce battle in the air was still clearly visible. This god of the sea is so narrow-minded. No wonder the Dragon King said that the scepter of the god of the sea would leave him. As a god of the sea, he lacks tolerance and is narrow-minded. This is his own problem, and he can't blame others. Everyone expressed their opinions. They naturally hope that the Dragon King can win this battle. After all, the Dragon King will not hurt them, but the god of the sea Poseidon is unpredictable. Although the god of the sea was once a god they admired, now he makes them feel afraid. Lin Feng's cold voice echoed on the sea. Whatever you want to do, I will stop you, and will never allow you to threaten the safety of this sea area. He seemed to have all kinds of magic weapons in his hands. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a dazzling gem appeared in his palm. The gem shone brightly in the sun, dazzling and dazzling. At this time, a system prompt sounded in his mind. The wind fixing bead can fix all winds. Lin Feng was delighted. This wind fixing bead is an amazing magic weapon. Although its ability is simple, as long as it is used properly, it can fix the entire space. The wind fixing bead is undoubtedly a treasure. Seeing this, Poseidon, the god of the sea, had red eyes. He had never seen a bead with such huge energy. This energy even interfered with his control of the sea water. Lin Feng announced loudly, with the wind fixing bead, you can't think of endangering this sea area. After speaking, he threw the bead into the air. The wind fixing bead shone brightly, absorbing the sunlight and reflecting it out. The sea was originally turbulent, but as soon as the wind fixing bead appeared, it instantly became calm. The wind fixing bead exudes a jeweled aura, specifically targeting the sea surface. The sea water becomes as calm as a mirror, as blue as a gem, without a single ripple. The greed in the eyes of Poseidon, the god of the sea, becomes stronger. This is the wind fixing bead. Although he has never seen this kind of magic weapon, he knows that it is extremely precious. With this wind-fixing bead, he can travel between various spaces. The face of Poseidon, the god of the sea, not only reveals greed, but also a deep hatred for the golden dragon. This golden dragon must have countless treasures hidden on its body, such as those golden scales. If he can get them, he can make a golden armor. The sea god is completely swallowed by greed. He gripped his spear tightly and stabbed the dragon king's body suddenly. The golden dragon and the god of the sea are fighting fiercely, while the wind-fixing bead is guarding the sea area not far away. Their battle did not affect this sea area, but it affected other places around it. Except near the coast, the sea water began to roll. In the island country, people were panicked. Oh my god, what's going on? Our surveillance plane actually captured such a horrifying picture. They looked at the surveillance picture and were so shocked that they couldn't speak. What on earth is going on? In addition to shock, there was also a trace of fear that was difficult to conceal in their eyes. This seawater is just like boiling. It's terrible. This seawater is simply a monster. People lowered their voices, nervous and panicked. What on earth is going on? They repeated this question over and over again. However, they soon noticed the more horrifying battle in the United States. The fierceness of that battle can be described as the collapse of the sky and the cracking of the earth. The battle between Poseidon, the god of the sea, and the Dragon King can be called a contest between gods. Poseidon, are you crazy? Stop it. Lin Feng found that Poseidon had completely lost his mind while fighting. I won't play with you anymore. If you continue like this, what will happen to the creatures in the sea? Lin Feng was extremely angry and full of disgust for the god of the sea. Poseidon, the god of the sea, was not only narrow-minded, but also extremely selfish. As the god of the sea, you should protect the creatures in the ocean instead of harming them like this. You are going too far. Lin Feng watched as the marine creatures died one after another, and he could not help but feel a wave of regret in his heart. The Dragon King of the East China Sea was actually a rather selfish and cowardly dragon. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 Stolen Luck. When he faced Sun Wukong, he almost kept flattering him, which made him look extremely cowardly. However, despite this, he was still a competent Dragon King. He would always fight for the interests of his people, the various fish in the ocean. He managed this sea area with all his heart, and tried to avoid various disasters. The Dragon King of the East Sea was at least conscientious. Lin Feng was furious. Perhaps it was because he had become the Dragon King of the East Sea and could not tolerate anyone wantonly trampling on the dignity of marine life. As a golden dragon, he roared angrily, "Poseidon, the god of the sea, you are cruel and unjust. If you still don't want to leave, the Dragon King of the East Sea will eradicate you." After that, he pounced on the god of the sea with his entire dragon body, and his tail smashed Poseidon's head like a giant hammer. Poseidon held a spear and stabbed the dragon's head fiercely. The two sides fought fiercely, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Lin Feng was not familiar with the dragon body and his movements were slightly slow. He had to adapt to the dragon body first and slow down his offensive. Poseidon thought the golden dragon was exhausted and was about to laugh, but he saw Lin Feng suddenly fly into the air and hit him hard on the head with his tail. The sea god was slapped away and then rolled back by the huge dragon's tail. Lin Feng took the opportunity to attack and tightly wrapped the sea god with the surging waves. "Poseidon, you are the sea god, but you have not fulfilled your responsibilities. I, the Dragon King of the East Sea, will seek justice for the disaster you brought to the ocean." After saying this, Lin Feng closed his eyes. The Dragon King of the East Sea has always been very patient and gentle, but at this moment he was extremely angry. He was determined to take the life of the sea god Poseidon. Use your life to sacrifice those innocent marine creatures and calm the turbulent waves. Poseidon, you can't escape death. If I can't take your life today, I will never let you go if we meet in the future. After saying this, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Flames jumped in his eyes and burned fiercely. The flame was condensed from seawater and turned into a huge fireball, which tightly wrapped the sea god. Poseidon was terrified and tried to break through the space to escape. But how could Lin Feng give him a chance? He immediately summoned the wind fixing bead. Wind fixing bead, fix him for me. Poseidon felt that the space around him suddenly became as solid as steel. There was a possibility of breaking it, but now it has become a delusion. The sea god fell into despair and decided to perish together. Dragon King, you cherish this sea so much, so I will let it perish with me. The sea god has the power to control the ocean. He just didn't do his best before, but now he is furious and wants to completely destroy this ocean. The anger of the sea god swept in like a storm. The Dragon King of the East China Sea noticed something strange and found that the seawater began to lose control. Even with the wind fixing bead, it can only keep the sea temporarily calm. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect the sea god to be so powerful. He quickly calmed his mind and thought hard about countermeasures. However, after thinking about it, he still had no clue and felt a splitting headache. He looked solemn. Suddenly, the scepter in the air fell down and hit the forehead of the sea god. This sudden change surprised Lin Feng. The sea snake on the scepter flashed, and each pair of eyes shot out a green light. These green lights turned into silk threads, tightly wrapping the sea god. The sea god's body was stiff and unable to move. Lin Feng watched quietly on the side. He was now a dragon, and it was easy for him to put on various expressions and postures. This golden dragon is so handsome. Even the sea god's scepter has betrayed him and wants to kill him. This is really a betrayal by everyone. Even the weapons that have been used for many years have betrayed him. Everyone was full of disgust for the sea god, so they felt very happy. In the island country, the situation was completely different. Quick, notify everyone to evacuate the seaside and retreat inland at all costs. The entire island country fell into panic. The island country has a long coastline and low-lying terrain. Every earthquake will trigger landslides and tsunamis, which is terrifying. This time, the vast ocean surrounding them was turbulent. The islanders had no idea when the huge waves would hit, and they were filled with fear and anxiety. Therefore, they dared not slack off. As soon as there was any sign of trouble, they immediately gathered all the people in the central area. Many people took action. Some drove helicopters, and some were busy calling to notify. Helicopters took off and shouted loudly, all residents on the coast should evacuate immediately and move to the inland quickly. They didn't know when the waves would hit the coast. On weekdays, small waves gave them a headache and caused countless deaths and injuries. Every year when typhoons hit, their losses were extremely heavy, and this time, the waves they observed were even more terrifying. The seawater was like a violent savage, venting its anger wantonly. This violent savage might only need one punch to sink the entire island country to the bottom of the sea. By then, they would most likely face a catastrophe. No, I have to flee abroad. Many people on the island had such thoughts. Some people who had helicopters boarded planes and tried to escape. People who didn't have planes frantically bought tickets. However, in this situation, the plane could not take off at all, and the sky was full of anxiety. Rain fell, and the sky became darker. The gloomy atmosphere enveloped the entire sky, forming a grey and dark color. This dark color continued to spread, making people feel an indescribable horror. Everyone felt that this dark light was ominous, as if the end of the world was coming, and the sun was covered by grey clouds. Large areas lost the sun, and a sense of doomsday arose spontaneously. Is the end of the world really coming? Countless people asked such a horrified question. The world forum exploded, and people encountered this situation for the first time. They asked questions on the forum, and waited for replies, but they could only spread panic. Lin Feng naturally knew that the internet was already in a turmoil. At this moment, he had no intention of taking care of these, and just wanted to deal with the matter in front of him, as soon as possible. Poseidon, your scepter actually attacked you. In this case, I will watch the excitement from the side. Lin Feng flew to the side and watched with a smile. His body changed and turned into a human form. Of course, he was hiding in the golden light and no one could see his face clearly. Lin Feng quietly changed back to human form and only the outline was noticed by everyone. Rhodes stared at Lin Feng, full of doubts. Why did he feel that this person was so familiar? Rhodes looked carefully, and the figure of Lin Feng emerged in his mind. Lin Feng had not appeared yet, and he didn't know whether he was defeated by Poseidon. This made Rhodes' heart tighten, and he hoped that the Dragon King in the sky could tear Poseidon directly. Thor also came over. He clenched his fist and smashed it hard on the beach. If I can recover my strength, I will definitely help this Dragon King. No, I must recover my strength and become a real Thor. Only with power can he create more possibilities and help more people. His eyes were shining, and a powerful force surged in his body. However, in front of this vast ocean, this power seemed insignificant. Terror and insignificance can often be revealed through comparison. Ha ha ha. Poseidon, the god of the sea, was completely crazy. Why are you going to deal with me? Is it because of my choice? You are my weapon. Is our friendship over the years not as good as this sea? Poseidon couldn't believe that the scepter would attack him. He was tied up in the sky and couldn't move. Panic spread in his heart. Poseidon struggled desperately, but found that he was powerless. A drop of sweat rolled down his forehead, making him feel the end of the world. What will be left after the end of the world? Perhaps there is only this endless fear and spreading panic. No. Poseidon roared, resounding through the world. What's going on? Everyone felt this grief and anger, and the roar shook the strong waves. Poseidon was tied up and gradually disappeared into the air, without a trace. The sky returned to tranquility. However, Lin Feng was a little dissatisfied. Because Poseidon was sent to outer space by the scepter did not kill him, but chose to tear the space. Perhaps it was because of the years of friendship that he did not take any ruthless action. Lin Feng grabbed the scepter of Poseidon. If you want to turn against me, do it thoroughly. Really, I waited for nothing. Lin Feng instantly restored his true appearance and revoked all the roles he played. His figure then disappeared into the clouds. Everything in front of him seemed to be sunny after the rain, and the disturbance just now seemed to have never happened. The haze in the sky had dissipated, and even the floating gods left one by one. The sea returned to tranquility, and even the wind-fixing bee disappeared in full view of everyone. Lin Feng landed lightly on the sea, quietly slipped to a remote place, and climbed ashore. Lin Feng, where are you? Why haven't you shown up yet? Rhodes and Thor were extremely anxious. They were almost furious. The sea god had escaped, and the east capital was in chaos because of his scepter, but Lin Feng had not shown up yet. Could it be that Lin Feng had met with an accident? If he really met with an accident, when I become the god of thunder, I will take Poseidon's head and avenge him. Thor panted angrily. Poseidon, I will never reconcile with you. I will never give up, even if I chase you to your hometown. Poseidon, you will be my mortal enemy in this life. Thor, I swear. Thor had a serious face, but his face suddenly changed after he saw someone. Rhodes also noticed something strange and turned around quickly. He happened to see Lin Feng standing behind them, watching them. Lin Feng smiled, crossed his arms, and slowly flew towards them. You two, are you so eager for me to die? I'm not dead yet, aren't you a little disappointed? Lin Feng teased with a smile, and then landed lightly. I just hid just now, nothing happened, don't worry about me so much. After Lin Feng explained, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. You really scared us to death. You always make us worry. Thor walked up and patted his shoulder hard. Lin Feng, do you know that we are all scared to death by you? Rhodes also beat his chest, feeling that his heart was about to be broken. He said to Thor, we were lucky not to be pissed off just now. Lin Feng scratched his head. I couldn't beat the sea god. I was afraid of death, so I hid first. Then where did you hide? Did you see the golden dragon? The two of them gathered around curiously, thinking that Lin Feng's appearance was somewhat similar to the person transformed by the golden dragon. Of course I saw it. I saw it clearly in the air. You must feel very satisfied if you were in the air. Lin Feng smiled. The whole person was like a warm spring breeze. Yeah. Everyone was relieved and walked towards the distance on the shore together. People nearby were shouting excitedly. Even the usually indifferent Thanos showed some fluctuations. He was here to watch the fun, but he didn't expect to see such a wonderful scene. Is there another god watching in secret? Thanos crossed his arms and his figure gradually appeared. He held a glove in his hand, and the glove was inlaid with 2 dangerous gems. Thanos narrowed his eyes and stared at this side, his eyes becoming more and more solemn. There must be danger, otherwise how could this happen? Thanos' eyes narrowed into a slit, revealing a brilliant light. If something strange appears, should I show up? Forget it, forget it. Let me think about how to pursue my goddess first. Thanos wanted to learn the love skills of humans, but was interrupted by Poseidon, and couldn't take a vacation. Poseidon, next time I see you, I will make you look good. Thanos muttered to himself, and then his figure disappeared. At this time, Poseidon had returned to outer space. He traveled through multiple wormholes to the Earth, just to pursue the 6 gems. Now he is back in space, feeling the danger around him. He cursed in his heart, but he could do nothing. Damn it. This time he suffered a heavy loss, and Poseidon's scepter was taken away by someone else. Who exactly is that golden dragon? It turned out to be the dragon of the East, so powerful. Also, where did the human who took his scepter go? Is that human still alive? Poseidon, the god of the sea, was full of doubts, and he naturally hoped that Lin Feng was dead. It would be best if he died as much as possible. Poseidon sneered, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness. A figure emerged in his mind, and this figure had long been deeply imprinted in his memory. That was the damn human. Next time, he must be fully prepared to take back everything he had lost. Poseidon was thinking, and suddenly he noticed that the space around him was a little strange. In this empty universe, there was originally nothing. But at this moment, a crack quietly emerged, and then a monster rushed out of it. The monster stretched out a tentacle and grabbed Poseidon directly. The tentacle was hideous and terrifying. It grabbed Poseidon's collar and pulled it hard, tearing his collar. Poseidon was shocked and hurried to retreat, but he didn't expect that in this vast universe, the same monsters would emerge one after another. These monsters are numerous and creepy. They stretched out their tentacles, and some even showed their claws, and launched a fierce attack on Poseidon. Damn it. What on earth is going on? When did my luck become so bad? Who stole my luck? Poseidon finally realized that his luck seemed to be stolen by someone else. He was furious, and suddenly a figure flashed through his mind. Could it be that person? Chapter 258 Gaining New Abilities. He suddenly remembered Lin Feng. Poseidon was immediately terrified. His body trembled slightly, and his aura spread out like ripples. No, it's impossible. How could he steal my luck? He shook his head, and felt that he had lost his composure. He must stay calm. He took a few deep breaths. His breathing was a little rapid, and it took a long time for him to barely calm down. Then, he began to fight back against these monsters. What Poseidon really feared was not the monsters themselves, but his lost luck. If his luck was stolen, he would be constantly attacked, and these monsters would track his tracks and obstruct him endlessly. Perhaps, he would be trapped in such a nightmare for a long time. He felt deeply afraid. You guys, stop pestering me. If you follow me again, don't blame me for being rude. Poseidon roared, and his voice echoed in the universe. At this time, Lin Feng, who was on Earth, suddenly exclaimed. He didn't notice anything unusual when he switched from the role of Tang Shinjiaozu before, but now he suddenly realized it. It seems that his luck has increased. Lin Feng was confused, narrowed his eyes, and thought carefully. What was going on? After thinking for a while, he suddenly understood. Lin Feng slapped his forehead, and a flash of inspiration came to his mind, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. So that's it. He understood that he had absorbed Poseidon's luck. No wonder Poseidon's luck was so powerful, making him feel refreshed. Poseidon must be suffering from bad luck now. Lin Feng couldn't help laughing. Lin Feng, why are you in such a good mood today? Someone asked with a smile, turning his head to look at him. Lin Feng shook his head. Actually, I'm not in such a good mood. But he still smiled and looked at everyone with sparkling eyes. Are we good friends? Of course. Everyone answered in unison. Lin Feng smiled and said, we can exchange luck when we have time. Maybe we can share it. He suddenly thought that these two people were both lucky people. If they could share their luck, it would be a huge fortune. Lin Feng's face once again bloomed with a smile, and the corners of his mouth rose. You must remember what you said. Lin Feng, what do you mean by this? I don't quite understand. Rhodes scratched his head, perhaps because of his identity as Iron Man. He seemed a little dull. Lin Feng smiled and said, nothing, just talking casually. What do you mean by talking casually? I think you must be hiding something from us. Everyone looked puzzled and looked at Lin Feng. Come on, what's going on? Haven't we heard of the saying of luck? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Of course I have heard of it. Our Thor is a darling of luck. Thor said proudly. In other words, I'm very lucky. His luck was indeed very good, otherwise he would not have met Lin Feng. Everything before was just a prelude to the arrival of good luck. He was full of good feelings for Lin Feng. It was God's favor to be able to come to him. Lin Feng couldn't help laughing. Okay, let's continue to look for the gems. He also wanted to explore the real space gem. Little did they know that Thanos had already noticed their whereabouts. He had already registered with Thanos, who had kept them firmly in mind, but was temporarily busy with other matters and had no time to take care of them. I'll sense it again, Lin Feng said, and then came to an empty mountain. After experiencing the incident with Poseidon, Lin Feng became more cautious. He transformed into roaring sky dog and carefully sensed the energy fluctuations around him. Finally, he noticed a fierce battle caused by an energy gem nearby. Lin Feng's body suddenly stiffened, and then he straightened his back. He stared into the distance, and a majestic mountain came into view. The mountain stood tall and majestic, and there seemed to be a light flashing on the top of the mountain, like the light of the sun. Lin Feng knew that it was not the light of the sun, but a gem. This gem was one of the 6 gems. It had been silent here for countless years. Why had no one taken it? Lin Feng was full of doubts. He waved his hand lightly, and the scepter of the sea god appeared in his palm. Poseidon's staff, you followed me voluntarily, right? Not forced by the bet. Lin Feng never forced others. Even though this staff was not human, it had self-awareness. Poseidon's staff trembled slightly and made a slight sound. Lin Feng's mouth curled up when he heard it. Very good. He tapped the staff and the staff trembled again in response. I know you are willing, because my mind is far greater than Poseidon's. Help me see if that gem is useful to you. He held up Poseidon's staff, and a ray of light suddenly burst out from the staff. This ray of light shot straight into the sky, illuminating the entire sky, extremely dazzling. Then, Poseidon's staff seemed extremely excited, and it was obvious that the gem had a huge attraction to it. Lin Feng held the staff tightly, feeling the consciousness and soul transmitted from the staff. The souls of tens of thousands of marine creatures live in this staff, so it seems so powerful. He looked at the white light in the sky, curious in his heart. What on earth made Poseidon so eager? I want to go up and take a look. Lin Feng decided to climb the mountain despite the scepter's dissuasion. He had a feeling that there must be a beautiful scenery there. When he came to the gem, the huge pressure made him almost breathless. Lin Feng looked at the gem excitedly, and the smile on his face was hard to hide. This is a real gem. It shines brightly in front of Lin Feng's eyes, different from any gem he has ever seen. Maybe it is not perfect, but it is definitely beautiful. This is the space gem. Lin Feng carefully felt the power of the gem. His body trembled suddenly, and he quickly held the gem in his palm. The gem radiated scorching heat in his palm. Lin Feng's face showed joy. He tried to take off the gem, but the energy around the gem was too strong, and it was difficult for him to shake it for a while. Thor and Rhodes watched Lin Feng's actions below. They did not dare to step forward rashly, but their hearts were boiling with blood. What exactly is that gem? It's amazing, right? Although they didn't know why, they could feel that the energy of the gem seemed to be more powerful than the scepter of the sea god. What is this thing that is more powerful than the scepter of the sea god? Everyone was shocked and hoped that Lin Feng could successfully obtain the gem. If he could get this gem, his strength would surely improve by leaps and bounds. For them, this was undoubtedly a great thing. This gem is actually transparent. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Everyone was shocked, and their pupils shrank suddenly because they found that the gem disappeared out of thin air. There was nothing in the sky, and the gem disappeared strangely. Ah! Thor exclaimed, and his spirit was greatly shocked. because before the gem disappeared, a beam of light shot out, just hitting his forehead. Is this the space gem? Why did it suddenly disappear out of thin air? Thor muttered to himself in disbelief. Lin Feng was also at a loss. This is the space gem. I didn't expect it to disappear out of thin air. The gem is in another parallel world. How can I get it back? He didn't expect that he could not get it for various reasons, even though he had already touched the gem. This is terrible. Lin Feng shook his head and retracted his outstretched hand. Since he couldn't get it directly, he had to change his strategy. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, with a plan in mind, and a smile on his face. The smile gradually faded. Since the space gem needs to be obtained from another space, then I will break this space. Breaking space is exactly what Sun Wukong is good at. As long as he can break the space, he can get the gem back. Sun Wukong is one of the most powerful beings in the world. At least, it is the hardest being on the earth. Sun Wukong, the transformation of this magic stone. Lin Feng exchanged Sun Wukong through the system. He quietly hid aside to complete the exchange, and Sun Wukong's golden light shone instantly. The golden hoop in his hand suddenly exploded, turning into a layer of dazzling light, scattering everywhere. The light was so dazzling that Thor and Rhodes didn't dare to open their eyes at all, and everything in front of them was dark. Ah! They exclaimed. The sudden golden light was unbearable for their eyes. Thor and Rhodes closed their eyes tightly and missed the shadow that appeared in the sky. That shadow was Sun Wukong, the Sun Wukong that Thor had always dreamed of, but had never found. The shadow of Sun Wukong was suspended in the air, holding the golden hoop stick and smashing it into the air with all his strength. Bang! The golden hoop stick hit the place where the gem appeared. The whole space was shaken, and cracks appeared. In the blink of an eye, the space was torn, and a figure slowly emerged. The figure seemed to be connected to the gem, but at this moment it disappeared, and the whole gem just appeared in front of Lin Feng, without any space separating them. The energy on the gem shocked Lin Feng. He didn't expect that this gem would contain such a huge amount of energy, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Not bad. Lin Feng smiled and held the gem tightly. When the gem was in his hand, a heat seeped out and flowed into his palm. This warm feeling made Lin Feng feel unprecedented comfort, and the gem slowly flowed in his palm. Space gem. Lin Feng chuckled. It's really good. His eyes flickered, and his face was filled with smiles. Finally, one of the 6 great gems fell into my hands. He knew that this gem would make him the target of public criticism. But he was not afraid. He had the confidence to withstand all attacks. At this time, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the clone skill. Lin Feng was delighted. This clone skill meant that he could exchange and control 2 characters at the same time. He couldn't wait to try it. First, he exchanged Tangshan Jiaozu on the character panel, then opened a clone, and then exchanged Sun Wukong. He saw the shadow of Sun Wukong appear in the air, under his control. The shadow flew in front of him and slowly fell. In the shadow, a shadow passed by. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately raised his hand. To his surprise, as soon as he raised his hand, the shadow moved with his movements. He could even control the shadow through his consciousness and surpass Sun Wukong himself. Sun Wukong, what if I switch to your perspective? Lin Feng tried to switch to Sun Wukong's perspective. When he opened his eyes, he found himself hanging in the air with his chest folded. Sun Wukong looked down at the earth and found himself in it. This feeling was amazing, and he raised his lips slightly. This is the first time for me, old son, to enjoy such treatment. It's really magical. He smiled, swung the golden hoop, drew an arc in the air, and then slowly descended. He landed on the ground and fought side by side with Tangshan Jiaozu. Magic, so magical. Sun Wukong laughed, his face full of surprise. Good. Lin Feng returned to his original state, fell from the air, and took back another shadow. He changed back to his previous appearance again. He walked down the mountain and came to Thor and Rhodes. Why is this light still so bright? It's really uncomfortable. When will it stop? Thor complained. He felt that the light was too dazzling, and his eyelids could hardly bear it. Indeed, this light is too uncomfortable. Rhodes agreed. The 2 of them were tortured by the light. At this time, Lin Feng's voice rang out. The gem is too dazzling. I decided not to want it. They realized that Lin Feng had returned. Wow, are you okay? Thor asked with concern, looking him up and down. He was afraid that something might have happened to Lin Feng, but seeing how energetic he was, it was clear that he was fine. If you didn't get it, then you didn't get it. That gem is too strange. Thor shook his head. Perhaps not getting it is a good thing, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and stared at the boundless universe in front of him, feeling heavy in his heart. So far, there is still no trace of the space gem. He looked at the depths of the distant universe, sighed, and sat back in his seat helplessly. What should we do next? Rhodes, who was standing aside, looked at Lin Feng's appearance and knew that he must be feeling bad. After a moment of silence, he broke this rare tranquility. Lin Feng reached out and stroked his smooth chin. For now, we can only go back first. Okay. Everyone looked at each other and then responded in unison. Not long after, Lin Feng, Rhodes and Thor boarded the returning spaceship together. The wind around them made their cheeks hurt, but Lin Feng's mind was not here. He was full of thoughts of finding the space gem. Only if we find the space gem, there is hope. Lin Feng lowered his head in thought, and the whole person was like a statue in thought. We are here. We are here. Rhodes shouted loudly. Lin Feng woke up from his meditation and told his plan. I just thought about it. We should go to Doctor Strange. Maybe Doctor Strange has a way to find the space gem. What do you think? Hearing this, Rhodes and Thor smiled at each other. We think so too. Let's go to Doctor Strange quickly. Because they had met Doctor Strange before, it was not difficult for them to find him. In front of them was a majestic palace, and when they approached, they could feel the awe-inspiring atmosphere emanating from it. No invitation, no entry. The guards at the door blocked their way. Lin Feng was about to step forward to show his identity, and Doctor Strange happened to walk out. Doctor Strange seemed particularly happy to see Lin Feng and others. He patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said with a smile, "It's been a long time since we last met. How come you have time to visit me today?" Lin Feng scratched his head awkwardly. "I've been busy these days and couldn't spare the time. So I came today." Chapter 259. Thanos escapes. Doctor Strange laughed. Seeing their tiredness and embarrassment, he knew that they had not rested well. "How can I not see your little thoughts? Tell me, what do you want?" Doctor Strange smiled at them. "Just tell me. If you can help me, I will support you." With Doctor Strange's words, Lin Feng felt relieved. Doctor Strange invited everyone in and asked the servants to prepare the best coffee and afternoon tea. The rich aroma of coffee filled the whole room, sweeping away Lin Feng's fatigue for the past few days. "To be honest, I came here mainly to ask you to help me find the space gem." Lin Feng picked up the coffee, took a sip, and looked at Doctor Strange with a sharp look. "I hope to get his help." Space gem. Doctor Strange looked solemn and sighed. "I can't find the space gem." Everyone's heart sank. Just when Lin Feng thought that his hope was shattered, Doctor Strange added, "Although I don't know the whereabouts of the space gem, it doesn't mean that no one knows." The light of hope rekindled in everyone's eyes. "Who else knows the whereabouts of the space gem?" Lin Feng's voice was filled with joy. "Master Ancient One." Doctor Strange said slowly. "Master Ancient One?" Lin Feng frowned and thought. "But now, where should we go to find him?" "I know where he is." Doctor Strange stood up and smiled at Lin Feng. "Not long ago, I saw him. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be in my back garden now. Then I'll trouble you." Then, everyone hurried to the back garden to look for Master Ancient One. Master Ancient One did not seem panicked when he saw everyone suddenly appear. He just raised his eyes and looked at them lightly. "You are finally here. I have been waiting for a long time." Lin Feng looked at Master Ancient One's deep eyes and felt that he seemed to be able to see through his true thoughts. His heart couldn't help but tremble, and he felt a little creepy. The rumor that Master Gu can foresee the future is true. After seeing him today, we hope to ask you for help to find the whereabouts of the space gem. Lin Feng stepped forward and said respectfully. Master Guyi's face was solemn. "I know what you want. Don't worry. Let me take a look first." Master Guyi chanted strange spells that no one could understand and waved his hands in the air. A gust of cold wind blew, and the atmosphere on the scene became tense and solemn. Everyone stared at Master Guyi. Suddenly, Master Guyi's face changed suddenly and exclaimed, "Oh no, Thanos is about to find the space gem." Lin Feng secretly said in his heart that it was not good. Everyone looked at each other and began to think about how to deal with it. Oh no, Thanos is about to find the space gem. We have to get there before him and stop his actions. Rhodes' heart tightened, and he dared not imagine the horrible scene after Thanos possessed the space gem. That's right, we must not let Thanos succeed. Lin Feng clenched his fists and looked into the distance with determination. There is no time to lose, we must set off immediately. Okay, we listen to you. Everyone responded in unison, their eyes focused on Lin Feng. At this moment, although Lin Feng was thin, he was like their spiritual pillar. The power he exuded was not to be underestimated. Soon, everyone embarked on the journey to the universe. After arriving in the universe, Lin Feng's figure flashed, and he turned into a roaring sky dog. This is a black roaring sky dog with deep eyes and sharp fangs, flashing cold light against the backdrop of the Milky Way. The breath it exudes makes people feel its power. Lin Feng, who has transformed into a roaring sky dog, has an extremely sensitive sense of smell and can quickly capture the traces of Thanos. Lin Feng, do you smell the scent of Thanos? Thor looked at Lin Feng's transformation and was not surprised. Instead, he asked eagerly. Lin Feng wrinkled his nose and tried to make his sense of smell more acute. In the vast universe, there are strange lights and various smells in the air. The mineral smell of meteorites, the stench of rotting creatures, and other unknown smells intertwined. These smells interfered with Lin Feng's sense of smell, but he was not affected. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes condensed, and a cold light shot out from his black eyes. He smelled the scent of Thanos. It was on a nearby planet. I found Thanos. He is on the planet Ostris. Everyone hurry up. Lin Feng spread his forelegs, and his figure drew a series of phantoms in the air with an astonishing speed. We must find the space gem before Thanos. Hurry up, get on the spaceship. Everyone quickly started the spaceship, and Lin Feng also jumped on the spaceship. The spaceship was like an arrow from a string, rushing towards the direction of the planet. Everyone had a firm goal in mind, never let Thanos find the space gem. Lin Feng wrinkled his nose, and the breath of Thanos became stronger and stronger. It's this planet, land quickly, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone stopped the spaceship on the surface of the planet without hesitation. Everyone, be careful. Don't get hurt by Thanos. Lin Feng warned. It's okay. There are so many of us. We can beat him alone. It's no problem. Thor touched his nose and smiled. But there was a trace of guilt in his smile. Obviously, he lacked confidence. After all, Thanos' strength is well known, and they can hardly match him together. But there is always a sense of luck. As soon as the spaceship stopped, the sound attracted Thanos' attention. The Thanos in front of him was more terrifying than last time, and his eyes were like burning torches. Burning with anger, his skin was more cracked, emitting a purple-red light, as if it contained infinite power. He stood there like a hill, giving people a huge sense of oppression. Thanos seemed to be looking for something, slapping the ground one palm after another. He had a blank expression on his face, and angrily punched a deep black hole on the planet. Lin Feng looked at the black hole and couldn't imagine. If this punch fell on him, would he be able to withstand it? What is he looking for? Didn't Master Guyi say that Thanos has found the space stone? Why doesn't he seem to have found it yet? Rhodes touched his chin and muttered in confusion. Lin Feng frowned. No, Thanos hasn't found the space stone yet. Master Guyi just said that he is about to find it, not that he has already found it. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng continued, it seems that the space stone is hidden in a parallel world, and Thanos hasn't found it yet. Hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone's heart ignited a glimmer of hope. As long as Thanos doesn't find the space stone, they have a chance to fight Thanos. Everyone's actions quickly attracted Thanos' attention. He looked up at them, staring at them with a pair of eyes dyed red by anger. What are you staring at me for? Are you sneaking around? Are you trying to steal my space stone? Thanos' voice was cold and majestic. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Lin Feng and others. Lin Feng immediately felt a burning breath coming towards him. Now, they have no way to retreat, and can only face Thanos head on. A fierce battle is about to break out. At this moment, they had no way to retreat. Lin Feng did not intend to evacuate. His eyes condensed, and his body instantly changed from roaring skydog to human form. Lin Feng was surrounded by white light, like a god descending from heaven. His face was stern, murderous, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I heard that you are famous, Thanos, but I, Lin Feng, just don't believe it. Lin Feng's words were full of disdain. He looked into Thanos' red eyes without fear. Although he seemed insignificant in front of the huge Thanos, the aura he exuded made people dare not despise him. Thanos was angered by Lin Feng's words. You little ant, how dare you talk to me like this? Today I will make you disappear into ashes. After that, Thanos raised his fist and smashed it towards Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng snorted coldly, and his body flashed agilely, easily dodging Thanos' fist, and then raised his leg, and kicked Thanos' abdomen fiercely. However, Thanos' skin was extremely hard, and Lin Feng's attack was like a tickle to him. Thanos sneered, with your little strength, you want to compete with me? How naive. Accept my punishment. Thanos exuded a fiery breath, as if he wanted to turn everything into ashes. A trace of subtle solemnity flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to his mind. He remembered the power of the sea god that he had just absorbed. Water is the nemesis of fire. Come on. Lin Feng shouted, and the whole person was instantly wrapped in sea water. He used the power of the sea god. The blue sea water tightly wrapped around Lin Feng. He was like the king of the underwater world, cold, noble and inviolable. Do you think ordinary water can deal with me? Thanos glanced at Lin Feng, his mouth full of disdain, and punched Lin Feng again. Lin Feng was not to be outdone, and used his strength to condense the water on his body into a huge fist. The crystal clear water fist collided with Thanos' red fist. Two powerful forces exploded in the air, generating a terrifying energy wave that exploded directly in the air. This force stirred up circles of ripples in the air. The tiny meteorites floating in the universe around them were instantly turned into powder under the impact of this force. Thanos was shocked by this force, and took a step back. However, he was not angry about it, but felt a little excited. It was as if he had met a rare opponent. Young man, I didn't expect you to be so capable. But don't get too proud of yourself. Although you are good, you are still not worth mentioning in front of me. Thanos said to Lin Feng with a smile. Lin Feng sneered, and his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the nearby moon. He waved his hand, and began to absorb the power of the moon. Really? As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the light on the surface of the moon suddenly dimmed, and it was all absorbed by him. Looking up again, there were many meteor-like beings around Lin Feng. They were like large meteor shells, flying towards Thanos with a destructive breath. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, the universe was filled with deafening sounds, and the entire space seemed to be shattered. Thanos' face turned pale due to the power of moonlight, and he stared at Lin Feng with wide eyes. Stupid guy, I didn't expect you to be able to use the power of moonlight. Lin Feng clenched his fists, and summoned the power of moonlight again. Don't you know that there are people who are better than you? Don't think that you are the best in the world, just because you are powerful. Lin Feng looked at Thanos leisurely and said. Thanos was angry. Since you said so, then defeat me first. Thanos attacked Lin Feng again swiftly. Lin Feng dodged his attack nimbly, and summoned the power of moonlight to hit his back from time to time. The two were evenly matched, and it was difficult for the battle to end quickly. However, Lin Feng suddenly heard a sound. Crack, crack. Lin Feng's ears moved, and his face changed suddenly. This space actually began to collapse. The surrounding aura became chaotic, and the ground under his feet began to shake violently. Thanos obviously noticed this. His face changed slightly, and accidentally, his fist hit the ground. Seeing this, Lin Feng hurriedly called Rhodes and Thor to come forward to help. Seeing the moment when Thanos was distracted, the two of them attacked Thanos from the front and the back. They quickly launched an offensive against Thanos. Everyone is a super strong man. How can this space withstand their power? The whole space shook more and more violently, as if it would collapse in the next moment. Thanos also noticed this, and he looked at everything in front of him with a serious expression. Lin Feng took advantage of the victory and pursued, and with the cooperation of Rhodes and Thor, Thanos was beaten back step by step. Thanos' face was extremely ugly. He roared and the whole person disappeared in an instant. He actually escaped. Thanos actually escaped. Rhodes exclaimed, with surprise and a hint of joy in his tone. His face was full of disbelief, and then his voice revealed joy. We actually drove Thanos away. My god, this is something I dare not dream of. I didn't expect that there would really be such a day. Thor on the side also nodded, gently brushed off the dust on his body, and echoed Rhodes' words. It seems that, as long as we don't let Thanos get the space gem, we have a chance to defeat him. Lin Feng retracted his power, but his face was not as relaxed as Rhodes and Thor. The space we are in is about to collapse. Lin Feng's voice was filled with a trace of worry. He raised his eyes and looked around the space, as if he had foreseen the scene of the barrier about to break. Cracks began to quietly emerge on the transparent space barrier. If the space collapses, where should we go? Everyone looked at each other, and each other's faces were full of solemnity. The collapse of space is by no means a trivial matter, and the problems it causes are definitely not something that can be solved in a short period of time. If they are not careful, all of them may be buried here. We will never die here. I believe in Lin Feng. Rhodes cast a trusting look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt this trust and his heart was suddenly filled with strength. He nodded solemnly to everyone. As long as I'm here, I will never let you die here. Then what should we do now? Rhodes looked at Lin Feng and asked anxiously, if there is anything you need me to do, I will do my best. Chapter 260. The gem was stolen. Lin Feng reached out and touched his smooth chin, squinting his eyes and staring at the meteorite floating in the space. There is no time to lose. We must leave this space immediately. As soon as the voice fell, another huge crack appeared in the space barrier. Lin Feng seemed to be able to feel the terrifying breath coming from the crack, as if it could swallow them up in an instant. There was no time to delay here. Lin Feng took a deep breath and formed a strange seal with his hands. Everyone, don't get close to that crack. Be careful of being sucked in. Lin Feng reminded everyone earnestly. Then, his body was once again shrouded in blue light, and he was summoning the power of the sea god. Follow me closely. A huge transparent spherical object slowly emerged in Lin Feng's hand, like a huge protective cover. Coming quickly. With Lin Feng's order, Rhodes, Thor and everyone quickly entered the huge sphere. As soon as they entered the sphere, they felt an unprecedented sense of security, surrounded by blue water droplets, and even the wind disappeared. We are leaving this space now, but I'm not sure which space we will go to after leaving. Lin Feng told everyone his worries frankly. He squinted his eyes and looked at the vast dark world in front of him and said earnestly, it may be the giant country, or it may be the orc country, or other unknown countries. Hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone's hearts that had just been put down were hanging again. Moreover, they had just experienced a fierce battle with Thanos, and now everyone was injured. If they went to a dangerous space again, they would probably die. They could only pray silently, hoping not to go to a terrifying unknown space. At this moment, no one spoke, and everyone's heart was full of complicated thoughts, silently praying for the light to come. Lin Feng used the power of the sea god to explore in this empty world. He was not only looking for a parallel space where he could land safely, but also searching for the whereabouts of the space gem. Suddenly, Lin Feng found a black crack, and he felt the breath of the surging space gem in the crack. Then, the spherical object they were in was sucked into the crack. Everyone felt the world spinning, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared in another space. In an instant, everyone's eyes went dark, and they were in darkness. Lin Feng was a little uncomfortable with the sudden darkness. He squinted his eyes, and looked at the world in front of him. Look what that is. Rhodes suddenly exclaimed, his tone full of excitement that was hard to conceal. Isn't that the space gem we have been looking for? Lin Feng looked in the direction of his finger and saw a crystal clear gem being offered on the altar. The surging aura of the space gem became more and more intense. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This was indeed the space gem he had been looking for a long time. At this time, Lin Feng noticed that there were many dwarves around them. It seems that they came to the dwarf country, and they were lucky enough not to encounter any huge monsters. Hurry. We must go and grab the space gem. Rhodes quickly brushed off the dust on his body, strode towards the altar, and reached out to take the space gem. However, as soon as he stretched out his hand, the dwarves raised their forks and stabbed at Rhodes. "Why do you guys want to rob our treasures?" The leading dwarf glared at them fiercely with his eyes wide open. "Don't think that you can easily take the treasures from us, just because you are big." He raised the fork in his hand high, and the fork flashed dazzling colorful light under the reflection of the space gem, which hurt everyone's eyes. This is obviously not an ordinary wooden fork. It must contain some unknown power. Rhodes frowned and was about to stretch out his hand to forcibly seize the space gem, but unexpectedly, the dwarf suddenly stabbed Rhodes' finger with the fork. You know, Rhodes has been strictly trained, and his skin is as tough as rock. How can he be injured by a mere ordinary weapon? Rhodes' face changed suddenly, and he dared not to step forward rashly again. He turned to look at Lin Feng. What should we do now? These dwarves don't seem to be easy to deal with. Lin Feng had noticed them long ago. Although these dwarves seemed difficult to deal with, he knew their habits very well. They just have a special liking for bright things. So, a deep look flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and he reached out and took out a night shining pearl from his arms. This night shining pearl was extraordinary. It was surrounded by a layer of light blue mist, like a rare treasure, emitting dazzling colorful light. As soon as the night shining pearl appeared, it instantly overshadowed the space gem and illuminated the dark space like daylight. The dwarves who had never seen light suddenly became excited. Look. What is that? How can he have such a bright thing? Oh my god, I have never seen such a gorgeous colorful light. There are such beautiful colors in this world. Is it true? The dwarves gathered together, chattering about the night shining pearl in Lin Feng's hand. They have always lived in darkness, and this planet will never be illuminated by sunlight. But deep in their hearts they longed for light, and the space gem was the only shining thing they found, so it was worshipped as a holy object on the altar. They thought that only the space gem could shine in the world, but they didn't expect that Lin Feng had a second one in his arms. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and took in their reactions. "I have something brighter than your treasure." Lin Feng smiled faintly, walked in front of them with a calm step, and squatted down. He brought the night pearl closer to the dwarves, so that they could appreciate this treasure more clearly. The dwarves came closer to take a closer look, and were more and more attracted by its light, staring at it. "What do you want to do?" The leading dwarf was obviously the leader. He raised his head, and bravely stood up, to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised the corners of his mouth, and showed a warm smile. "I don't want to do anything. I just want to make an exchange with you. How about it? Look at mine. It can keep shining, never extinguished, and it is colorful, much brighter than yours," Lin Feng said, while observing their expressions. "Look, yours is not as bright as mine." Lin Feng persuaded them. But the leading dwarf was still hesitant. He thought, since this man has such a good thing, why doesn't he keep it for himself, but wants to exchange it with them? Lin Feng naturally understood their thoughts. A gloomy flashed in his eyes, and then he stood up and put the night pearl back into his arms. "Since you don't want it, forget it. It's fine for me to keep it. Alas, I wanted to let you take advantage of it, but you didn't appreciate it. I really don't know what you think." Lin Feng shook his head and sighed, as if he had made a big concession. Then he turned around and waved at them. "Forget it, forget it. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm leaving." Looking at Lin Feng's figure getting farther and farther away, the leading dwarfs finally couldn't hold back. They hurried forward to block Lin Feng's way, and one of the dwarfs even took the space gem from the altar considerately. "Don't go, don't go. Let's exchange. Let's exchange," the dwarves said as they stuffed the gem into Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and held the space gem tightly. "You said it. Keep your word." The dwarf raised his chin. Of course. We in Lilliput are the most honest, but you have to give us that thing." Lin Feng nodded and placed the nightlight pearl in his hand in front of them. "Okay, this pearl is for you." The nightlight pearl emitted colorful light, shining on the faces of the dwarves, and they became excited again. The leading dwarf hurriedly thanked Lin Feng. "Thank you so much for bringing us light." Lin Feng's mouth corners rose. You're welcome. Then, he stood up and said goodbye to them and set off on the way home with everyone. Unexpectedly, just after walking a short distance, Lin Feng sensed the power of Thanos. Thanos is coming. Lin Feng paused. As soon as he finished speaking, Thanos appeared in front of everyone. What a coincidence. Suddenly, Thanos frowned, and he sensed the power of the space gem. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense and solemn. Rhodes suddenly exclaimed, "Thanos is leading a large army." Thor followed Rhodes' gaze and saw the dense army behind Thanos, with people crowded. It seems that there will be another tough battle. Thor frowned, and an unprecedented solemn look appeared on his face. Lin Feng looked at Thanos fearlessly. "It's a coincidence that we meet again." Thanos sneered, "You are a young man with great potential. I'm very optimistic about you. But unfortunately, you dare to be an enemy of me, Thanos. Being an enemy of me means that you will not live long." Hearing this, Lin Feng was not angry, but laughed. His thin body stood in the wind, but people could feel the earth-shaking power contained in it. "You said I won't live long. Don't you think you may live shorter than me?" Lin Feng couldn't help but mock Thanos. As soon as these words came out, Thanos' face suddenly became furious. "You have a saying in the East that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Today I will beat you, the little tiger cub, to death." Thanos growled and waved his hand to the army behind him. The army surged up like a tide. They surrounded Lin Feng. "Kill them," Thanos ordered expressionlessly. But how could Lin Feng do as he wished? He flashed and turned into a huge roaring sky dog. This roaring sky dog was as big as a hill, with hair like steel needles, emitting a cold and bloody light. "Brothers, go. Don't be afraid of him." Thor cracked his knuckles and punched the army. With a bang, a huge hole was punched in the army, emitting a terrifying atmosphere. However, how could Thanos' men be killed easily? They struggled on the ground for a few times and then reassembled. As if they had never been injured, they attacked everyone again. Countless heads rushed towards them. Soon, Lin Feng and others were drowned by the dense creatures and their figures were blurred. The roaring sky dog transformed by Lin Feng roared. The powerful force instantly shook the creatures off his body. Then, Lin Feng clapped his claws and stepped on them. Thanos narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng carefully. While Lin Feng was not paying attention, he hit him on the back with a palm. Lin Feng was caught off guard and was hit on the back by Thanos. Fresh red blood immediately flowed from the corner of his mouth. "Haha, I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out you are just like this." Thanos raised his fist and punched Lin Feng's head again. Lin Feng's body was tilted by Thanos' powerful punch. Lin Feng, Rod and Thor, who were fighting with the army, did not expect that Lin Feng was actually injured by Thanos. They shouted Lin Feng's name in worry. Lin Feng coughed violently twice to suppress the fishy sweetness in his throat. Then he waved at them, signaling them not to worry. "Hand over the space stone quickly. As long as you hand over the space stone, I can spare your life." Thanos raised his chin with a proud look on his face. Lin Feng paused and turned into a human form again. He wiped the bright red blood from the corner of his mouth. Still without any concession, "Give up that idea. I will never give you the space stone." Unexpectedly, Lin Feng was so stubborn that Thanos was angered again. He snorted coldly, "It seems that I can only rob it." Then, the army surrounded Lin Feng and others again and beat them up. Lin Feng used the power of Poseidon to stop them, but these people were like robots without life, and they could not be killed, no matter how hard they were beaten. If they were broken, they would be put together again. If this continued, they would sooner or later be exhausted by these robots and finally killed by Thanos. Lin Feng also understood this truth, and his face suddenly became very cold. "I will cover you later. You leave quickly," Thor suddenly said to them. Lin Feng shook his head quickly. "Do you think we will leave? We came here together, and we should go back together safely." Thor was deeply moved by Lin Feng's words. They continued to fight with the group of creatures. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt the space gem in his arms become hot. At the same time, Thanos behind him suddenly approached Lin Feng. Then, he raised his fist and punched Lin Feng in the back of his head while he was not paying attention. In a flash, Lin Feng suddenly disappeared in front of Thanos with Rhodes and Thor. Lin Feng only felt his body tremble violently, and when he came to his senses again, he had appeared at the headquarters base. "How did we get back?" Rhodes looked confused. Lin Feng and Thor looked at each other and then shook their heads at the same time. At this time, Captain America suddenly walked out of the room. When he saw the three of them, he widened his eyes in surprise. "Why did you come back suddenly?" Lin Feng held the space gem tightly, thinking about taking it away. He felt that it was not safe to leave the gems in S.H.I.E.L.D., and it would be safer to keep them himself. Chapter 261 Recapture. As a time traveler, Lin Feng had long seen that the seemingly solid security line of S.H.I.E.L.D. was actually hidden dangers. Therefore, he firmly believed that keeping the gem himself was the best choice. At this moment, Rhodes noticed that Lin Feng was going to take the space gem away, and he was immediately unhappy. He thought that S.H.I.E.L.D. was the safest place. How could such an important item be taken away easily? "Lin, where are you going to take the gem?" Rhodes asked bluntly. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to leave and took the space gem away, he knew that this matter was no small matter. If something went wrong, the consequences would be disastrous. "I plan to leave, and it's safer for me to take the gem with me," Lin Feng explained. He was skeptical about S.H.I.E.L.D's security capabilities. After all, those masters are not always on standby. After Lin Feng came to the Marvel world, although he found that it was similar to the original planet, he knew that this was another time and space. "Lin, why don't you put the space gem in our S.H.I.E.L.D. safe? You know, that's the safest place in the world," Rhodes said proudly. He felt that Lin Feng didn't trust S.H.I.E.L.D. Lin Feng felt helpless after hearing this. These guys were too confident, even a little conceited. But he also understood that Rhodes and the others were not enemies, so there was no need to deliberately make things awkward. "Rhodes, can your S.H.I.E.L.D. safe really protect the space gem? Won't it be stolen?" Lin Feng asked tentatively. He knew he couldn't convince Rhodes, but he always had an ominous premonition in his heart. Lin Feng felt that if the gem stayed in S.H.I.E.L.D., it would probably be lost soon. "I assure you that there is no safer place in the world than the S.H.I.E.L.D. safe. It is more dangerous to take the space gem out." Rhodes insisted on his own opinion and was full of confidence in S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing this, Lin Feng had to compromise. "Okay, let's put the gem here first. Let's leave first." Although Lin Feng was dissatisfied with Rhodes' strength and arrogance, he had no choice. He couldn't take the gem away by force with his strength, so he could only give the gem to Rhodes for safekeeping. However, Lin Feng's heart was always shrouded in a shadow of uneasiness. He had a hunch that something might happen today, but Rhodes' decision left him helpless. Just as Lin Feng was resting, Thor suddenly came in a hurry. "Lin, it's bad. My brother Loki used a trick to take away the space gem, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was also attacked." Lin Feng's heart tightened. He had long foreseen that this was not going to be good, and now it really came true. The gem he had worked so hard to find just disappeared, but he had already prepared himself mentally. "Are the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. alright?" Lin Feng asked with concern. Although the gem was taken away, he was more concerned about the safety of the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. Thanks to Loki's action this time, the others were fine, but many people were still injured. Thor replied. Lin Feng felt his own strength and found that it was not affected. Although he felt sorry for this incident, he also admired Loki's cunning. In the original world, he had never encountered such a difficult opponent. Loki not only easily took the gem from S.H.I.E.L.D., but also created a lot of chaos. Thor was extremely anxious and didn't know what to do. After all, it was all his brother's fault. "How is the situation? Did anything special happen when the space gem was taken away?" Lin Feng asked. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he saw the scene with his own eyes. There was no trace of fighting here. Loki's strength was really unfathomable. When everyone saw Lin Feng, they all lowered their heads in shame. This time, they were not robbed of the gems, but were deceived. Loki's transformation technique was too powerful. It seems that my premonition was right. I had long felt that something would go wrong if I left it here. I didn't expect it to be deceived so soon, Lin Feng said. He felt something was wrong before, but he couldn't tell where it was. Now, he finally understood the source of that uneasiness. After hearing this, Thor also felt a little embarrassed. As a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., he not only failed to protect the space gem, but the enemy was his own brother. Lin, I'm sorry, it was my overconfidence that led to the space gem being taken away. Thor apologized. In fact, Rhodes was the most ashamed. Lin Feng had reminded him before, but Rode firmly believed that SHIELD was the safest place in the world. Now, SHIELD couldn't even keep the gems for a day, which made him feel deeply frustrated and humiliated. However, the members of SHIELD did not give up. They were looking for Loki's whereabouts. It's okay. Loki is too cunning. It's normal for you to be fooled. I will take back the space gem as soon as possible. Lin Feng comforted. He did not blame anyone. This time, everyone just had different opinions. Although his opinion was correct, it was reasonable for others to believe in the strength of SHIELD. Soon, Lin Feng decided who to turn into. At this time, finding the location of the person is the most important thing. And this task, wouldn't it be easy to give it to Ozai Ocean Dog? So, Lin Feng transformed into Ozai Ocean Dog. He felt that his sense of smell became extremely sharp and could lock onto a specific smell. Rhodes and Thor saw Lin Feng turned into a dog, and they couldn't help but feel a little confused. Although they knew that dogs had a keen sense of smell, how could Loki be so easy to catch? Lin Feng ignored their doubts. He knew that he had more important things to do. He sensed Loki's breath, although weak, but enough for him to determine Loki's direction. Soon, Lin Feng locked Loki's position. He couldn't help but sigh that roaring sky dog's ability was too powerful. No, Loki is planning to return to the god's domain through the teleportation array. We must act quickly, otherwise he will run away. Lin Feng said anxiously. He knew that, once Loki escaped back to the god's domain, it would be difficult to find the space gem again. Lin Feng knew who could help him, but he still had to walk a distance to find that person. He decided to find Doctor Strange and let Doctor Strange send him directly to Loki. He knew that it would take some time for the teleportation array to open, so they still had a chance. Soon, they found Doctor Strange and explained the situation to him. Doctor Strange was also very anxious after hearing this and immediately decided to help them. They quickly rushed to where Loki was, and Loki was humming a little song proudly at this moment. However, when he saw the many enemies that suddenly appeared, he was stunned. Loki, I knew it was you. Hand over the gem quickly. Thor shouted angrily. He was ready to fight, and he knew that his younger brother would not give up the space gem easily. Thor rushed forward wielding Thor's hammer. Although he was very powerful, he still had a hard time facing the cunning Loki. Because Loki didn't fight Thor head on, but dodged and played tricks on him. After all, if he could fight Thor's hammer head on, he wouldn't have to steal or cheat. Lin Feng witnessed this scene. Although Loki was not Thor's opponent, his cunning made it difficult for Thor to subdue him for a while, which was really a big problem. Hey, Thor, how did you become so vulnerable? Loki sneered at Thor whenever he had the chance, and he didn't notice the existence of others at all. If he noticed the people around him, and each of them was stronger than him, he would definitely feel timid. Although there was a way to deal with it at this moment, they were not in a hurry to act. Loki couldn't fly away, and Lin Feng was still watching the confrontation between the two. He had been looking for Loki's flaws, thinking that Loki's strength was not good enough. Moreover, in the current situation, Lin Feng hesitated to take action, and he had some concerns in his heart. He was worried that Loki would use the space gem, and they had been escaped by it before. Lin Feng was also afraid that Loki would use the same trick again. If so, he could only kill him with one blow, otherwise there would be endless troubles. Therefore, he had been watching from the sidelines, and Rhodes was helpless. He didn't even bring his equipment. The most important thing was that after crossing, Loki had become a minion of Thanos. If he couldn't be completely solved, Thanos might take action. At this time, Loki was still immersed in his pride. He actually played Thor in the palm of his hand, which was rare for him. He was complacent, but he didn't expect that Lin Feng had always been accurate in grasping the timing. When Lin Feng noticed that Loki had revealed a flaw, he immediately transformed into the appearance of Sun Wukong. Humph, take my stick. After the transformation, Lin Feng's behavior also changed, and Loki never expected that Lin Feng would take action at this moment, which was really beyond his expectations. Loki was caught off guard and was directly knocked away by Lin Feng's Monkey King form. Fortunately, he was a god, otherwise this stick would be enough to kill him. Of course, Lin Feng remembered that Loki had not yet colluded with Thanos at this time. The two had not yet become partners in cahoots, so Lin Feng was not too worried. However, Loki took the opportunity to escape when Lin Feng took the gem. But Lin Feng didn't care. After all, the space gem had fallen into his hands. In this way, he no longer had any pressure, and everyone was ready to evacuate. But at this moment, Lin Feng noticed a hint of foreboding. They felt a strong breath locking on them, and Lin Feng knew it was Thanos without thinking. He didn't expect that they would attract Thanos' attention again. Although his strength has greatly improved now, he still feels a lot of pressure facing Thanos. Thanos suddenly appeared above everyone. Lin Feng wanted to use the space gem to take everyone away, but he didn't know how to use it at all, so he could only bite the bullet and fight. His transformation has a time limit, otherwise he will definitely compete with Thanos. You know, he can transform into such a powerful Monkey King. What else is there to fear? He transformed into Monkey King, waving the golden hoop and rushing towards Thanos. However, after a fierce battle, he found that his attack could hardly cause any damage to Thanos. Thanos shook him back with a light wave and even beat him back to his original form. They were helpless and could only choose to escape. They knew that the three of them were no match for Thanos. Even Thor, the god of thunder, could not withstand a single move in front of Thanos. So the three of them fled at the fastest speed, knowing that if they could not escape, there would be no hope. Thanos chased them closely, and everyone was helpless. If they really reached a desperate situation, Lin Feng could only fight to the death. Hurry, everyone, go to the ceremony that Loki just opened. Let's escape to the god's realm first. At this time, Thor had an idea. The god's realm was a place that Thanos could not reach at present. As long as they escaped to the god's realm, they would be safe. Soon, they arrived at the location of the ceremony. Thanos sensed their intention and reached out to grab them, but failed to reach them. The three had disappeared without a trace. Thanos watched the enemy escape and was furious. But he was currently unable to fight against the god's domain. He thought that he could control the entire universe by getting the space stone, but he did not expect that they could escape so quickly. Fortunately, Lin Feng already had the space stone in his hand, and the next task would be much easier. However, they still faced a thorny problem, that is, how to keep the stone properly. But one thing is certain, that is, it must not be kept in SHIELD again. The lesson last time was profound enough. Once the stone fell into Thanos' hands, the consequences would be disastrous. The three hid in the god's domain and fell into deep thought because they had not yet found a way to resolve this crisis. Although they were temporarily safe, they could not hide forever. It was obviously impossible to find someone to lure Thanos away, because Thanos and his team had a special ability to sense the space stone. With just a little sensing, they could know who had the stone. The three of them discussed countermeasures, but after thinking hard for a long time, they still couldn't come up with a perfect plan. At this moment, Loki's voice came from outside. Loki told them that Thanos was waiting outside, and if they continued to hide, they would never be able to protect the space gem. Therefore, he proposed cooperation, claiming that he just wanted to obtain the power of the space gem. In his opinion, there was not much difference between the gem in his hands and in their hands, as long as it didn't fall into Thanos' hands. Thor heard this and sneered. He knew Loki's character very well. He knew that, although Loki said so at the moment, he would soon regret it. It's better to trust him than to trust a loyal dog. However, after Lin Feng heard Loki's words, he suddenly had an idea in his mind. He really needed the gem, but if he gave the gem to Loki, whether Loki gave it to Thanos or took it away himself, he could divert everyone's attention. After the three arrived at the god's domain, they were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. With their current strength, it is indeed difficult to compete with Thanos, so they can only hide here temporarily. If they were to fight head on, it would be hard for the three of them to win, even if they joined forces. However, their first task was to protect the space gem in their hands. Then, he could escape with the real space gem. The problem now was how to prevent Thanos and Loki from finding out the real location of the gem. Lin Feng suddenly thought of an ability he had not used yet. He used this ability to summon the magic pen Ma Liang and showed him the space gem. The magic pen Ma Liang examined the gem and said that he could copy its appearance. Chapter 260 To the Emperor's Majesty. but the replica only has the aura of the gem, but not its real power. Although he has the ability to materialize reality, he is still far from the realm of creating space laws. Lin Feng was satisfied with this, and thought that such a replica was enough to deceive Loki and Thanos. So he agreed to the proposal of the magic brush Mjolnir, and asked him to immediately copy another space gem. The magic brush Mjolnir waved his brush, and sketched the shape of a gem in the void. As the surrounding power gathered, the replica gem soon turned into a real object. Lin Feng held the two gems in his hands, and looked at them carefully. With his strength, he couldn't tell the real from the fake. He believed that such a replica was enough to deceive Loki and Thanos. So he showed both gems to Rhodes. Rhodes was shocked to see two identical space gems. He tried to tell the difference between the two, but to no avail. This is simply amazing. He curiously asked Lin Feng whether the replica gem had the power of the original gem. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and explained, "This is just a replica I created with my special ability. It only has the appearance, and does not have the real function of the space gem. But its appearance alone is more than enough to deceive the two guys outside." Rhodes nodded, thinking that this was the only way to act for now. After all, if they went head on, they would definitely suffer a loss, and no one would do such a stupid thing. Lin Feng then told Rhodes his plan in detail. After Rhodes heard it, his eyes sparkled. He thought this plan was very good, but they had to keep it secret from Thor. Because the relationship between Thor and Loki was too sensitive. If Thor was involved, Loki would definitely not believe it. Lin Feng agreed with this. He really hadn't considered this before. Thor was a straightforward person. If he knew about this plan, he would probably tell Loki directly, and that would be the end of it. Therefore, they had to keep this plan secret from Thor. But at the same time, they had to prevent Thor from misunderstanding it. In case of an accident with the plan, Rhodes must come forward to explain and stop it in time, otherwise their efforts would be in vain. After some discussion, the two perfected the plan, and decided to act according to it. Loki was also very anxious at this moment. If the space gem could not be retrieved, the consequences would be disastrous. However, what made him feel helpless was that Thor was simply a stubborn guy who would not be persuaded by soft or hard means. He tried various methods, but he could not convince Thor, a stubborn guy. He thought that Thor's character would be easy to fool, but he did not expect that he was helpless. Once Thor determined something, it seemed that he could not change it. As long as they hid in the god's domain, Loki had no way. Just as Loki was thinking hard about how to solve this matter, he suddenly noticed someone coming over. When he looked closely, it was Lin Feng. Loki suddenly had an idea in his mind. He saw Lin Feng and thought that he might be able to find a breakthrough from this person. Although he did not know Lin Feng's origins, Loki thought he should have his own ideas. After all, it is not a good thing to go against Thanos, and Lin Feng should also understand this. So, Loki came up to Lin Feng with a smile and said, "Hey, isn't this brother Lin? What do you think? Do you want to consider my proposal?" Thor is really too stubborn. Lin Feng saw Loki's intention, and knew that this guy was not easy to deal with. He smiled and responded, "You have a point, but now the space gem is indeed in my hands. If I give you the gem, can you guarantee our safety?" Loki felt that there was a chance. When he heard this, at least Lin Feng was willing to discuss it. He quickly patted his chest and promised that, as long as Lin Feng handed over the space gem, he could ensure Lin Feng's safety and give him everything he wanted. Then, Loki warned Lin Feng that Thanos was waiting outside. If they did not hand over the space gem as soon as possible, once Thanos found an opportunity, they would never be able to turn over. After all, they could not hide in the god's domain forever. Lin Feng nodded and pretended to be helpless. At this moment, Thor suddenly walked over from the side. He was only leaving temporarily, but he didn't expect to see Lin Feng preparing to hand over the space gem to Loki. When he came back, he was immediately furious. He felt that this outsider was too unreliable, so he rejected Loki directly. Loki was about to succeed, but was suddenly disrupted by Thor. He cursed in his heart. Why does this guy always appear at such an inopportune time? The plan was about to succeed, but it was about to fail. At this time, Lin Feng spoke, "We can't stay here forever, and the space gem is not very useful to us. We agreed to put the gem in my hands, but you didn't listen. Now you want me to take risks with you. I won't do it. After hearing this, Thor was anxious and ashamed. He didn't expect Loki to convince Lin Feng to hand over the space gem. He rushed to Lin Feng impulsively, showed his weapon and said, "No matter what, I will never let you hand over the space gem. If you want to do this, you have to get past me first. Only if you defeat me can you hand over the gem." After that, he rushed towards Lin Feng, while Loki watched the two people fighting triumphantly. He planned to wait for one of them to show a flaw, and then take the opportunity to attack, which would only benefit him. Although Lin Feng had expected it, he was still a little unprepared for the sudden attack. He had no choice but to fight with Thor. At this time, Rhodes came over, grabbed Thor and said, "Why don't you leave quickly? Lin Feng has betrayed us. If Loki and Thanos take the opportunity to attack, we will definitely suffer. What's more, the space gem is still in their hands, so we'd better retreat first." Thor wanted to say something, but was forcibly pulled away by Rhodes. After Rhodes pulled Thor aside, he immediately confessed the truth to him. Thor was shocked after hearing this, and asked them why they didn't say it earlier. He thought of his character, that he couldn't hide things, and couldn't help feeling ashamed. On the other hand, Lin Feng had reached an agreement with Loki, agreeing to hand over the space gem to them, but the premise was that his life must be guaranteed, and the gem must not be handed over to Thanos. Lin Feng took out the space gem from his palm and gently handed it to Loki beside him. When Loki saw his space gem, he hurriedly checked it carefully. He was delighted, and he looked at it carefully and confirmed that it was indeed a genuine space gem. The man from the east did not deceive him. At this time, Lin Feng spoke again. "Don't forget your promise to me. You must not give the space stone to Thanos. As for how you use it, I will not interfere. Now, can you let me go?" After listening, Loki laughed loudly and then said to Lin Feng contemptuously, "Young man, you are still too naive. You actually believed what I said. Have you ever seen a villain who keeps his word? Don't worry, I will not give this thing directly to Thanos, but I will join forces with him. I really have to thank you for what happened today. Next, you just wait for the end of the world to come." After saying that, Loki left in a hurry, anxious to find Thanos to cooperate. After he left, Lin Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Loki did not see through that the space stone was fake. At this time, Thor and Rhodes arrived here. Seeing that only Lin Feng was here, and Loki was nowhere to be seen, Rhodes understood that their plan had succeeded. But Thor still had doubts in his heart, and couldn't help asking, "Is the space gem you gave Loki real? Where is the real space gem?" After Rhodes' explanation, he finally believed it completely. But he was still a little uneasy. Thinking of his previous actions, he felt a little guilty, and planned to find a time to apologize to Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't care about it at all. He thought that, if it weren't for his previous actions, his plan might not convince Loki. Thor inadvertently added a stroke of genius to his plan. He glanced at Thor, and knew that this guy still had doubts in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't tell him in advance, otherwise, with his personality, he would definitely be exposed. However, Thor's attack on himself was indeed a good move. Otherwise, Loki might not take it seriously. So, Lin Feng took out another space stone from his hand, and said to the two of them, "Don't worry, the space stone is safe with me. They can't find out that it is a fake in a short time. But we have to find a safe place to hide this real stone. This method can only be used once. The next time we encounter this situation, I'm afraid we can't think of such a clever plan." Thor and Rhodes asked curiously where they should hide the space stone to be safe. They wanted to keep it in S.H.I.E.L.D., but they felt ashamed when they thought of the previous things, so they didn't mention it anymore. Lin Feng thought about it and said to them, "I plan to give the space stone to the Ancient One for safekeeping temporarily. Now it is safest to keep it with him." Hearing this, the two nodded in agreement. Indeed, if it is in the hands of the Ancient One, it is much safer than in their hands. But Rhodes asked curiously, "I know this, but how can we find the Ancient One? We don't know where he is now. If we don't find him, and Thanos finds out that the space stone is fake, then we will be in trouble." Thor also nodded to express his concern, but he was helpless. It was too difficult for him to find a solution. Therefore, he still had to rely on Lin Feng and Rhodes. Lin Feng thought about it and said, "Don't worry, it's not difficult. I have a way to find Master Gu Yi. He is on Earth. After finding him, give him the space gem and everything will be fine." So Lin Feng used his tracking ability to find Master Gu Yi's hiding place and took the two of them there. Master Gu Yi was shocked to see that someone could find him. After all, his location was extremely secret and it was almost impossible for others to know except himself. But he didn't ask much and directly asked about their purpose of coming here. Lin Feng briefly explained his purpose and told about his experience during this period. Finally, he proposed that he hoped to hand over the space gem to Master Gu Yi for safekeeping to prevent others from using it to do bad things. Just as he was about to take action, the system suddenly threw him a new task. When he clicked on the task details, he found that the system required him to use the power of Poseidon to end the battle. This made him feel a little relieved. If he relied on his own strength alone, he would never be this person's opponent. But if he could use the power of the sea god and other powers, this matter might not be so difficult. So, he instantly transformed into the sea god, feeling the surging water element power around him at his disposal. He quickly gathered the water element around him, holding a trident in his hand, which was his magic weapon. Then, he gathered the endless huge waves together and continued to compress and condense them. At this moment, he was much more relaxed than before. The spiritual energy here was abundant, providing him with a wide space for development. If he was in the outside world, he might not be able to drive this powerful force. He could feel that he had not yet fully mastered the power of the sea god. If it was completely unlocked, his power might increase by dozens of times. He gathered this power and attacked the Jade Emperor directly. However, his fierce attack was easily blocked by a golden barrier in front of the Jade Emperor. He was shocked, not expecting that his tricks would be so easily resolved. He could only rush forward, use the power of space to imprison the surroundings, and launch an offensive. The Jade Emperor also began to fight back, drawing a sword from the side. But this sword is like a phantom, although it is not real. It exudes a strong pressure. The phantom of the Jade Emperor waved his hand gently, and countless rainbows appeared. Behind the rainbows was a rolling sea of clouds, and deafening drums came from the clouds. Then, a large number of heavenly soldiers and generals appeared, and they were all aggressive. Lin Feng could see that, if these heavenly soldiers and generals fought alone, their strength was not strong. But when their strength was gathered, they could not be underestimated. The heavenly court can rule the three realms of gods, humans, and demons, which is indeed unique. However, if the number of people is compared, Lin Feng is not afraid of him. He immediately released the power of the sea god, and turned to use the power of the Monkey King. Although he was just borrowing power, he might as well use it to make trouble in the heavenly palace again. He used the monkey hair on his body to summon many monkeys and monkey descendants. These monkeys instantly fought fiercely with the heavenly soldiers and generals. Although the heavenly soldiers and generals are powerful and can attack together, the number of monkeys is large, and they soon broke up their formation. The heavenly soldiers and generals could no longer cooperate in the formation, and could only fight on their own, and the battlefield fell into chaos. Lin Feng took this opportunity to bypass everyone and approach the Jade Emperor. When he looked closely, he found that the Jade Emperor was just a phantom, not his real body. Thinking of this, he felt much more balanced. If it was a real Jade Emperor, he would probably be defeated with just a glance, not to mention persisting here. However, the phantom of the Jade Emperor seemed to be gradually solidifying. It seemed that summoning the heavenly soldiers and generals just now consumed a lot of his strength. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and concentrated all his strength to launch an attack. The Jade Emperor seemed to have noticed something and hurriedly defended himself. But Lin Feng did not give up. He used his spatial ability to flash behind him and attacked again. At this time, the Jade Emperor's reaction was obviously much slower, and the phantom became larger and larger. Chapter 263 Time Travel. He wanted to call back those troops to protect himself, but those troops had already been entangled by the monkeys summoned by Lin Feng. Although the monkeys were not as strong as them, they were more than enough to hold them back for a short time. The spiritual energy here was sufficient, which greatly increased Lin Feng's recovery ability. He did not hesitate to use various skills. Finally, the Jade Emperor's defense was flawed, and his body began to gradually become illusory. Lin Feng gathered all his strength and launched a final attack on him. Under the full strength attack, the phantom finally began to break. As the phantom dissipated, the heavenly soldiers and generals also disappeared. At this time, golden rays of light fell on him and continued to shine on him. These golden rays of light enveloped Lin Feng's body, and he felt that his strength was constantly rising. Those golden light threads not only improved the quality of his spiritual power, but also continued to improve his physique. His physical strength and power far exceeded the past, and his current strength was at least 10 times that of the past. If the current self met the past self, he would be able to defeat the other easily. When the golden light raised his cultivation to the extreme, the remaining power was stored in his body. His power was close to the limit. If his cultivation was raised too quickly, his foundation would be unstable, which would not be a good thing for him. Therefore, he began to deliberately suppress the growth of his cultivation, slow down the pace of cultivation, and fully integrate this power into himself. After completing all this, he breathed a sigh of relief. This time he gained a lot. Now even if he faced Thanos, he would not be powerless to fight back. However, the strange phenomenon around him did not completely dissipate. Countless golden lights gathered into a point in front of him. After the light dissipated, he found a golden object in front of him. This object seemed to have life and slowly flew in front of him. He observed carefully and found that it was the Jade Emperor's jade seal. He immediately forced out a drop of blood and ripped it on the jade seal. After thoroughly mastering the jade seal, he found that its power was extraordinary. The jade seal is like a military talisman, which can summon heavenly soldiers and generals when in danger. At the same time, it is extremely strong and can also be used as a magic weapon to attack the enemy. It is quite similar to the heaven-turning seal he imagined. This jade seal is indeed a treasure. If used properly, it will surely become his right-hand man. He checked the types of heavenly soldiers and generals in the jade seal and found that their strength far exceeded that of the monkey he summoned. Fortunately, the shadow of the Jade Emperor was not strong, and the number of heavenly soldiers and generals that could be summoned was limited. And it was only the most common woody heavenly soldiers and halberd-wielding heavenly soldiers. If other types of soldiers and long-range soldiers were also unlocked, the monkey he summoned would probably be destroyed soon. However, the number of summons was linked to his strength. The stronger the strength, the more heavenly soldiers he could summon. With his current strength, he could summon up to 500 heavenly soldiers. This was his limit, but the good thing was that he was not restricted by the type of soldiers. He could summon 5 different heavenly soldiers at the same time. This was undoubtedly a huge improvement in strength for him. He used his spiritual energy to practice for a while in the system space, consolidated his cultivation, and then returned to the Marvel world. At this time, he glanced at the clock next to him and found that only 1 second had passed. It seems that when he entered other worlds through the system, the time of this world was still. This is very good, so that he would not miss anything during his practice. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. He was curious about who would come to see him at this time. When he opened the door, it was Thor. Although he was surprised, he still welcomed Thor in. Thor must have come here to ask for something. Thor explained that he had misunderstood Lin Feng before and came here to apologize. He was too nervous at the time, fearing that Lin Feng would give the space gem to Loki. He knew Loki very well and knew that this person was insidious and cunning. If the space gem fell into Loki's hands, it would probably fall into Thanos' hands soon. If so, all their previous efforts would be wasted, so they did that. Lin Feng said that he didn't mind this matter, but thanked Thor for his performance at the time to deceive Loki. Loki thought he was smart and good at observing words and expressions. But he didn't expect that this time his cleverness would backfire, and he was deceived by Lin Feng. If not, Thor was still a big help. Seeing that Lin Feng was not angry, Thor was relieved and secretly grateful. He admired Lin Feng with all his heart. If it were him, he would have no choice but to hide in the god's domain. He could not think of a way to escape. Now that the space gem was kept by the Ancient One, he felt more at ease. Just as the two were talking, the Ancient One suddenly appeared and interrupted their conversation. The two immediately realized that something important must have happened. Thor was sent to find Rhodes, while Lin Feng was left behind by the Ancient One. Lin Feng asked the Ancient One what happened. The Ancient One looked solemn and sighed. I just learned that you deceived Loki with a fake space gem, but he was discovered in front of Thanos. Loki gave Thanos an idea. The current enemies are powerful, but if they can travel back to the past and kill them in the bud, they will not be able to grow, and it will be much easier to deal with them. Lin Feng was shocked after hearing this. This possibility was not non-existent. If they could really go back to the past and destroy these people, then these people would never have the opportunity to grow. He knew very well that these people were not strong in the early stage. If they encounter Thanos at that time, they will definitely not be able to fight back. If the situation really develops to that point, the consequences will be disastrous. Master Gu Yi told him that he could send him back to that era, but he could not leave, and they could only rely on themselves. Lin Feng nodded to show his understanding. Although he felt a little helpless, he also understood that this was necessary. If these people were eliminated in the early stage, their strength would be greatly reduced. Then, they might not have enough strength to fight against that powerful enemy. After the previous experience, he felt that his strength had increased significantly, but he had no idea how strong it was, so he took this opportunity to test his strength. However, Master Gu Yi sighed again and said, although we know this, there is still a serious problem. They are scattered in various time and space. Each time and space is independent and has its own trajectory. Different things may exist on the same timeline. Once they are erased in any timeline, they may disappear forever. Moreover, with so many people, no one can say who Thanos will attack first. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to predict the future. If I don't know his goal, I can't stop him, which will be a huge loss to our power. After listening, Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Maybe he still has a way. He still has an unused ability. He nodded and said, it's not difficult to find his target. I have a way. But after knowing it, you need to send me to that space node, and before Thanos arrives. Otherwise I may not have time to prepare. Master Gu Yi was shocked to hear that Lin Feng actually had such an ability. This is an ability that they have never mastered, and their hearts are full of curiosity. What kind of ability does he have? As for teleporting him to a specific time node, Master Gu Yi said that this is not a big problem. Although it is not easy to accurately control time on a fixed timeline, he can still do it. He assured Lin Feng that the key now was to find that timeline. Lin Feng was immersed in his own space when suddenly, a phantom of a book and a picture floated out of him. Although it was a phantom, it seemed extremely real, but upon closer inspection, it did not seem to belong to this time and space. Seeing this, Master Gu Yi's eyes flashed with a strange light. He did not expect that there would be such a magical thing that even he could not see through. At this time, Lin Feng injected his mana into the two phantoms. They emitted a golden light and then merged together. Suddenly, many dots of light appeared around him, like a sky full of stars, arranged in a complex and incomprehensible way. It seemed like an endless void. Lin Feng pinched the magic formula and pointed at these stars, and soon, the stars began to move. He also kept changing the direction of their flow. It was just that other people could not understand the meaning of these changes. Finally, Lin Feng seemed to have discovered something, and pointed suddenly at a point in the void. As if he had discovered some important clues, he gathered all his mana at that point. The shadows of the map and the book gradually merged into it. After careful calculations by the Hitaluoshu, Thanos' first target was Captain America. Lin Feng knew that his primary task was also clear, and the next action would depend on the assistance of the Ancient One. After getting the result, he returned to the real world and opened his eyes. The Ancient One eagerly asked him if he had found anything. Lin Feng nodded and confirmed that Thanos' primary target was Captain America, and he must stop it. At this time, Rhodes and Thor came from outside and asked what happened. Lin Feng did not hide it and repeated the situation told by the Ancient One to the two. The two were shocked after hearing it. If this was true, they could not stay out of it. Captain America had a good relationship with them, not to mention that they knew that, although their own strength was weak, one more person would be more strength. After thinking for a moment, Rhodes said, "It is not easy to stop Thanos. We were weak at first, and it was difficult to fight. Although Lin Feng is strong, it is difficult to fight alone. We are willing to lend you a hand. Thor also nodded in agreement. They knew that if they were destroyed by Thanos at a certain time and space node in the past, they would no longer exist, and this was inevitable. Therefore, they decided to participate in this mission. Lin Feng thought for a moment, and felt that he did not have a deep understanding of Western history and culture. It might be more helpful to have these familiar people accompany him. So he nodded and agreed to the two people's proposal. At this time, Master Gu Yi was also preparing for the teleportation. Originally, only Lin Feng needed to be teleported, and the task was relatively simple. But now 2 more people have been added, which makes him a little embarrassed. However, he understands everyone's concerns. Thanos is powerful, and Lin Feng may not be able to deal with it alone. With their company, they can also take care of each other. So he agreed to the 3 people's request, but said that it would take some time to prepare, and asked the 2 to wait. Lin Feng said he was not in a hurry, because the time and space node they were going to travel to was fixed, and it didn't make much difference whether they arrived early or late. If the first target was Rhodes or Thor, they might need to act urgently. But since the target was Captain America, they were safe for the time being, and they just needed to stop Thanos in time. Not long after, Master Gu Yi prepared the teleportation array. The 3 stood in the center of the array and saw blue inscriptions surrounding them, and a mysterious power quietly emerged. Rhodes and Thor only felt a huge pressure from the outside world, while Lin Feng had a deep feeling about this power. This power involves the law of time and is extremely mysterious. He circulated the internal skills and carefully comprehended this power. He could sense that in the array, his understanding of the law of time was rapidly improving, and perhaps it could also enhance his own strength. Master Gu Yi was quite surprised to see Lin Feng trying to comprehend the law of time. It took him a long time to master this ability, and he was gifted. He didn't expect that Lin Feng could also touch the threshold of time. Most people in this world will never be able to touch the mystery of the law of time in their entire lives. And Lin Feng could actually sense the flow of time, which amazed him. Perhaps, letting Lin Feng go there can really save everyone, and stop Thanos' evil deeds. He saw a ray of light related to hope and miracles in Lin Feng. So, he deliberately slowed down the transmission speed, to let Lin Feng feel more of the power of time and the transmission array. Of course, Lin Feng had no idea about this. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the exploration of the law of time. Although he had come into contact with many laws, most of them were attribute laws. It was rare for him to have the opportunity to come into contact with such a mysterious law of time. When the transmission array suddenly started, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly went black, as if he was drawn into an endless abyss. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a completely different world. This world has the same charm as the mythological world he had set foot in, but it is not exactly the same. There is also abundant spiritual energy here, but Lin Feng feels that there is a trace of evil spirit mixed in the spiritual energy, which makes him feel quite uncomfortable. At this moment, the system, which had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke and told him that this was the world of the ancestor witch, and the witch clan lived here. Lin Feng was surprised to hear this. Shouldn't the legendary witch tribe live in the prehistoric world? Why do they have an independent world? The system explained that this is not a complete world, but a parallel world that was created. Due to its unique laws and living environment, this place has become the natural habitat of the witch tribe. The task assigned to him by the system this time is to defeat the 12 ancestor witches. These 12 ancestor witches each master a law, and are extremely powerful. Lin Feng's heart was filled with an urge to try. Although he could not see the style of the witch tribe in the prehistoric world with his own eyes, it was also a kind of comfort to feel the shadow of the witch tribe in this small world. What's more, in addition to mastering the attribute element, these ancestor witches also have the ability to control time and space respectively. Fighting with them will undoubtedly improve his strength. Lin Feng has coveted this power for a long time, especially since he has just experienced the power of the law of time. If he can master it, his chances of winning will increase greatly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264, Proud Captain America. At this moment, he suddenly felt a powerful force locking onto him. Although this force was not strong, it frightened him, as if he was about to face a terrifying flood beast. Sure enough, not long after, 12 streams of light floated in the distance, and after landing, they turned into 12 giant beasts. Lin Feng guessed that this might be the original body of the 12 ancestor witches. Facing these ancestor witches, Lin Feng remembered the power of the demon clan during the war between witches and demons. He used his own strength to transform into the image of Emperor Jun, the emperor of the demon clan. Emperor Jun's body was a 3-legged golden crow, which would definitely help him deal with these ancestor witches. He decisively urged the sun's true fire on his body, but as soon as he launched the attack, he was blocked by several ancestor witches. Then, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong launched a fierce attack from both sides. Lin Feng quickly sacrificed 2 magic weapons and barely resisted their offensive. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis behind him. Instinctively, he used the 3-legged golden crow's innate magical power, the rainbow transformation technique, and narrowly avoided the sneak attack. It turned out that when he was dealing with the enemy in front, an ancestor witch used the space ability to secretly teleport behind him and attempted to attack him. Among all the ancestor witches, the only one who did not take action was Zhu, who was in charge of time. Although he did not take action, Lin Feng was extremely afraid of him. He had just comprehended the law of time and knew how terrible it was, so he naturally did not dare to underestimate Zhu. He wanted to attack Zhu in advance to prevent him from posing a threat to himself, but he was still hit by his law of time. Time flowed backwards, giving others a chance to react, and his plan fell through. Lin Feng found that his strength was only equal to that of these ancestor witches. Coupled with their magical abilities, it was not easy to defeat them. And these ancestor witches also noticed Lin Feng's powerful strength. Although this was only one of their consciousness, they inherited their own fighting talents. Especially in the eyes of Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, Lin Feng saw a bloodthirsty light, which might be the legacy of the deadly feud between the witches and the Lich. When he exerted the ability of the 3-legged golden crow, the strength of these ancestor witches seemed even more terrifying. Lin Feng's heart moved, and he remembered that he had other abilities that he had not yet used. In terms of combat ability, Sun Wukong is not weak. Although he belongs to the younger generation of the demon clan, he is also a strong body cultivator. If the strength of the two can be combined, there may be unexpected gains. One is the emperor of the demon clan, and the other is the great saint of the demon clan. They each have magical powers, and perhaps they can join forces to deal with the 12 ancestor witches. As Lin Feng's power continued to increase, his physical strength became stronger and stronger, and the 12 ancestor witches began to sit still. Lin Feng displayed the Dharma of heaven and earth, and his body instantly expanded to infinity, and his physical strength also climbed to the peak. Seeing this, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong had a blazing desire in their eyes, and they released their own water and fire powers without hesitation. However, at this time, Lin Feng's body had been greatly enhanced, and he was not afraid of the water and fire power. Hey! He chuckled, but suddenly realized that his own strength was inexplicably weakened. This sudden change surprised him. He wondered who could weaken his power so quietly. This feeling was quite similar to his previous experience with the power of time and space. In an instant, he suddenly realized that he had been hit by Zhu's time reversal technique. He could clearly feel that as the years went by, his age seemed to be gradually decreasing, and his strength was also collapsing bit by bit. This huge power was too much for his current body to bear. At the critical moment, he took out Jun's river map and Luoshu, and combined the 2 magic weapons into one. Through precise calculations, he locked Zhu's current position. In order to avoid interfering with Zhu's spellcasting, he quickly opened up a new space world next to him, and placed Zhu in it. After finding this space, he immediately reversed yin and yang, transformed the virtual space into reality, and directly attacked Zhu. After defeating this ancestor of time, the space shook, and Jiang's figure became illusory, and his strength was obviously greatly damaged. Gang Gang and Zirong took the opportunity to attack fiercely. Lin Feng decisively used the rainbow transformation technique to escape, leaving only one body behind. He threw out the river map and Luoshu, evolving the heavens in the air, and prepared to set up the Hunio and Hello formation. However, his current strength was not enough to set up the Zaoshan Xingdao formation, and he did not have such power in his hands. Although he had some heavenly soldiers, these heavenly soldiers were useless as the center of the formation, and could not withstand the scouring of the power of the stars. The 12 ancestor witches felt the pressure of the Hunio and Hello formation, and immediately stood together tightly. Even Jiang and Zhuyin, who had just been defeated, stood up again. Lin Feng's heart moved, and he suddenly thought of something. He immediately used the rainbow transformation technique to flash to the side of the ancestor witch Shan Wu. He could clearly feel that the power of the 12 ancestor witches was gradually merging. If they joined forces to perform the 12 gods and demons of the heavens, he would not be their opponent, even if it was just a shadow of them. But this formation has an obvious weakness. As long as one of the 12 ancestor witches was completely defeated, the formation would collapse. So he decisively launched an attack. On the other side, in order to stop him, Qiangliang, Hao Tu, Gang Gang, and Shebishi jointly set up a small barrier to block his attack. Jiang and Zhuyin simultaneously used their innate abilities to change the time and space around them. Lin Feng could only concentrate his strength on one point, gathering all the arrays he had set up, and the true fire of the sun he had mastered, trying to break the barrier. Because the power of the ancestor witches was too weakened, they failed to block Lin Feng's attack, were defeated one by one, and finally turned into phantoms. After defeating them, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The consumption was too great. Fortunately, these were just the shadows of the 12 ancestor witches. They were not proficient in mastering the power of the law, otherwise he might not be able to win. He guessed that the ability he mastered might be related to these ancestor witches. However, the system suddenly sounded an alarm, prompting it that it could not absorb these powers at present. Even if it was just a shadow, it contained some of the original power and involved the law. The system told him that the 12 ancestor witches were all transformed from Pangu's essence and blood. If he could find Pangu's original stone, he could accommodate their power. Lin Feng had never heard of this before, but after thinking about it, he felt that it made sense. However, where should he go to find the Pangu stone? Suddenly, he thought that it might be sold in the system. With a try and see attitude, he searched in the system and actually found the Pangu stone, but the price was ridiculously high. If he wanted to buy the Pangu stone, he would probably have to spend all his savings over the years. This made him fall into deep entanglement. At this time, the system issued a prompt informing Lin Feng that he would have the opportunity to find the Pangu stone in future missions, and suggested that he temporarily spend some of his power to purchase a space container in the system to store the power of the 12 ancestors and release it. After finding the Pangu stone, Lin Feng thought for a moment and felt that this was the best solution at the moment. Although he coveted the power of the 12 ancestors, he was unable to control it at the moment, which was really regrettable. At this moment, the time and space around him began to distort, and his consciousness gradually blurred. When he woke up again, he was already in the time and space where Captain America was. Rod and Thor were anxiously waiting by his side. When they saw him wake up, they hurriedly asked about the situation. It turned out that they fell into a coma after being teleported here by the Ancient One. When they woke up, they found that Lin Feng was emitting a strange light. No matter how they called him, it was useless. They had to wait here. Lin Feng felt the changes in himself and understood that when he left that space, time was still. Only when he returned, the timeline would continue to flow. He checked his own strength. Although he did not obtain the power of the 12 witch ancestors, his strength had been significantly improved. In particular, the combat experience accumulated from fighting those monsters made him more skilled in the use of power. Lin Feng did not explain too much about what happened to him. After all, this was his secret and his greatest reliance. He just said lightly that this was a side effect of traveling through time and space. Time and space are inherently elusive. Even the Ancient One had to pay a huge price to teleport them to this time point. Rod and Thor did not ask too much after hearing this. They knew that everyone had their own secrets and special powers, which was not surprising. Lin Feng changed the subject and suggested looking for the whereabouts of Captain America first. He was worried that if Thanos found Captain America first, with Captain America's current strength, he would not be Thanos' opponent. Rhodes took a square iron block from his neck and unfolded it into a virtual screen. He smiled and said to the two, "Don't worry, the technology of this era is far superior to the era we were in before. I just need to input their identities into this device to find their location." Thor knew nothing about technology and was not interested in it. He just wanted to fight. Rhodes knew his character and did not explain much. He quickly found the information of Pepper. Lin Feng understood Rhodes' intention. He could find Captain America through Pepper. This device was indeed advanced and quickly found the direction of the captain based on satellite positioning. The three decided to go to find Captain America immediately and try to persuade him first. If it didn't work, they would think of other ways. Thor was puzzled by this. Why would Captain America not listen to their opinions? Rhodes looked at him like a fool and explained that they were not from the same timeline and had not met at this time. Lin Feng and the others did not need to explain in detail to Thor. After getting the coordinates, they were ready to set off. Rhodes took out a car model from his backpack and scanned it with the gun in his hand. The model instantly turned into a real car. Seeing Thor's surprised expression, Rhodes smiled slightly, saying that this was the result of his many years of research, but that was all. When Lin Feng, Rhodes and Thor found Captain America through satellite positioning, he was still in the laboratory, just finished the injection of the genetic drug, and felt a new power surging in his body. The three people who suddenly broke in made him alert. He had never seen them before, so how could this secret laboratory be exposed? Thor eagerly claimed to be Captain America's future comrade in arms, and came here to warn him that someone was plotting something bad. Hearing this, Lin Feng and Rhodes couldn't help but smile bitterly. Thor's straightforward temper might be regarded as lunatic. Captain America was indeed suspicious and teased them whether they had slipped out of a mental hospital. Seeing this, Lin Feng knew that Thor couldn't do anything wrong so as not to cause misunderstandings. Rhodes took over the conversation and carefully explained their origins and purpose, mentioned the threat of the future enemy Thanos, and the reason why they crossed time and space to help. However, Captain America knew nothing about Thanos and found it difficult to accept this fantasy. He secretly speculated that these three people might come for the genetic medicine. Thinking of this, he became more alert and decided to strike first and attack the three people. Unfortunately, he had just injected the medicine and his strength was still weak. He was far from being a match for the three people and was easily subdued by Lin Feng. Captain America was shocked by the strength of the three people and began to doubt whether they really had any plans. Lin Feng and the other two reiterated their intentions, but Captain America still couldn't believe it. Time travel was too incredible for him. Rhodes had no choice but to reveal some of Captain America's living habits to try to prove that they were indeed from the future. Although Captain America was surprised, he still believed that this was just a spy on him by the three people, not a real time travel. Lin Feng felt helpless. These people's thinking was really unique. He decided to take a more direct approach and let Captain America witness the future with his own eyes. He sighed and took out the river map and Luoshu from his arms. These two mysterious objects surprised the three people. The words on them were obscure, but revealed an extraordinary atmosphere. Lin Feng intends to use the divination power of the river chart and the Luoshu to materialize the future scene, at least to let Captain America see what is about to happen. Although this will consume a lot of his strength in order to gain people's trust and to fight against the upcoming Thanos, he has no choice. He only hopes that Thanos will come later to give them some time to prepare. Captain America looked at everything that had changed suddenly around him, full of astonishment. He was still in the laboratory just now, but he came to this strange place in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, he felt a chill in his heart. Just as he was about to leave, he was firmly restrained by Rhodes and Thor behind him. Captain America sighed helplessly, knowing that it would be difficult to get away today, so he could only bite the bullet and continue to watch everything in front of him. However, when the image of the poet in the picture overlapped with his own, he was shocked and almost pale. This is too unbelievable, right? He murmured to himself, with unprecedented fear surging in his heart. In the memory that foreshadowed the future, he saw a powerful enemy named Thanos. He knew that this person was extraordinary, and now he was coming towards him. He couldn't help but be very nervous. After watching, he hesitated and said, "These should be fake, right? Maybe they are just illusions created by you using high technology." He tried to convince himself, and also to convince Rhodes and Thor, "Don't waste your time. I will never believe this. Such a thing is impossible." Rhodes and Thor were very depressed when they heard this. They didn't expect Captain America to be so stubborn. He knew nothing about Lin Feng's magical ability and had never seen the mysterious power of the East. Chapter 265. Defeat Thanos. At this moment, Lin Feng was still sitting on the ground, not yet recovered from the consumption of performing the future image. They knew that it would cost a huge price to make time flow and peek into the future. They had tried their best to gain Captain America's trust, but even so, the other party still had doubts, which made the two feel frustrated. Thor almost lost control because of his impatience and wanted to attack Captain America. At this moment, Lin Feng slowly woke up. He looked tired, but still said firmly, "I guess you actually believe most of it in your heart. Whether you believe it or not, the facts are in front of you. If you don't want to die, cooperate with us. We have spent a lot of energy to save you. Time is not something that can be easily controlled." He then added, "We can save you once, but there will never be a second time. There are many superheroes, and Thanos may attack others at any time. We can't spend all our energy on you." Captain America was shaken. The future scene he saw was too real and contained many unknown secrets. Since they knew these, perhaps what they said was true. So he agreed to cooperate and took the three people back home. However, the request made by Rhodes and Thor made him feel conflicted. They asked him to stay with the three of them at all times, to prevent Thanos from attacking. Captain America loves freedom. How can he restrict himself because of such things? What's more, he has an appointment with Pepper. He retorted, "Thanos is strong, but I may not be his opponent. I just injected the gene drug, and my strength is at its peak. Even if I can't defeat him, I can still escape." After listening to this, Lin Feng couldn't help but shook his head and smiled bitterly. This Captain America is really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. Even in his heyday, he was definitely not Thanos' opponent. Although he has injected the gene drug, his strength has not been fully absorbed. Even they can hardly match him, let alone the extremely powerful Thanos. Thor firmly opposed Captain America's departure at this moment. He firmly believed that everything in the future was predetermined, and there was no need to worry too much. However, Captain America turned a deaf ear to this and instead sneered, "You are too cowardly. Thanos alone scared you out of your wits. I think he is just like that. Otherwise, why hasn't he shown up yet? I don't need your protection. Maybe I can defeat him alone." After hearing this, Rhodes felt heavy in his heart. He knew that Captain America knew nothing about true power. This blind confidence might cause big trouble. Thor was even more furious. The three of them had paid so much for him, but he laughed at them in return. In anger, he raised his big hammer and smashed Captain America. Seeing this, Captain America was also furious. He was not afraid and used his superpowers to resist Thor's attack. Although Thor was powerful and far superior to Captain America, who had just been injected with genetic drugs, Captain America still fought hard. After a few rounds, Captain America realized that he was no match for him and decided to retreat for the time being. He suspected that these people approached him for other purposes and did not want to fall into a trap easily. So he quietly moved towards the door and prepared to escape. Rhodes sensed his intention and was about to stop him, but was stopped by Lin Feng, who signaled him not to act rashly. Sure enough, when Thor swung his hammer again, Captain America took advantage of the situation and rushed out of the door, escaping at high speed. Although Thor was strong, he was not at an advantage in speed and could only watch Captain America go away. Thor was very dissatisfied with this, and he blamed Lin Feng and Rhodes. Are you here to watch the fun? Why didn't you help us when we were fighting? Why didn't you stop him when he ran away? He left alone, and Thanos could find him at any time. How dangerous is that? Rhodes also looked at Lin Feng, confused by his actions. Lin Feng sighed and explained, can't you see? He doesn't trust us at all. And now he has just awakened his power, and his self-confidence is swollen. He won't change unless he has a taste of pain. Let him face Thanos. We will be watching from the side, and nothing will go wrong. Rhodes nodded to show his understanding, but was worried. We don't know when Thanos will make a move. If we miss it, Captain America will be in danger. Lin Feng waved his hand to let him rest assured, saying that he had a way to know when Thanos would act. After that, the image of an old man with a white beard and crutches suddenly appeared behind him. The old man had 3 flowers on his head, and a person sat on each flower. The old man opened his eyes slightly, tapped the ground with his crutches, and the world stopped instantly. Lin Feng saw a long river of time flowing slowly. He searched carefully and finally found the trace of Thanos. Then, he withdrew from this state, and told Rod and Thor with breath, we must speed up the action. Thanos will take action tonight. We have to prepare in advance, otherwise Captain America's guy is afraid of a lot of luck. Rod and Thor nodded in agreement when they heard this, and then began to find Captain America's position, intending to go to support at night, and also let him face Thanos alone, and learn from his lesson. After a period of shuttle, the 3 of them finally arrived at a beach. At this time, they vaguely saw Captain America sitting by the sea, facing the cold wind, holding a bottle of wine in their hands, like a heartbroken person. Thor looked at his appearance and felt displeased. We ran around for him and finally found him, and he was drinking to relieve his sorrow. I really want to go over and beat him up. What do you think? When will we go? Thor said angrily. Lin Feng shook his head gently and dissuaded him. If we go there now, with his temper, he will definitely run away. By then, it will be difficult to find him. We said we would teach him a lesson, and we believe that Thanos will show up soon. By then, let him have a taste of suffering, and we will help him at the critical moment. After hearing this, Rhodes and Thor nodded in agreement. They concealed their breath and waited quietly. Among the 3 of them, Lin Feng has quietly become the leader. His strength far exceeds that of the 2, and he is extremely wise. Many decisions come from him. Rhodes and Thor have no doubts about him, so they naturally obey him. Captain America sat alone by the sea, drinking to drown his sorrows. The experience of the past 2 days was as incredible as a dream, which made him hard to accept. He could only drink to drown his sorrows, and feel depressed alone. Suddenly, he felt a strong pressure coming from the front, and saw a hole torn in the space, as if it was a passage. Then, a figure walked out of it, attracting Captain America's attention. He felt a terrifying power from this stranger, who seemed to be consistent with the Thanos in his memory. So, he asked tentatively, are you Thanos? Thanos had just arrived here, and he was surprised that Captain America could recognize him. Logically, Captain America should know nothing about him at this time. Oh, you've heard of me. That's interesting. Thanos responded curiously. Captain America realized that Thanos' target was him, and his drunkenness instantly dissipated. He attacked Thanos fiercely. However, Thanos was dismissive of him. Even Captain America in his peak state, he was not afraid, let alone this immature opponent in front of him. Thanos easily suppressed Captain America's attack, making all his efforts come to nothing. He said contemptuously, if I'm not mistaken, you just use the gene potion, right? With this ability, is it worth my personal attack? It's really disappointing. Captain America was shocked after hearing this. He had already tried his best in the attack just now, but he didn't expect to be resolved so easily by Thanos. At this moment, he truly realized the horror of Thanos, and believed the warnings of the 3 people before. However, it was too late to ask them for help now, and he could only struggle to hold on. Thanos looked at the weak Captain America in front of him, and could not imagine what he looked like before he grew up. So he began to play with Captain America like a cat and mouse. Captain America was furious when he saw that Thanos was much stronger than him, but was not in a hurry to solve him, but played with him instead. He fought back with all his strength, but still could not cause any harm to Thanos. When Thanos was tired of playing and was ready to kill, Captain America was exhausted. He knew that he could not withstand Thanos' fatal blow, and his heart was full of despair. He regretted his willfulness and worried that his life would end at this moment. However, at this moment, a light flashed, and he did not feel the expected pain. He opened his eyes in confusion, only to see Lin Feng and the other two standing in front of him. "Hey, don't pretend to be dead, come and help." Lin Feng's voice came. It turned out that at the most critical moment, Lin Feng rushed forward and blocked the fatal blow for him. When Thanos saw that Lin Feng and the other two had followed him here, he was furious. He had never expected that they would be so persistent. These three people were like shadows, and he couldn't get rid of them. He thought that he could use his space ability to travel here and catch them all before they became stronger. However, they actually tracked him here, which made him feel very difficult. However, he didn't take these three people seriously. After all, he had defeated them once, so he was confident that he could win again. At this moment, he didn't feel the power of the space gem from them. This means that they may have moved the space gem to another place. Thinking of this, he was even more angry. If it weren't for these three people messing around, he would have succeeded long ago. This annoying guy came to ruin his good deeds again. Thanos no longer held back and launched a fierce attack on the three people. Lin Feng and the other two, led by Lin Feng, quickly launched a counterattack. They knew that Lin Feng was the strongest now, so they followed closely and fought together. Lin Feng was the main attacker, attracting firepower, while Rhodes and Thor assisted on the side. However, even so, Thanos' strength still seemed too strong. After a few rounds, they found that they were no match for Thanos. At this time, they noticed the dying Captain America next to them. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly remembered the power of the Jade Emperor he had obtained. He exerted this power without hesitation, and in an instant, the entire space was filled with a strong pressure, which was pressing against Thanos. This pressure made Thanos feel extremely uncomfortable, as if he was in the squeeze of space. He was shocked. Could it be that Lin Feng had mastered the power of space? If so, he might not be able to compete with it. In their cognition, there was no concept of pressure. Even Rhodes and Thor behind Lin Feng were shocked after feeling this power. However, it was not uncommon for Lin Feng to always surprise them. Although they could accept this fact, Thanos could not accept it. He realized that, if he continued to stay here, he might fall. After all, Lin Feng's strength had grown too strangely. When they met before, he had not felt such a huge pressure. Unexpectedly, in such a short time, Lin Feng's strength has become so strong. Such a powerful force, what else can it be, except the power of space? He knew that, if he did not evacuate in time, he might suffer a loss. So, he chose to retreat temporarily, and a hero would not suffer a loss in front of him. Besides, Captain America had been injured by him. If there was a chance, it would not be too late for him to come back and make up for it. Seeing Thanos leave, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. If they confronted head-on, they might not be able to win. More importantly, if they delayed any longer, Captain America might die. Although Captain America's recent behavior was unsatisfactory and even made them think of not saving him, but he is their future comrade in arms after all. He just didn't recognize his own strength for a while, so he was defeated by Thanos and was seriously injured. They came here to save him, so that they could fight against those ambitious guys together in the future. So, they lifted Captain America and prepared to send him home first. Among them, Thor was the most distressed. Captain America had doubted his motives before, which made him furious. The two even fought each other, but now they had to save him back. Thor is not an arrow-minded person, he just has a bad temper. But the problem is that someone has to carry Captain America back. After Lin Feng and Rhodes discussed, they decided to let Thor carry him. Although Thor was unwilling, he had full faith in Lin Feng. Lin Feng is not only powerful, but also has leadership skills. This time facing Thanos, he clearly felt that Lin Feng's strength has improved a lot. Although he didn't know the reason, he chose to believe in Lin Feng's judgment. When Lin Feng, Rhodes and Thor brought Captain America back to his home, Captain America's condition was already precarious. Rhodes knew that he couldn't delay any longer, so he immediately turned on the sophisticated computer he brought from the future and quickly conducted a comprehensive injury examination on Captain America. The results of the examination were worrying. Captain America's injuries were far more serious than expected. The fierce battle with Thanos had left him seriously injured, and his current abilities had not yet fully awakened, and his physique and strength were still in the primary stage. Therefore, he felt as if the strength of his whole body was gradually disintegrating. Rhodes could only rely on advanced technology to provide him with preliminary treatment, at least temporarily controlling the deterioration of his injuries. Not long after, Captain America woke up slowly. Although he had no memory of what happened afterwards, he could feel what was happening in the outside world, and his heart was filled with shame and gratitude. He did not expect that the people who saved him were the ones he had suspected before. At the critical moment of life and death, they extended a helping hand, which deeply moved him and completely changed his view of them. Chapter 266 Absorbing New Energy. At this time, Lin Feng thought to himself that if Captain America continued like this, it would be a long time before his strength recovered, and the crisis was imminent. So he decided to take action. He ordered Rhodes and Thor to remove all the wires on Captain America and let him lie flat on the bed. Although the two were surprised, Lin Feng had a very high prestige in their hearts, so they did as he was told. After Captain America was put on the bed, he looked confused, but he still trusted these people. At this time, Lin Feng took out a green object covered with inscriptions from his arms. Everyone knew nothing about this object, but Lin Feng understood that this was a treasure left by Shening, which had magical healing power. He placed this treasure next to Captain America and saw a green light slowly merge into the captain's body, and his injuries began to improve at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, Captain America felt that his injuries had healed, and his physique was even stronger than before. He tried to stand up and touch the place where he had been injured. Full of amazement, Rhodes tested again and confirmed that Captain America's injuries had completely recovered. He was also shocked. They were curious about what method Lin Feng used, but Lin Feng just smiled and said nothing. Recalling the fierce battle between Lin Feng and Thanos, everyone was even more shocked. Lin Feng's strength was so strong that it seemed reasonable for him to take out such a treasure. Everyone has a secret in their heart. This may be Lin Feng's unique skill. Moreover, he came from the mysterious ancient country of the East, where there are so many unknown powers hidden that no one knows. Thor was straightforward and couldn't help but complain that Lin Feng's strength was too amazing, making them seem to have lost their place. Lin Feng just smiled indifferently and didn't refute. He knew in his heart that these people still had room for growth. When they all matured, they would be a force that could not be underestimated. Captain America and Thor seemed to be born to be a pair of enemies. Not long after, the two began to argue again. Rhodes felt helpless about this and had to let them quarrel. He knew that the two had similar tempers, and quarreling was just a way for them to communicate, as long as it didn't hurt their harmony. After a while, everyone gathered again to discuss the next plan. After this incident, Captain America deeply realized the disparity in strength. He knew that he alone was no match for Thanos. When he was unconscious, he could still feel the shocking aftermath of the battle between the three and Thanos. Once upon a time, he still had dissatisfaction with these people, but at this moment, those thoughts had disappeared. In particular, the Oriental man named Lin Feng was very impressive. Facing Thanos, Captain America himself had no intention of resisting, but Lin Feng made Thanos retreat with just a strange force, which was really amazing. Therefore, he knew that, if he wanted to survive this crisis, he still needed the help of these people. Although he had offended them because of misunderstandings before, they put aside their grudges and lent a hand when he was in danger. Thinking of this, Captain America's grudges disappeared, and he gladly accepted their kindness. So, several people lived together in Captain America's house, planning to wait until the storm passed, or find out Thanos' whereabouts before making plans. Their eyes were focused on Lin Feng again. Previously, Lin Feng successfully predicted the time of Thanos' appearance with the help of the river map and the Luo Shu, which amazed everyone present. They knew that such magical power was difficult to achieve, and even felt that it was a bit of cheating. If Lin Feng exerted his full strength, the enemy would probably have no chance of winning. So, they tentatively asked Lin Feng if he could predict Thanos' current location again. If Thanos did not come here again, they could leave with peace of mind. However, Lin Feng shook his head, saying that this move was extremely consuming, and he had already consumed a lot of strength before, and it would be difficult to use it again in a short time. In fact, it was not that Lin Feng could not use this ability, but that he was afraid of the power of cause and effect. In the East, cause and effect is a metaphysical thing, and practitioners are all very secretive about it. Although Lin Feng did not know that he had transcended cause and effect, he was still worried about being punished for revealing the secret, so he did not dare to use this power easily. At this time, the relationship between Thor and Captain America became increasingly harmonious, and Lin Feng was also very pleased. Although Captain America had recovered from his injury, he still needed to recover his physical strength, so he prepared to rest. Thor and Rhodes were full of energy and decided to play a game to kill time. Lin Feng was different. He knew that, although his strength had improved, it was still insufficient to face Thanos. So he closed his eyes and concentrated, running the exercises and constantly improving his own cultivation. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded, and he opened the task interface and found that there was a task about Poseidon's fragments waiting to be completed. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect to encounter such a treasure on this trip. The energy fragment of Poseidon, the god of the sea, contains powerful power. Although it is different from the system he cultivated, the way of cultivation is the same. This fragment is undoubtedly a great help to him. If he can get it, plus his own strength, maybe the next time he faces Thanos, he will no longer need to rely on the power of the Jade Emperor to scare him away, but will have enough strength to defeat him. After learning about the energy fragment of Poseidon, the god of the sea, Lin Feng knew that he had to leave this place temporarily. However, when he thought of the challenges he was about to face, he was full of entanglements. He knew that if he left, it would be difficult to resist the threat of Thanos with the existing strength. Unable to think of a better way, Lin Feng decided to go out for a walk. Perhaps he would be inspired and find a solution. At this time, the others were not asleep. Seeing him walk out of the room, they all thought that something urgent had happened and followed him out. Seeing everyone's confusion, Lin Feng explained that he sensed that there was something in this world that was vital to him. If he could get it, his strength would be greatly improved. Everyone was shocked after hearing this. They knew that Lin Feng's strength was already extraordinary. If it could be improved, the threat of Thanos might be solved. However, Lin Feng also expressed his concerns. If he left, and Thanos happened to attack at this time, they might find it difficult to resist. But Rhodes comforted him, and said that according to their judgment, Thanos should not appear in a short time. If they act quickly, they may be able to find the energy fragment during Lin Feng's absence, and enhance their strength. But everyone also understood that Lin Feng was their mainstay and the only one who could compete with Thanos head on. If he leaves, if he encounters an accident, it will be a huge loss for them. Moreover, Lin Feng is not familiar with this era, and searching alone is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. So, Rhodes proposed, I'm familiar with this place, and my technological ability can accurately locate it. Why don't we go together and return early? After hearing this, the others also agreed, thinking that this is a best of both worlds. Lin Feng did not refuse. He knew that this was the best choice at present. The two left immediately, and Lin Feng relied on his sensing ability and system guidance to search in the vast world. After some twists and turns, they finally felt the familiar power in a museum. Lin Feng was sure that what he was looking for was in this museum. In the dead of night, they sneaked in and began their journey of searching. Deep in the museum, Lin Feng was attracted by a painting. The painting showed a ship, and the people on the ship held a trident with deep eyes. Others might not see anything unusual, but Lin Feng could clearly feel the strange energy flowing in the painting. He immediately realized that what he was looking for was in this painting. He told Rhodes about this discovery. Although Rhodes was surprised, he took out his instrument without hesitation because of his trust in Lin Feng. They could have directly destroyed the protective facilities with brute force, but considering that Lin Feng only wanted the energy fragments on the painting, there was no need to cause unnecessary damage. So, Rhodes used his technological ability to easily crack the museum's security system. Lin Feng carefully took down the painting, and through the system sensing, he successfully took out a piece of blue energy fragment from the painting. He knew very well that this was the energy fragment of Poseidon, the god of the sea, that he had dreamed of. Holding the energy fragment tightly in his hand, Lin Feng restored everything to its original state to ensure that no traces were left. Then, they quietly left the museum and set off on their way home. When they left this place, they did not stop and went directly to Captain America's house. Captain America and Thor saw that the two of them had returned to this place so quickly. They were very surprised and asked them if they had found that thing. At this time, Lin Yi opened his hand, took out the blue fragment in his hand, and showed it to the people present. These people looked at the blue fragment in his hand, and felt that there was nothing strange. Could this thing be able to improve his strength? They couldn't feel anything from this fragment. At this time, Lin Yi said to them, "You guys defend this place for a while. I need to retreat for a while, to absorb the power of this thing. If I absorb all the power of this thing, with my strength at that time, I should be able to fight Thanos to a draw, or even suppress him." These people were very strange. Didn't Lin Yi defeat Thanos before? Why did he say that he was not his opponent now? Lin Yi saw the very strange look in these people's hearts, so he told them the situation at that time in one breath. Tell them that Thanos left only because he mastered the ability of space and was afraid of being destroyed by him. In fact, the power he mastered did not cause much harm to him. If he insisted on staying, he might not be able to defeat him with his current strength. Even if he defeated him, he would be seriously injured. After hearing this, these people were very shocked. They didn't expect that there was such a layer of things. They didn't expect it, but from what he meant, after absorbing the energy of this blue fragment, he would be able to defeat that guy. So these people promised to stay at home and not go anywhere else, waiting for him to absorb all the power here. Lin Yi nodded and returned to his room. When he returned to his room, he immediately communicated with his system space. Its system created a space for him, which was the most suitable space to absorb the energy fragments of Poseidon, the god of the sea. When he opened his eyes, he found that there was a sea in front of him. He could feel that there was a very powerful force in this sea. Perhaps in this case, he could better develop the power of this thing. He breathed a sigh of relief and threw the blue fragment in his hand, only to see that the blue fragment formed a phantom in the air. It felt a very powerful force from this phantom. He knew very well in his heart that this phantom should be Poseidon, the god of the sea. But at this time he had no time to think about these things. This power attracted to different machines in the entire sea. He also immediately started to operate his own skills and prepared to absorb this power. Immediately, the power of the whole world was rushing towards him. Lin Yi immediately felt that his power was growing, and this power was also repairing his injuries and strengthening his physique. He kept this action, and a wave of energy came out from his room. The three people outside looked very smart. They knew that the current situation was very important to Lin Yi, and they could not disturb him anyway, but just stayed outside quietly. After a long time, Yi Fan felt that the power in his body had been fully absorbed. At this time, the phantom became larger and larger, as if it could disappear at any time. Finally, after he opened his eyes, a very powerful force emerged from his body. He could feel the power of every water molecule in the entire ocean, and he could catch it. It was as if he had mastered the law of water. He even mastered a lot of water applications in his mind, and could even turn water into ice for attack. At this time, an image appeared in his mind, which was the scene of the phantom fighting just now. At this time, he was very shocked. He didn't expect that the energy fragments of Poseidon, the god of the sea, actually stored his combat experience. These combat experiences are also very necessary for him. He can feel that he has all kinds of magical powers, but his use is still at a very low level. It is just right that he can take advantage of this opportunity to improve his combat experience. At this time, he is slowly digesting this combat experience in his body. He can feel that, after absorbing these powers, his combat power will definitely be greatly improved. At that time, he will not be afraid of Thanos at all. Chapter 267 Thanos Returns. At this time, in a dim environment, a man was silently healing his own injuries. Although he was only slightly injured in the confrontation with Lin Feng, he could not let it go. After all, Lin Feng was a being who could control space. How could his attack power be underestimated? He repeatedly checked his body and only felt relieved after confirming that he was fine. Recalling the attack at that time, he felt more and more that it might not be a real space attack. If it was the power of space, he would never be able to escape. He had personally experienced the ruthlessness and despair of space attacks, which was an irresistible force. If Lin Feng really had that kind of strength, he would have been unable to gain a foothold. Thinking of this, a surge of anger surged in his heart. Now the situation is clear. It was just Lin Feng's personal strength. In his original world, the strength of those opponents should not be underestimated, and they would definitely cause him a lot of trouble. But in this world, they have not yet grown up, and it is a good opportunity for him to take revenge. So he quickly found out where those people were hiding. At this time, Captain America and the other three were waiting at the place where Lin Feng was in seclusion, alert to the surroundings. Suddenly, a strong breath approached, and their hearts tightened, wondering if it was Thanos who reappeared. Their guess was soon confirmed, and Thanos did come. They looked at Lin Feng, who was in seclusion, knowing that they could not afford to make any mistakes at this moment, and they had to stop Thanos' interference. So, 3 people stepped forward and tried to stop Thanos. Thanos was surprised to see this. He looked around and saw only 3 people, but Lin Feng was nowhere to be seen. At this time, he felt a strange energy fluctuation coming from the house, and he was even more curious and wanted to find out. However, these 3 people became his stumbling blocks, which made him quite annoyed. Thanos did not take the strength of these 3 people seriously. He knocked the 3 people down easily, and when he was about to take further action, a strong energy fluctuation suddenly broke out in the house, shocking him back. At this time, Lin Feng walked out of the house. Captain America and the other 3 saw this, and breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Feng showed up later, they might not be able to support it. Thanos saw Lin Feng and was furious. He was fooled by Lin Feng last time, and he would never be fooled again this time. He was determined to destroy these people to maintain his dignity. So, he attacked without hesitation. However, to his surprise, Lin Feng's strength had increased greatly. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand and grabbed the void, and suddenly a tsunami-like force surged towards Thanos. Thanos felt that this force was strange and unpredictable, as if he had become a lone boat in the sea and could be swallowed at any time. He told himself that this was just Lin Feng's little trick, and that was why he was fooled last time. So, he rushed towards Lin Feng regardless of everything. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled slightly and pressed his palm lightly. The sea water instantly turned into substance and rushed towards Thanos. When they touched Thanos, they turned into solid ice, like an iceberg that had been there for thousands of years, exuding a piercing cold. Thanos felt that Lin Feng's strength was not a bluff, and knew that he was injured. He knew that, if he didn't leave, he might be in danger of being destroyed. He thought that, since these people could protect Lin Feng, there was no need for him to fight with them. His main task was to find those opponents who had not yet grown up, and eliminate them one by one. So, he quickly changed his consciousness, disappeared from here, and returned to his original time and space. Lin Feng was very satisfied with his strength. He had never planned to kill Thanos completely, and now that Thanos had escaped, he didn't care. Because he knew that from now on, he would no longer have to be afraid of Thanos. This time, Lin Feng's appearance once again helped Captain America and successfully defeated Thanos. Although Thanos had escaped from this space, the 4 people present realized a new problem. They couldn't stay here for a long time, and had to go to other time and space. However, once they left, if Thanos took the opportunity to return, it would be a big trouble. For this reason, they decided to use this time to train Captain America, at least to give him the power to protect himself. After careful consideration, Captain America felt that it was true. Since obtaining the genetic medicine, he has not really tapped his potential. Although he fought with everyone several times, he was defeated repeatedly. He could feel that his power was far more than that. Moreover, after seeing how powerful Lin Feng was, he was full of envy. If he could be so powerful, He would not need protection from others. So, he gladly accepted the training plan. Although Lin Feng did not know much about the training method, he could still help in the use of energy and practical experience. Everyone discussed together and formulated a detailed training plan. Rod was responsible for planning Captain America's training and helping him develop his energy. Lin Feng taught him energy control and fighting skills. And Thor, who always had a hot temper and had a tense relationship with Captain America, unfortunately became their sparring partner. At the beginning of the training, Captain America was hit hard and often lost within 3 rounds. He was frustrated, but he quickly adjusted his mentality and continued to train. Lin Feng shared his insights on energy control and taught him how to control power. At the same time, he also taught some combat experience. Although these experiences came from Eastern martial arts, they were still of reference significance to Captain America. What's more, Lin Feng also obtained some of the power of Poseidon, the god of the sea, and he used it to teach Captain America more fighting skills. Everyone knew Captain America's future growth path very well, and the training was strictly carried out according to this standard. Soon, the training results were remarkable. In the past, Captain America often had difficulty sustaining 3 rounds when fighting with Thor. Now, the two can fight for more than 50 rounds without losing. This made him very excited. Although he suffered repeated blows during the training process, he was satisfied to have made such progress in a short period of time. However, Lin Feng poured cold water on him. Although your strength has improved, it is still far from enough to fight against Thanos. You have fought with him before, and you should know how strong he is. Now you are far from his opponent. I have fought with him, and know his details. He did not go all out when he fought with you. After a while, I will simulate Thanos' power to fight you. If you can last 10 rounds, you will pass the test. Captain America was shocked and expectant when he heard this. He knew Lin Feng's strength very well, and being able to practice with him was undoubtedly a rare opportunity to experience. So, in the following days, he trained harder. Finally, it was the day to practice with Lin Feng. Lin Feng went all out and launched a fierce attack on Captain America. Although Captain America was very cautious, he was still defeated after 8 moves. He sighed in his heart, but he was not discouraged. This was beyond his expectations. Everyone was quite satisfied with his training results. Although he might not be able to defeat Thanos now, it was more than enough to escape from this place. So, after discussion, everyone decided to leave this place and return to the original world. A week has passed since the battle. They speculated that Thanos' injury should have healed. If they were right, he would soon launch his next action. They couldn't stay here for too long. After a heartfelt farewell, they came to a deserted open space. Lin Feng took a deep breath of fresh air and took out a feather from his side. This feather was the key medium for him to return to the original timeline. He gently waved the feather, and a blue energy lifted it into the air. Then, he took out the river map and Luoshu, ready to use the power of space for the first time, to distort time and space. Although he was a little nervous, he was more curious and eager to explore the unknown. After completing the time travel, he still needed to use the power of time to lead the 3 people across dimensions, travel through the long river of time, and find the way home according to the guidance of the feather. After this series of operations, his power was almost exhausted, but his understanding of time and space was deepened. When they finally returned to the modern era, there were already 2 people waiting in the distance, namely Master Gui and Doctor Strange. This was their second time traveling through time and space, and compared with the last time, they seemed more relaxed. As soon as he saw them return, Master Gui couldn't wait to say, I can feel that Thanos' injuries have recovered almost completely, and his recovery ability is really amazing. I guess his next target may be the Hulk. Although the 3 had just returned, they had no time to rest, because the mission was urgent. They knew that, as long as they arrived in time, they would have a plan to deal with it. After all, Lin Feng's strength is now far beyond Thanos. Master Gui sensed the powerful power emanating from Lin Feng, and his heart was full of doubts. This power seemed to be more powerful than before, and even contained mysteries that she could not fathom. She vaguely guessed that the one who injured Thanos might be Lin Feng in front of her. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and asked, do you know which timeline he is in now? So that we can be prepared. Doctor Strange pondered. We don't know his specific state yet, but it is speculated that he should still be at an earlier time point. Lin Feng understood in his heart that the unknown is always the most frightening. He immediately decided to take Thor and Rhodes back to the past again. After arriving at the target time, Rhodes quickly located and found that it was still early and the Hulk had not mutated due to the failure of the experiment. This made them a little relieved. At least on this timeline, they still had a chance. They decided to secretly monitor the Hulk and be alert to the appearance of Thanos. Lin Feng knew that after 2 time and space transmissions, his strength was no longer as good as before. Therefore, he planned to use this time to recover his strength to cope with the upcoming challenges. Thor and Rhodes understood this. They knew the power and mystery of the power of time and space, and they also understood that it took a huge energy cost to exert such power. They were full of confidence in Lin Feng and fully supported his decision. So, they found a cafe and planned to take a short break before continuing to monitor the Hulk. Once Thanos appeared, they would be able to react quickly and arrive at the scene in time. The 3 of them lurked nearby for a long time, although they tried to stay relaxed during this time and did not have close contact with the target as before. To this day, they have not had any direct contact with the Hulk, but just waited here silently. The waiting time always seems long and boring. Although they can wait patiently, they can't help but feel a little anxious. After all, Thanos never showed up, which always makes them feel a little uneasy. Thor and Rhodes can't really calm down. Lin Feng knows that once Thanos appears, the space nearby will inevitably produce subtle distortions, and the distance between him and the Hulk is not far. As long as he senses the distortion of space, he can rush to the scene at lightning speed. Coincidentally, he recently learned the golden light technique of the Earth in the 36 changes of Xiangang, and his speed is not inferior to the rainbow technique he learned from Deng Huan Tai. When the Hulk was in danger, he was fully confident that he could arrive quickly. Therefore, he was not worried about it, and even began to practice on the spot. The previous 2 time travels gave him a deeper understanding of time, and now he took this opportunity to digest what he had learned. At the same time, his grasp of space was also improved a lot, and some space skills were derived from it. Although it was just a basic skill, it was of great benefit to his strength improvement. However, the skills in time made him feel quite tricky. He tried to use his own time ability to create powerful skills, such as restoring the opponent's strength to the initial state, or overdrawing his vitality, but many attempts ended in failure, and instead consumed a lot of strength. He had a vague premonition that Thanos was about to appear. This was not the time to take risks, so he temporarily put aside his research on time and devoted himself to practice. Sure enough, it didn't take long before he noticed the changes in the surrounding space. Due to his research on time and space, he was extremely sensitive to changes in space. This time the changes in space were very similar to the changes when Thanos appeared next to Captain America last time. He immediately woke up Thor and Rhodes beside him and prepared to fight. Just as Thanos was about to make a move, he found 3 old acquaintances in front of him, which gave him a headache. No matter where he went, these 3 people always followed him like a shadow. At this time, Lin Feng combined the water law of Poseidon, the god of the sea, with the imperial power of the Jade Emperor, and instantly made Thanos feel a huge pressure. He seemed to be suppressed by the space, feeling uncomfortable all over, and his strength was constantly weakening. He rushed towards Lin Feng involuntarily. Thanos knew that Lin Feng was the strongest among the 3. As long as he was defeated, the other 2 would not be a problem. Although Thor and Rhodes could cause him some trouble, they were not a big threat. If there were only the 2 of them, he was confident that he could easily defeat them. However, Lin Feng, this sudden opponent, made him feel very difficult. At first, Lin Feng's strength was not outstanding, and he was confident that he could defeat him. But for some reason, Lin Feng's strength increased rapidly, catching him off guard. In a previous confrontation, Lin Feng used a strange power to freeze him. If he hadn't used his power to transfer space and time, the outcome would be hard to predict. Although he was confident that he would not lose, he also knew that he would have to pay a heavy price. He valued his life very much, and this plan was a spur of the moment idea, and he didn't want to lose his life because of it. Therefore, he tried to escape, but found that Lin Feng was always chasing him. Chapter 268 Thanos' Fake Death. Now, he decided to face the enemy head on, wondering if he could defeat Lin Feng now. If he could defeat him, he might be able to take this opportunity to eliminate him. Lin Feng knew that it would be difficult to defeat Thanos unless he could combine the power of Poseidon and the Jade Emperor. Only when these two powers burst out instantly could Thanos be defeated. However, there was a thorny problem at the moment, which was that it would take time to merge these two powers. After all, they came from two different fields, and although they could be used at the same time, it would be difficult to truly merge them. At this point, Lin Feng had no choice but to stare at Thanos in front of him, thinking about countermeasures in his mind. He used the art of transmitting sound into secrets, and said to Thor and Rhodes beside him, "Don't make any sound first. I will communicate with you through sound transmission. I have a way to completely defeat Thanos, but this method is quite energy consuming, so I need you to attract his attention directly and buy me 10 breaths of time. After 10 breaths, I will be able to merge these two powers, and then my hope of defeating him will increase greatly." Rhodes and Thor looked at each other and nodded silently. They knew that this was the best way at the moment. Lin Feng's strength was obvious to all, and now only he could hope to defeat Thanos. But Thanos' strength should not be underestimated either. It is not easy to stop him for 10 breaths. Even if he goes all out, they may not be able to support even 3 breaths. However, they had no choice but to pin their hopes on Lin Feng. So, the two of them gritted their teeth and rushed towards Thanos from two directions. Seeing that the two dared to challenge him head on, Thanos found it quite interesting, so he temporarily put Lin Feng aside and planned to play with the two. Seeing that Thanos' attention had been attracted, Lin Feng immediately released his power with all his strength. In his left hand, he gathered a blue force, which contained the law of water. In his right hand, he gathered a golden force, which carried a strong deterrent and the factor of the law of creation. He tried to merge the two forces, just like yin and yang. But the fusion process was extremely difficult, as the two forces were incompatible and belonged to different systems. At the same time, Rhodes and Thor joined forces to attack Thanos, but they were defeated before they could hold on for long. Although they wanted to hold on for 10 breaths, they were helpless because of the huge gap in strength. Thanos was curious about their attack methods, but seemed to have forgotten something. Just as he was about to completely destroy the two, he suddenly felt a powerful force coming from behind. This force frightened Thanos, and he remembered that there was also the powerful Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng rushing towards him like a flash of lightning, Thanos quickly used all his strength to defend himself. However, this force was too strong, causing him to retreat continuously, and even felt that his body was squeezed by a powerful force. In desperation, Thanos could only burst out all his strength to resist this force. A bright light like the sun lit up beside him, and the power made him feel dazzling and extremely powerful. After finally blocking this power, Thanos was exhausted and half knelt on the ground. He secretly regretted why he didn't get rid of this powerful opponent earlier. Rod and Thor were also shocked when they saw this scene. Although they have always believed in Lin Feng, they never thought that he could burst out with such a powerful force. If they can also have such power, why should they be afraid of Thanos? From then on, they have a little more respect for Lin Feng. Such a powerful person is definitely not someone they can easily provoke. It is better to worship him well. At this moment, Thanos was seriously injured, but he still struggled to stand up. He stared at Lin Feng with a bit of surprise and disdain in his tone. "Boy, you did give me a little surprise. You can burst out such powerful power. But even so, you are not my opponent. However, I'm very curious, how did you do this? How about this? You follow me, and if I have a share in the future, you will have a share. Why bother to mix with those guys? Follow me, the whole universe is ours. Wouldn't it be comfortable?" Lin Feng sneered and looked at Thanos firmly. "Maybe your proposal sounds good, but I refuse. Although you are strong, it is not impossible for me to kill you. Today, I will try to see if you are really as strong as they say." Seeing Lin Feng's refusal, Thanos' face sank, and he said sarcastically, "Boy, I'm doing this for your own good. The move you just made was indeed powerful, but it takes more than just strength to defeat me. Moreover, such an attack consumes a lot of energy, right? I don't know how long you can hold on. Lin Feng knew that, although his attack was strong, it also consumed a lot of energy. His current priority was to defeat Thanos. So, he took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and prepared to launch a fusion attack. This attack, he believed, was enough to defeat Thanos. When Thanos saw Lin Feng taking action, he felt a tsunami-like force surging, as if he had become a small boat in the sea. He was secretly shocked. This kid's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. This attack was much more powerful than the previous attack. Thanos also knew that he could not be careless. He gathered all his strength and prepared to meet Lin Feng's attack. Although the previous battle had consumed a lot of his strength, this time, he had to go all out. As the forces of both sides continued to gather, the surrounding environment began to change. The earth shook and began to shatter. Affected by the battle between the two, other people could not stay here any longer. Rhodes and Thor covered their wounds and quickly left the battlefield. They knew that, if they continued to stay here, they would only be affected by the aftermath of the battle between the two. At this moment, Lin Feng and Thanos opened their eyes at the same time and rushed towards each other. A roar like a nuclear explosion resounded throughout the universe, and a mushroom cloud slowly rose. When the people around saw this scene, they all thought that a nuclear war had occurred and fled in a hurry. When the explosion subsided, there was silence in the battlefield. Rod and Thor didn't know what the result would be and walked cautiously to the center of the battlefield. They saw a huge energy pit, as well as Thanos and Lin Feng lying on the ground. Thanos was lying on the ground, lifeless. Thor walked to his side, sniffed his breath, and then said in shock, "It's unbelievable that Lin Feng actually killed Thanos." However, before he finished speaking, Lin Feng also fell to the ground. The power of this move was so great that Lin Feng couldn't even control the power in his hands in the later period. This move almost exhausted all his strength, making him an empty shell. After Thanos fell, he finally couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. Rod and Thor saw this scene, and their hearts were full of admiration. They knew that anyone who could do this must be extraordinary. They ignored Thanos on the ground and directly carried Lin Feng away from the battlefield, preparing to find a place for him to rest and heal. After all, there are still many things that need to be done with Lin Feng, and they are definitely not the kind of people who will abandon their partners. At this moment, the Hulk saw the three people coming, and his heart was filled with excitement. He has always been eager to control his transformation power, but he has never been able to do so. He always feels that his own power is too weak, and the power of transformation is too powerful to control. Just now when he was practicing, he suddenly felt the powerful force fluctuations generated by the collision between Thanos and Lin Feng, and the oppressive feeling instantly freed him from the transformation state. Now, he can finally control this form freely. In fact, even he himself does not know that the reason why he can achieve this achievement is all because of the power source that was enough to annihilate everything just now. The Hulk withstood the impact of that energy and his adaptability was greatly improved. At this moment, he can control the energy in his body at will. Seeing the people coming, he excitedly greeted them. His eyes fell on the unconscious Lin Feng, and his heart was full of gratitude. If this person had not just burst out with such a powerful force, he might not be able to control his transformation energy. Seeing that Lin Feng was seriously injured and unconscious, he didn't say much, but told Rhodes and Thor that his home was nearby and there were medical equipment inside, which could treat Lin Feng's wounds. After hearing this, Rhodes and Thor were overjoyed, and they didn't have to be beaten. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng slowly woke up and found himself in an unfamiliar environment. He tried to get up, but felt a splitting headache and weakness all over his body. He hurriedly explored his own strength, but was surprised to find that the situation was not optimistic. Although the power just now was barely used, it far exceeded the limit of his body's endurance and caused him great harm. His body was on the verge of collapse, and there were all kinds of free forces running around in his body. It was a pity that he was unable to mobilize his strength to eliminate them now. Rhodes and Thor were very excited to see Lin Feng wake up. Lin Feng asked about the follow-up situation, and they told him what happened at that time. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and felt that Thanos could not be defeated so easily, otherwise he would not have made a comeback so many times. He asked curiously, "Are you sure that you have checked carefully at that time and that guy is really dead?" Rhodes and Thor realized that they had only simply checked Thanos and confirmed that he was not breathing at that time. But this kind of thing can be faked. If Thanos pretended to be dead, it would be troublesome. At that time, they were all focused on Lin Feng, so they had no time to think about anything else. Thor was impatient and wanted to go to see what was going on, but was stopped by Lin Feng. Lin Feng guessed that Thanos might not really be dead, but it was too late to go now, and it was very dangerous. After he and Rhodes persuaded Thor, Thor gave up this idea. But he still had some doubts in his heart. Could it be that Thanos was really not dead? Not long after they left, Thanos, who was lying on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. He sat up and spit out a mouthful of blood and was shocked. His current condition was not much better than Lin Feng. His strength was almost exhausted and he was seriously injured. If he hadn't pretended to be dead at that time, he was afraid that Rhodes and Thor would give him a fatal blow. However, seeing Lin Feng also fainted on the ground, he secretly rejoiced in his heart. That guy's consumption seemed to be no less than his own. He had thought of killing Lin Feng while he was unconscious to eliminate future troubles. But looking at his own injuries, and then looking at Rhodes and Thor who were guarding beside him, he immediately gave up the idea. He couldn't take risks now, otherwise it would be too embarrassing if he really died. He could only continue to pretend to be dead and wait for those people to leave before slowly getting up from the ground and preparing to escape from here to recuperate. When Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, the Hulk was very excited. If it weren't for this person's help, he would probably not be able to master this powerful force so smoothly. During this time, Thor and Rhodes had told the Hulk in detail the purpose of their trip. At first, the Hulk was skeptical about this, but after listening to the two's narration, especially those secrets about himself that he had never revealed, were revealed one by one, he had to be convinced. These things, if not experienced in person, would be difficult to know, even if they were monitored, not to mention that they were extraordinary, especially Lin Feng, who made him feel unfathomable. Witnessing Lin Feng's current situation, the Hulk knew that they were in such a situation just to save him, and he was grateful. So, he transformed without hesitation, showing a powerful form of strength, which shocked everyone present. Lin Feng was also surprised by this sudden change, and didn't understand why the Hulk would do this when the enemy had already been defeated. Just when everyone was puzzled, the Hulk actually carried Lin Feng on his shoulders, and the abrupt action caught Lin Feng off guard. Lin Feng reacted quickly and used the ability of spatial phase conversion to teleport Thor, who was watching the battle, to his original position, and took the opportunity to escape. Thor was confused for a while and landed from the Hulk's shoulder without knowing why, and the Hulk also realized that his actions were too impulsive, but the heartfelt joy and excitement were really hard to suppress. He had worried that his mutation would go in an uncontrollable direction, but now he found that he could not only control his power freely, but his strength was greatly increased. How could he not be excited? After calming down, the three focused their attention on Lin Feng, waiting for his instructions. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "I know a little about Thanos. It is not easy to completely eliminate him. If he has escaped now, he will definitely turn to the next target. We can't waste any more time." Rhodes and Thor nodded in agreement. They knew that if Thanos was not dead, he would take this opportunity to attack others. After all, their actions had been disrupted by Lin Feng twice. Even stupid people should be alert at this moment. Seeing that they were about to leave, as soon as they arrived, the Hulk was reluctant to leave. Rhodes and Thor briefly explained the possible follow-up, and encouraged him to continue to improve his strength. They believed that, as long as the Hulk had a clear understanding of his future, it would be beneficial to his growth. As for what realm he could reach, it depended on his own luck. After the explanation, Lin Feng's strength had recovered to a certain extent. He taught the Hulk some fighting skills. Although the Hulk was powerful, he seemed quite unfamiliar with fighting skills. These skills can enable him to have a certain self-protection ability, and he may become the backbone of them in the future. Afterwards, Lin Feng opened the door of time and space and took Rhodes and Thor back to their era. Chapter 269. Too wary. Back to the original time and space, Master Gu Yi told them that Thanos had not been completely destroyed, but they were mentally prepared for this and did not panic too much. Fortunately, Thanos did not take any action in a short period of time. Although he did not die in the fierce battle with Lin Feng, he was seriously injured and needed time to recover. This period of time was just right for Lin Feng and his team to take a break. After all, they consumed a lot of energy after continuously traveling between time and space. In order to allow Lin Feng to go all out to fight Thanos, Master Gu Yi used her time magic to find a magical crystal that could seal her time power. In this way, every time she used the time and space shuttle technique, Lin Feng would no longer need to expend his own energy to help them return. This clever arrangement made Lin Feng quite satisfied, and he was able to exert all his strength without reservation. With the help of the river map and the Luoshu, Lin Feng continued to divine and calculate, trying to predict Thanos' next target of attack. Whenever Thanos wanted to make a move, Lin Feng could always take the lead and appear before the victim, leaving him helpless. Thanos felt helpless about this. He didn't understand why Lin Feng could see through opportunities so often and always save people from danger at critical moments. Even if he tried to hide his whereabouts, he couldn't escape the insight of Rhodes, Thor and Lin Feng. What made Thanos even more uneasy was that Lin Feng's strength continued to rise. Although Lin Feng inherited a powerful force, he was a little awkward in the beginning because he didn't fully master it. However, in several battles with Thanos, his fighting skills improved day by day, and his control of power became more and more comfortable, and the fighting became more and more comfortable. On the other hand, Thanos gradually turned from the initial suppression to a close match, and even began to feel powerless. The rapid growth of Lin Feng's strength shocked Thanos. He found that it was difficult for him to defeat Lin Feng, and he was even suppressed by him many times. If he hadn't left a clone before each action to prepare for resurrection, he would have been defeated long ago. However, each resurrection was accompanied by severe pain and power consumption. Thanos knew that, if the situation continued, his power would gradually weaken. Every time Lin Feng rescued someone, he would teach them the carefully prepared fighting skills, so that they could grow more smoothly and become stronger than their peers. This gave Thanos a headache. He originally wanted to kill them in the bud, but unexpectedly, it helped to increase their strength. Now, it is as difficult as climbing to the sky to destroy them. Thanos was filled with anger. Lin Feng, this sudden opponent, seemed to be born to oppose him. Lin Feng was not only extremely powerful, but also able to predict the timing of his actions. Thanos firmly believed that, if it weren't for Lin Feng, his plan would have succeeded long ago. Although Rod and Thor had certain strength, they were still inferior to Thanos. He was confident that he could defeat the two within 10 moves. However, at this time, Thanos had a bold idea in his mind. Since Lin Feng existed in this time and space, there must be traces of him in the long river of time. Lin Feng's growth rate was amazing. When they first met, Thanos didn't take him seriously at all, but now he has grown into a powerful enemy that cannot be ignored. Thanos speculated that there must be something hidden behind Lin Feng's rapid growth. Therefore, Thanos came up with the idea of traveling through time and space to destroy Lin Feng before he grows up. He believed that, as long as he found Lin Feng, he could easily defeat him and possibly seize the magic weapon on him to further enhance his own strength. By then, even if all the heroes joined forces, they might not be his opponent. With such ambition, Thanos resolutely left the current time and space and embarked on the journey of finding and destroying Lin Feng. When they returned to the real world, they thought everything was settled, but unexpectedly, Master Gu Yi suddenly came. She used divination to glimpse Thanos' conspiracy. He was trying to travel to the timeline when Lin Feng first came here, intending to wipe him out before he was fully grown. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard this. He knew very well that when he first arrived, the system was not fully opened, and his power was meager, and he was completely different from now. At that time, he was just an unknown person, and his strength was far different from now. Thanks to the power of the Jade Emperor and Poseidon, the god of the sea, he gradually had the capital to compete with Thanos. If Thanos really finds him in the past, the consequences will be disastrous, because the fate of the two time and space selves is connected. Once the past is destroyed, the present will no longer exist. After hearing this, Rhodes and Thor were also shocked. They did not expect Thanos to take such extreme measures. Among the three of them, Lin Feng is the strongest, but this power has only arisen rapidly recently. They know that, if Lin Feng is destroyed, they will also be in danger. So, Rhodes and Thor asked the Ancient One to send them to the time and space, where Lin Feng is to help him escape. However, the Ancient One shook her head and expressed her embarrassment. She explained that Lin Feng exuded a mysterious power that had sealed that time and space. Although she could open the channel, the two of them were not strong enough to cross. What's more, this matter can only be solved by Lin Feng himself. He can use his own ability to block the timeline and protect himself from interference. The Ancient One also revealed that Lin Feng has mastered part of the power of time and space. Although he does not know its source, his growth potential is extremely high. Therefore, Lin Feng needs to take responsibility alone to solve this matter. After hearing this, Rhodes and Thor were dissatisfied and helpless. Although the battles have been going smoothly recently, they have relied heavily on Lin Feng. They feel that they are not strong enough to provide effective support for Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled and comforted him. Don't be nervous. This matter was caused by me, so I should solve it. You know my strength. Thanos is definitely not my opponent now. After this matter is settled, we will fight side by side again. You should also take this opportunity to work hard to improve yourself, otherwise you may fall behind in the next action. Rhodes and Thor thought about it carefully, and it was indeed the case. If they did not strengthen their training, they would never be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Feng. So, they decided to stay and practice, and let Lin Feng deal with this crisis alone. After Lin Feng was ready, he asked Master Gu Yi to open the space barrier. This time, Master Gu Yi consumed much more power than before, obviously because the mysterious power of Lin Feng's time and space hindered the energy transmission. Lin Feng thought to himself that this power might be related to the system. It was it that brought him here and made it difficult for outsiders to peek into its secrets. However, at this moment, Lin Feng had no time to think about it because he knew that he was facing a life and death moment. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, knowing that he could only take care of this matter by himself. Bringing others might cause trouble because of his past overvigilance. He planned to make full preparations and bring all the magic weapons with him in case of emergency. After all, if something went wrong on this trip, these magic weapons might never be used again. Just as he was thinking about it, Thor walked up to him and said sincerely, "Although I can't go with you, I think you still lack a powerful equipment. Why not lend you my Thor's hammer, just like I fight side by side with you?" As he said, Thor handed over the Thor's hammer. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He couldn't control this Western artifact at all, and the energy in it was incompatible with his own magic power. Apart from the sharpness of the hammer itself, he couldn't exert its true power at all. What's more, he didn't lack magic weapons, but he was just too lazy to use them. So, he declined Thor's kindness. "Thank you, but my magic weapon is enough. This hammer is really useless to me." Thor responded seriously, "Yes, it's just a hammer." After hearing this, Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, Rhodes pulled Thor aside. He knew that Lin Feng was very powerful and naturally disdained these magic weapons. They firmly believed that Lin Feng would be able to defeat Thanos. At this time, Master Gu Yi and Doctor Strange also came to the scene. The two were ready to join forces to open the time wormhole and send Lin Feng back to the past. Rhodes was puzzled by this. In the past, Master Gu Yi could open the time barrier alone and store the power in a small instrument for use when returning. But this time, Doctor Strange's help was needed. Lin Feng was also curious. Is there something special about this? Master Gu Yi and Doctor Strange saw their doubts and explained, "This journey is extremely difficult. Lin Feng also had great power in the past and was protected by mysterious power. Therefore, the time barrier at that time was extremely stable and difficult for us to open alone. This is why only Lin Feng can go, and it takes the two of us to work together to open the channel." After hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly realized He knew that he had a system protection in the past, which was powerful and mysterious. This is also good, at least it can ensure that the time barrier in the past will not be easily opened. In addition to Thanos, I'm afraid that only Master Gui and Doctor Strange can open this barrier. And after he returns to the past, he can also use the existing power to reinforce the barrier, so that even if Thanos can go back, he cannot return again. So, Master Gui and Doctor Strange worked together to perform, and the time barrier slowly opened. But this time the consumption was huge, and the two seemed a little overwhelmed. Lin Feng did not dare to neglect, and immediately jumped into the time channel. He understood that this barrier could not remain stable for a long time, and he must go back to the past before the channel collapsed, otherwise it would cost more power to teleport. This matter concerns life and death. Lin Feng dare not be negligent, and the speed is faster than before. However, he did not realize that Master Gui had installed a mirror device on him. Lin Feng crossed the end of the time channel and stepped on the bustling streets of Manhattan. There were people coming and going on the street, and he was not conspicuous among them. Suddenly, a voice sounded from him. It was Master Gui who contacted him through the mirror image installed before. This device was Master Gui's experiment, which allowed them to see Lin Feng's situation in real time and provide solutions in time when encountering problems. Lin Feng was not familiar with Manhattan. If he got lost, it would be troublesome. Under the guidance of Master Gui and others, he took a lot of effort to find his past figure. He walked forward and tried to communicate with his past self. However, the past him did not believe the person in front of him at all. This gave Lin Feng a headache. He originally thought that, as long as he showed his true face, he could easily gain trust. After all, his appearance is unique. Who would not doubt if he met someone who looks exactly the same? But to his surprise, when he looked in the mirror, he found that the image he saw was completely different from that of his past self. He curiously asked Master Gui the reason. Master Gui explained that the same person could not exist in the same space at the same time. If they did appear, the image in each other's eyes would be different. Upon hearing this news, Lin Feng realized that his plan had failed. He could only patiently explain it to his past self. However, although Lin Feng in the past had heard of the time ability, he had never seen it with his own eyes. Facing this stranger who suddenly appeared, he was full of vigilance. After all, he had just come to this world and his strength was still weak. He knew that he could not easily trust others. Seeing this situation, although Lin Feng was helpless, he was unwilling to give up. He decided to follow quietly. Lin Feng in the past sensed that someone was following him through the system, so he kept circling on the road and set up many traps. Although these traps did not pose a threat to Lin Feng, they also gave him a headache. He did not expect that his past self would deal with him so cleverly, but this was also his own past. If he was damaged in the past, the power would definitely be fed back to his present self. Therefore, he did not dare to act rashly. He could only endure the helplessness and continue to follow. Seeing that the man was still unwilling to give up, Lin Feng in the past used his spatial ability to shuttle through the streets of Manhattan. Lin Feng also had this ability, so he followed closely. However, this pursuit had no effect, but made Lin Feng in the past more alert. Lin Feng felt a headache. After tracking for a while, he found that his breath was getting weaker and weaker. He noticed something was wrong and hurried forward. He lifted the robe of Lin Feng in the past, but found that there was only an illusion inside. Lin Feng in the past had long disappeared. This made Lin Feng very embarrassed. He remembered that he had mastered the ability of the body outside his body at that time. It was not difficult for him to create a clone and escape from the scene. He quickly searched around and found that he could still track his past self. But he decided not to get closer, because the past self did not believe in himself. If he continued to track, he might become more vigilant and even run away. If Thanos appeared at this time, he was afraid that he would not be able to support him in time. So, he could only follow quietly in the dark and did not dare to get close. He knew that the system was powerful, and if he got too close, he would probably be discovered. Master Gui and the others had been observing all this through the mirror. They didn't expect that Lin Feng would be fooled by his past self. Although it didn't cause serious consequences, it was enough to give him a headache. They had known Lin Feng for so long, but this was the first time they saw him in such a mess. They didn't expect that he would fall into their hands one day. At this time, Thor saw this scene and couldn't help laughing out loud. They had never seen Lin Feng in such a mess, and they felt so happy to see this scene. Rhodes wanted to hold back his laughter, but he couldn't help it in the end. Such a scene was so rare that he even wanted to take out a camera to record this moment forever as a precious souvenir. Just as the two of them were preparing to shoot unkindly, Master Ancient One was worried. Chapter 270 Crisis Resolved. She could see that Lin Feng in the past was full of distrust towards Lin Feng, and even a little repulsive. This couldn't go on like this. If Lin Feng couldn't gain the trust of his past self, Thanos would probably take advantage of the situation and launch a sneak attack on Lin Feng in the past. Although Lin Feng was powerful, it was impossible for him to stay here 24 hours a day. Once Thanos found an opportunity, things would be in trouble. Master Gu Yi wanted to give Lin Feng some hints to help him, but when she tried to establish communication with the other side, she found that due to the mysterious power in Lin Feng's world, the communication could not be connected at all. It was already very difficult to let Lin Feng travel through the past, and it was even more difficult to transmit information now. Although they could see the image, it was mainly because Lin Feng was powerful and the mysterious power might be related to him, that the image was not affected. On the other hand, Lin Feng had been following his past self and helped him find a house to live in temporarily. He knew in his heart that he had nothing and nowhere to go when he first came to this world. In the next few days, Lin Feng kept monitoring his past self from a distance. Although he didn't get too close, he never left his sight. At first, Lin Feng in the past tried every way to escape Lin Feng's surveillance, but failed. Later, he gave up and began to concentrate on improving his strength under Lin Feng's surveillance. Later, he simply let Lin Feng live in the house. However, since he could not contact his past self, Lin Feng could only wear a black robe and a mask all the time. This aroused the curiosity of Lin Feng in the past, and he wanted to know who this black robed man was. Although Lin Feng claimed to be his future self, Lin Feng in the past did not believe it. He understood this world, thought about it carefully, and felt that there was no character here that could correspond to this person. He even doubted for a time whether this person was also a traveler like himself. After all, he controlled many Eastern powers, which only existed in the East and did not belong to this world. Moreover, some of these powers overlapped with his power, which made him wonder, could this person also be a traveler like himself and have a system on him? He wanted to test this person, but Lin Feng knew what he was thinking, so he ignored him and just rested beside him. At night, Lin Feng in the past still remained alert. He didn't know this person well and was afraid that he would harm him. When he saw that the man in black robe had fallen asleep, his curiosity surged again. He quietly walked over and wanted to take off the mask of the man in black robe to see who this person was. However, as soon as his hand touched the mask, he was discovered by Lin Feng. Lin Feng directly used his strength to knock him out. Lin Feng in the past was embarrassed, and his attempt failed. During this period, Lin Feng had been able to tolerate his past self to the limit. He thought to himself, how could he be like this in the past? He really wanted to teach him a lesson, regardless of the consequences. Anyway, even if he was injured, he would not show up in this dimension. After so many years, this minor injury should have recovered long ago. Thinking of this, he raised his fist and smashed it towards his past self. The next morning, Lin Feng asked his past self to try to summon the river map and the Luoshu. Lin Feng was still a little wary of this person, but when he thought that he knew about the river map and Luoshu, he thought that it was indeed related to him. So he did not hesitate and summoned the river map and Luoshu, and then instructed his past self to deduce the secrets of heaven. In the process of deduction, Lin Feng in the past was not proficient in controlling this power, so he often interrupted and could not see the complete future. Lin Feng taught him some methods to control the river map and Luoshu to help him master this power thoroughly in the shortest time. At first, Lin Feng in the past still had doubts about Lin Feng, but seeing that he knew his magical powers so well, he gradually let down his guard. After all, these Eastern powers are rarely known among Western gods, not to mention that the source of these powers is his own system. He also asked the system and learned that this is a unique existence in the heavens and the worlds, and there is no such thing. Therefore, he firmly believed that Lin Feng's ability to use the river map and Luoshu must be a certain opportunity for him, and perhaps he could use it to make himself stronger. He used this power in the way of the night plate, and gradually found that he was more and more proficient in controlling it. Thinking secretly in his heart, he seemed to have never tried this method before. After learning for a while, Lin Feng proposed to have a competition. He exerted the power of Emperor Jun, and each of them had a three-legged golden crow behind them. The river chart and the Luoshu have powerful calculation abilities and can predict the position of the enemy's attack. In addition, Lin Feng has his own life flame, the true fire of the sun, as well as the innate magical powers such as the rainbow transformation technique and the nail-head 7 arrows. While the past Lin Feng's mastery of these powers is still unfamiliar, whether it is the quality of power or combat experience, the past Lin Feng is far inferior to Lin Feng. Therefore, after a few rounds, Lin Feng easily won. This result hit the past Lin Feng hard. He didn't expect that his strength was so unbearable. As the owner of the system, he was defeated by someone with the same ability. Even though that person was his future self, he felt very unhappy. So he began to practice desperately. Lin Feng was very satisfied when he saw that his past self was becoming more and more proficient in the river chart and the Luoshu. At present, although he has not obtained other powers, this one alone is enough. In fact, every power in his hand is extremely powerful, but he has no time to develop them one by one. If developed properly, even this power will be enough to shock the world. After all, the three-legged golden crow is the king of the demon race. How can its strength be weak if it can conquer many demons? The two practiced like this, and after a while, they proposed to compete again. This time, the past Lin Feng became extra cautious and went all out. Seeing this, Lin Feng no longer used other powers and also fought with the three-legged golden crow. After a fierce battle, the past Lin Feng's strength increased rapidly. In the past, when he encountered the same power, he would be defeated quickly, but now he can hold on for a long time and even find an opportunity to counterattack. This made Lin Feng quite satisfied. Although the past Lin Feng still failed to defeat himself, it was not easy to have such an improvement in such a short time. Lin Feng felt that at least with his current strength, he should have no problem dealing with Thanos. Thanos' injuries have not yet healed, and it will take some time to recover to his peak state, which means that his strength has been greatly reduced. At this time, Lin Feng should not act rashly, otherwise Thanos might come back here again. Although it is difficult for ordinary people to reach this space, Lin Feng cannot guarantee that it is equally difficult for Thanos to come here. After all, no one knows what kind of power he has. Only by making the past self strong enough can Thanos completely give up the current idea and ensure his absolute safety. Now it seems that everything is ready, just waiting for that guy to come. After thinking of this place, Lin Feng exerted all his strength without hesitation. In an instant, the atmosphere of the night became extremely heavy. He never expected that, although he had practiced to this point, he was still not a match for the opponent in front of him. However, he also clearly realized that his defeat was not due to insufficient control of power, but due to lack of practical experience. He firmly believed that, as long as he experienced a few more battles and accumulated enough experience, he would never be defeated so easily. Lin Feng explained to the other party again the reason why he came here, and realized that Thanos was about to arrive here. But he knew that he could not stay in this time and space for a long time. Therefore, he must give his past self the power to protect himself in order to completely defeat the attempt of the evil tyrant. The former Yi Pan agreed with Lin Feng's proposal, and he had no objection. After witnessing his training during this period, he also felt that he might really be able to cope with the challenge. The two then discussed how to use these powers. Today's Yi Fan is extremely powerful, and he is quite proficient in the use of such abilities. Naturally, he can point out many weaknesses in them, which has benefited his past self a lot. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly noticed a spatial fluctuation. He raised his lips slightly and said to his past self, "It seems that Thanos is about to show up. He is coming so slowly, probably because his injuries have not healed yet." After that, he turned around and wanted to leave and reminded him, you face him alone and see if you can defeat him with your current strength. If you can, it proves that the training during this period has been effective. Don't underestimate your own strength. He may not be your opponent, and his current strength has not yet recovered to its peak state. After that, he hid in the space and secretly observed everything. Once there was a danger, he would definitely help at the first time. However, all this was not noticed by the past Lin Feng. At this time, he was feeling that the fluctuations in the opposite space were becoming more and more intense. Not long after, Thanos came in the air. This time traveling through time and space made him feel very difficult, which was completely different from the easy travel in the past. He didn't know why this space was shrouded by a mysterious force, and even he spent a lot of effort to get here. He was worried that Lin Feng would come to make trouble. After all, the previous actions were repeatedly disrupted by them. Therefore, he wanted to quickly deal with his opponent, and when he arrived, he saw Lin Feng in the past. Lin Feng was not afraid of his arrival. After all, he had already expected Thanos to come. Thanos looked at the opponent in front of him, and an idea came to his mind. Now Lin Feng's strength is still weak. If he can take him under his command, he will definitely become a powerful helper. He expected that Lin Feng would never think of his future strength. When the two of them join forces, no one will be able to defeat him. Thinking of this, he immediately proposed to recruit Lin Feng. However, the past Lin Feng had already seen through his mind and had been prepared for this. He looked at Thanos in front of him and felt that he was as ridiculous as a clown. His strength has improved greatly, and he is eager to try his hand to see if he can defeat Thanos, with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. Thanos was surprised to see that Lin Feng was not afraid. But then he thought, Lin Feng is still weak now, what is there to be afraid of? So he proposed to recruit again, but Lin Feng only wanted to defeat him and had no interest in recruiting and rejected him without hesitation. Thanos was furious, thinking that if he couldn't recruit Lin Feng to his side, he would never give him a chance to grow. This guy's potential is really terrible, and his growth rate is amazing. He originally wanted to recruit Lin Feng to his side and then slowly explore his secrets. Now it seems that Lin Feng doesn't know how to appreciate him, so it doesn't matter. He just needs to kill Lin Feng, and he will slowly find the secrets in him. Even if he can't find the secret, he can eliminate a strong enemy for his future self. During this period of time, he has suffered repeated setbacks in space. Seeing that Lin Feng is ready to go, Thanos also launched an offensive without hesitation. However, he only took some ordinary means of attack. In his opinion, Lin Feng has not really grown up yet and should be vulnerable, so he did not use his full strength. But when the two clashed, Thanos was shocked to find that Lin Feng's control of power was so superb. His attack was easily resolved by Lin Feng, and he was counterattacked by him. This scene made Thanos unbelievable. He didn't expect that his seemingly powerful attack was so easily defended. He wondered if it was because the space barrier weakened his strength that he could not defeat Lin Feng. But after testing, he found that his strength had not been significantly weakened, so there was only one possibility left. He was indeed not Lin Feng's opponent. If he continued to fight, he would probably be at a disadvantage. It seems that even the fledgling Lin Feng cannot be underestimated. So he began to use various skills and continued to attack. But every attack seemed to be seen through by Lin Feng and was easily resolved by him, and even counterattacked a few times. This made Thanos feel aggrieved. Fighting against Lin Feng, he felt unprecedented pressure, as if every move of his was seen through. Moreover, Lin Feng could release a burst of flames, which was difficult to get rid of once infected. Thanos realized that continuing to fight would be disadvantageous to him, so he evacuated decisively and fled into the space wormhole. Looking at Thanos' escaping back, Lin Feng sighed. He had thought that he could have a good fight. After all, he had been tempered by Lin Feng during this period. Now there is finally a chance for him to vent, but he didn't expect Thanos to be so cowardly. After a few rounds of fighting, he fled away and disappeared. After Thanos fled back to his own space, he completely gave up his original idea. He understood that, whether it was the current Lin Feng or the past Lin Feng, their strength was far superior to his own, so it would be better to stay away from them in the future. so he hurriedly left that place. Lin Feng hid in a nearby space and witnessed it all. He was also quite surprised to see Thanos fleeing in such a panic. He thought that the two would have a fierce battle, and the outcome was unpredictable. But his past self obviously did not suffer any loss. What he didn't expect was that Thanos just made a little test and then hurriedly evacuated. It seems that the shadow he left on Thanos before was too deep, causing him to be unwilling to fight with him now. So Lin Feng walked out of the invisible state. The past Lin Feng was surprised and proud to see that Lin Feng was still there. After all, he knew Thanos' strength very well, and it was naturally a proud thing to be able to scare him away. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271, Fuchs's Request. Although Lin Feng didn't say anything, this incident did make him look at Lin Feng in the past with a new eye. There may be other factors, but it is undeniable that Lin Feng in the past was already quite powerful. At least he had the ability to protect himself, so he didn't need to worry about him anymore. Moreover, after this incident, Thanos should never dare to easily step into this space again. This space is protected by a system, and outsiders need to consume a lot of energy to enter. Once they enter, their strength will be greatly reduced, and they are not the opponents of Lin Feng in the past. Lin Feng once thought about whether to seal this space completely, but finally gave up the idea, thinking it was unnecessary. He taught Lin Feng in the past some important matters and precautions. He wanted to leave something for his past self, but the system reminded him not to give it too early. Considering that these things would be given by the system in the future, he gave up this idea. Afterwards, he exchanged combat experience with Lin Feng in the past to help him improve his strength. After everything was done, he opened the space barrier and returned to his own era. When Lin Feng returned to his original time and space, Master Gu Yi saw him return and knew that everything was settled. Lin Feng asked if there were any other matters to be dealt with. Master Gu Yi told him that, since he solved Thanos in another time and space, that guy has been unusually well behaved and has not made any unusual moves so far. Lin Feng nodded after hearing this, thinking that after he defeated him, he must be on guard against him at all times. If there is no good way to deal with him, he probably won't have the intention to make trouble again in the short term. This is also good. He has been traveling frequently in various time and space during this period, and he is indeed quite tired. It is a good opportunity to take a break. So he went straight back to his residence, intending to have a good rest and digest the newly acquired abilities. The system was unusually quiet during this period. Since the energy fragment mission of Poseidon, the god of the sea, no other tasks have been issued. However, it is normal to think about it carefully. Although he has many abilities, he is not proficient in most of them. At present, he still often uses the power of Dijun, the Jade Emperor, and Poseidon, the god of the sea, and rarely uses other powers. It was just right to use this time to improve his cultivation. There was a special fighting field in the system. The time flow rate there was 110 compared to the outside world, and the effect of cultivation was twice as good with half the effort. He practiced there for a long time until Rhodes' news came. It turned out that during this period, not only he was able to rest, but others were also relaxing. Thanos did not dare to act rashly, and they could also take the opportunity to relax and busy themselves with their own things. Rhodes was a person who could not sit still. He felt bored after just a few days of rest, so he started planning a party and invited many people to participate. Naturally, he also hoped that Lin Feng could come to support him. Lin Feng's reputation has become more and more famous recently. Many people have been rescued by him. His deeds of defeating Thanos have also been widely circulated, and everyone recognizes his strength. If he can be invited, this banquet will be more exciting. Lin Feng thought about it and felt that it would be nice to take this opportunity to relax. Moreover, he didn't know many people after coming to this world, so he could take this opportunity to get to know some people. So, he readily accepted Rhodes' invitation, and Rhodes was also very excited after hearing it. After all, Lin Feng's strength should not be underestimated. Originally, Rhodes was worried that Lin Feng would refuse. After all, he had been very hard during this period, and he might not like this kind of party atmosphere. But he didn't expect Lin Feng to agree so readily. He was very happy and immediately agreed with Lin Feng. When Lin Feng simply packed up and prepared to go out, he suddenly felt the fluctuation of the system. Unexpectedly, the system came so timely. Just as he was about to go out, the system started up, and he could only follow the system to enter it. The system brought him into a space with abundant spiritual energy. Although it was not as good as the previous prehistoric world, it was far from it. He saw a cave in front of him. Since the system teleported him here, it must be related to his newly acquired ability. He walked into the cave and found that the three big characters Shin'an were engraved on the cave door, which shocked him. He was very familiar with these three characters. Could this be Fuchs's cave? He walked forward, and a yin and yang Teikai symbol suddenly appeared under his feet. In an instant, all kinds of strange scenes emerged around him, as if he had stepped into another world. He soon realized that this was not really another world, but a wonderful formation to protect this place. He was full of curiosity about this formation. When he cracked the swamp in front of him, the power of the swamp turned into a DUI character in the void. He immediately understood that this formation was the Xianshan Bagua formation. Since this formation existed here, he could be sure that this was Fuchs's territory. Otherwise, others would not have arranged their caves in front of his formation. In this way, the power he gained this time was probably related to Fuxi. Lin Feng began to use the formation knowledge he had learned to try to crack the formation in front of him. This formation was extremely powerful. Although Lin Feng was very powerful, it was still quite difficult to crack it. He could only rely on his knowledge and make difficult progress bit by bit. After an unknown amount of effort, he finally succeeded in breaking this Xianshan Bagua formation. When the formation was broken, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he knew something about this formation, and the strength of the formation here was not extreme. Otherwise he was really not sure if he could get through this level. However, when he walked out of the formation and counted with his fingers, he was surprised to find that less than 5 minutes had passed in the outside world. And in his feeling, it seemed as if several years had passed. Obviously, this Bagua formation also contains the mystery of time. Walking into the core area of the formation, he saw an old man wearing a linen robe and holding a Yaokin. Lin Feng secretly guessed that this should be Fuxi. He quickly mobilized all his strength and prepared to fight with this legendary god. However, Fuxi just glanced at him lightly and did not make any move. Lin Feng did not relax his vigilance because he knew that Fuxi and Uwa were both innate gods. They had experienced the war between witches and liches and turned to achieve the status of human emperor. Their strength should not be underestimated. At this time, Fuxi spoke, "Young man, I already know the purpose of your coming here, so there is no need to rush. I don't like fighting, so this time we will not solve it by fighting." After hearing this, Lin Feng also relaxed his tense nerves. Since Fuxi said so, it would definitely not be solved by fighting. Moreover, Fuxi could know his origins, which showed that he did have extraordinary ability in calculation. He couldn't help asking Fuxi how to obtain his power. Fuxi smiled and said, "You just need to help me fulfill one wish, and I will give you my power." Lin Feng eagerly asked what wish was that would make Fuxi willing to give up his power. Fuxi took a deep breath, took out a stone from his arms, and said, "This is Nuwa's stone, which I have been keeping. But I accidentally entered this place and cannot get out, nor can I see her again. I hope you can hand this stone over to Nuwa. As for my situation, you don't need to tell her. When you complete this task, my power will naturally be given to you." Lin Feng took the Nuwa stone and felt the vigorous vitality contained in it. He knew that Nuwa's cultivation in the law of creation was unfathomable, and this small Nuwa stone was enough to prove it. Perhaps there was an unknown story between Fuxi and Nuwa, but as an outsider, Lin Feng came here just to improve his own power. He nodded and agreed, saying that he would hand over the Nuwa stone to Nuwa. Seeing that he agreed, Fuxi nodded and then closed his eyes. A Bagua shape suddenly emerged around him, spreading to the sky and earth. Lin Feng was closest to him and could feel a mysterious breath a feeling he had never had before, and even had similarities with Dijunsi Tuluoshu. Soon, Fuxi disappeared, and all the power in his body poured into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng could feel the existence of this power, but it was elusive, as if a key point had not been triggered. At this moment, the system reminded him that he had obtained Fuchs's power, but this power had not yet been activated. Lin Feng immediately understood that Fuxi had sealed this power in his body, and only after he fulfilled Fux's wish would this power be automatically released. And the key to activating this power lies in himself. When Lin Feng arrived at that area, he did not stop, and immediately set off to find the trace of Nuwa. He ran around the vast continent, asking about the news of Nuwa. However, although everyone knew her name, no one had seen her in person. This made Lin Feng quite anxious, realizing that completing this task was not an easy task. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the system. Perhaps he could find Nuwa faster with the help of the system. Thinking of this, he contacted the system without hesitation. Sure enough, the system quickly located Nuwa's current location. Lin Feng followed the guidance of the system and came to a seemingly ordinary mountain. This mountain seemed ordinary and there was nothing unusual about it, which made Lin Feng confused about why Nuwa chose this place. Shouldn't those extraordinary masters prefer those famous mountains and rivers? How could they hide in such an ordinary place? Despite this, he was full of confidence in the system and resolutely stepped into the mountain. However, he searched the entire mountain, but found no trace of Nuwa. At this time, the system reminded him that there was a natural formation hidden here, so he could hardly detect the mystery. This shocked Lin Feng. It turned out that what he saw was just an appearance, and he was actually confused by this place. So he immediately opened the sky eye and tried to see through the true appearance of the mountain. Under the sky eye, he really found a cave covered by magical power. No wonder he hadn't discovered this place before. He walked into the cave and saw a person with a snake's tail sitting inside. Lin Feng's heart moved, and he tentatively asked the other person's name, and learned that this person was Nuwa. Nuwa was quite surprised to see someone breaking in. She told Lin Feng that she had also accidentally entered this place. As the first person to enter, this cave had a natural restriction on her, causing her to be unable to exert any power and trapped here. After hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly realized it, and he confidently used his magic power to split a path in the mountain. Nuwa was shocked to see the power displayed by Lin Feng, because that was the magic power of the Demon Emperor Dijun of the Demon Clan. She hadn't seen anyone who could display such a powerful power for a long time. However, just when the seal on Nuwa was lifted, she suddenly attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng was unprepared for this and was puzzled. He had just saved Nuwa, but the other party suddenly turned against him. Faced with this sudden change, Lin Feng was not panicked. He knew that the one in front of him was an ancient god with extraordinary strength. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless, and could only passively defend. At this moment, an object suddenly fell from Lin Feng's arms. He looked down, and saw that it was the Nuwa stone. As soon as the Nuwa stone landed, it turned into a stream of light, and flew towards Nuwa. Nuwa, who was originally unconscious, and like a walking corpse, instantly regained consciousness under the touch of the Nuwa stone. It took her a while to figure out what she had just done, and was shocked by it. When she saw the Nuwa stone on her body, her heart was filled with grief. She recalled that when Fuxi left, she personally handed the Nuwa stone to him. Now, the Nuwa stone appeared in Lin Feng's hands, which meant that Fuxi might have met with an accident. It was not that Nuwa did not want to find Fuxi, but she had been trapped in this cave and could not get out. It was not until Lin Feng broke the seal just now that she was able to see the light of day again. However, so many changes have already happened in the outside world. She looked at the Nuwa stone in her hand, her heart full of helplessness. Although she mastered the law of creation, she knew nothing about the power of time and space. However, judging from Fuchs's action of handing the Nuwa stone to Lin Feng, he seemed to have anticipated these things. Lin Feng looked at the scene in front of him, his heart full of surprise. He intuitively felt that there must be an unknown story behind it, but he didn't know it yet. Since others were unwilling to speak out, Lin Feng was embarrassed to ask, so he waited quietly by the side. At this time, Nuwa seemed to have made up her mind, and her whole body began to emit a dazzling light. Although the light was strong, it was not dazzling. Instead, it brought a gentle breath, like a new life, which shocked Lin Feng. He had never seen such a magical power. I saw the golden light in the air constantly gathering towards his body. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was shocked. Is Nuwa going to attack him? He hurriedly checked his physical condition. However, after a careful investigation, he found that he was not hurt at all. Instead, a mysterious force was quietly flowing into his body. This force merged with his original power, making him feel stronger than ever before. He knew that, if he could fully master this power, his cultivation would surely reach a higher level. Chapter 272 New mission appears. Lin Feng was confused. Why would Nuwa do this? He looked at Nuwa in confusion, but Nuwa just smiled at him, and did not give any explanation. Until all her strength was transferred to Lin Feng, it turned into a ray of light and gradually dissipated in the air. The whole world seemed to have never existed and became silent. Lin Feng had no time to think about it. He could feel that there must be a secret hidden in these two people, but he knew nothing about it. At this moment, the power surging in his body was extremely strong. He could only sit still and feel this power carefully. Although this power was gentle and nourished his meridians, he still did not dare to slack off. He began to circulate the power in his body and guide this new power into his soul. Soon, he successfully absorbed this power for himself. He spread his palm and felt a warm and vital force surging in his palm. The system reminded him that this was Nuwa's law of creation. Through it, he would gain Nuwa's ability to create humans. After hearing this, Lin Feng curled his lips and wondered what use he had for this ability. He had no intention of creating a new race, let alone managing it. He always thought that it would be better to be alone and free, wouldn't it? However, it was not a bad thing to have such power in his hands. At least it could improve his strength. So, after absorbing this power, he returned to the place where Fuxi had stayed. This was a band set by Fuxi before he disappeared. Only by fulfilling his wish, handing over the Nuwa stone to Nuwa, and then returning to this place, could he receive his full power. Now, Lin Feng has completed his mission and returned here to accept this gift. As we all know, Fuxi has magical attainments in comprehending the secrets of heaven and is even not inferior to the river map and Luoshu. The river map and Luoshu are innate magic weapons used for divination, and the 8 diagrams deduced by Fuxi also have this function. Lin Feng used the river map and Luoshu for deduction, but always felt a little vague and specious. He once thought that he was not strong enough. Now he thought that if he could obtain Fux's ability about the 8 diagrams, he might be able to make up for this deficiency and greatly improve his cultivation. Thinking of this, he stepped into the restriction without hesitation. When he arrived at the designated location, the shadow of Fuxi appeared in the air. Lin Feng told him about Nuwa, but Fux's shadow just sighed and dissipated in the air. Then, a magical power began to flow into Lin Feng's body. He had just accepted a force, and now there was a new force pouring in, so he naturally did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged, and circulated this force to his Danshan and Yuanshan. He planned to refine this force when he had time. At this moment, a zither floated in the sky. Lin Feng recognized it at a glance. It was the Fuxi zither in Fux's hand. He was just missing a decent magic weapon. Lin Feng could feel a simple and profound attraction from this zither. This zither is one of the ancient artifacts, and its power is naturally not to be underestimated. Although he didn't know much about Fux's specific strength, he knew that Fuxi was proficient in the way of deduction. How could Fuxi not have some life-saving treasures in his hands to survive in this dangerous world? This zither must have some magical power. He carefully put the zither into his own space, intending to study its usage in detail when he had time in the future. At this time, the system prompted him that the task had been completed, and he had successfully obtained the power of Fuxi Zither and Fuxi Human King. Lin Feng returned to the real world, and found that time passed very slowly. There was still some time before the party, and he thought that he could use this gap to study the newly acquired power. After all, he was not familiar with these powers, and he might suffer if he used them directly. So he took out the Fuxi Zither and began to explore the power contained in the Zither. This power is powerful and unique, and it can actually attack through music. Different music can cause different effects. such as dizziness, treatment, or attack. He deeply felt that this ancient zither has a mystery, and if it can be used properly in the future against the enemy, it will definitely play a huge role. Then, he took out the Tekai Bagua diagram and used it with the Hituluoshu to deduce it. These two magic weapons have the same effect in deducing the secrets of heaven. If he were to explore by himself, it would probably take a lot of time. But with the help of the river map and Luoshu, the deduction process would undoubtedly be much easier. Deducing the secrets of heaven requires a high degree of mental concentration. Lin Feng was fully focused on the deduction, forgetting himself. He was immersed in the world of deduction, and time seemed to stand still. It was not until a knock on the door suddenly sounded that he was pulled back to reality from the spiritual world. He breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he was not completely sucked into that world. It seems that a time limit must be set for future research, otherwise once he is addicted, the consequences will be disastrous. He got up and opened the door and found that it was Black Widow outside. After not seeing for a long time, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "You are back? Why so soon? What mission did you go on this time?" Black Widow told him that they had just returned from a mission, but encountered some troubles and wanted to ask Lin Feng for help. Lin Feng asked curiously, "What's wrong? What happened?" Black Widow explained that they brought Captain America and Hawkeye with them on this mission, and they thought it was foolproof, but an accident happened on the way and Hawkeye was seriously injured. They had to interrupt the mission and return urgently. However, Hawkeye's injuries were serious and none of them could treat him. Ordinary doctors simply couldn't handle injuries of their special physiques. Rhodes and others told Black Widow that Lin Feng had special abilities and might be able to treat Hawkeye. So, Black Widow came to Lin Feng for help with a glimmer of hope. After hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. He did have the ability to heal, and he could try to treat Hawkeye with the help of Shennong's power. But he also admitted that he was not proficient enough in mastering this power, and he could not guarantee that he would be able to heal Hawkeye's injuries. He promised to do his best, but he dared not guarantee the results. Black Widow nodded in understanding. Now she had no other choice but to let Lin Feng try. She believed in Lin Feng's strength and believed that he could create miracles. The two walked into a room together. After entering the house, they found that everyone had gathered here. When Lin Feng appeared in everyone's sight, all eyes were focused on him. At this moment, Master Gu Yi's face looked quite worried. Although these people were injured, their injuries were not too serious. After a period of recuperation, they may all recover as before. Their recovery ability is amazing, but Hawkeye's condition is worrying. His injuries seem to be extremely serious, and even Chen Haitian is helpless and unable to fully restore his strength. Chen Haitian is not really good at treatment. At this moment, he can only pin his hopes on Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng's strange powers may find a way to treat them. Therefore, when Lin Feng walked into the house, everyone pinned their hopes on him. Lin Feng felt the expectations of everyone and couldn't help feeling a little pressure. He was not sure if he could completely cure them, but he could only do his best. He observed that the injuries of everyone present were not too serious, so he immediately used Shennong's power to start treating them. Everyone saw a soft green light emanating from his body, which was warm and gentle, slowly flowing towards the injured people. As the light shone, these people suddenly felt refreshed, and the pain on their bodies began to gradually subside. Even the scars were shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone was shocked by Lin Feng's ability. They didn't expect that there was such a magical recovery power in the world. They had been on missions outside for a long time, and injuries were commonplace. If there was someone like Lin Feng by their side, it would be an invincible existence. Seeing such an ability, everyone's eyes were shining with stars. After a while, everyone's injuries had healed, but Lin Feng didn't seem to have consumed too much strength. Now Lin Feng's strength is already quite deep, and unless it is a large-scale battle, his strength is consumed very slowly. Therefore, such treatment is almost not worth mentioning to him. However, when he cast his eyes on Hawkeye, he couldn't help but frowned. Hawkeye's eyes are blind, which makes him feel a little tricky. If the eyes are still there, his healing ability may come in handy, but now he has no way to start. He frowned and thought about how to treat Hawkeye's injury. Suddenly, he had an idea that he might be able to replace Hawkeye's eyes. It happened that he had just mastered the power of Nuwa. So he tried to condense this power in his hand and saw a gentle golden light appear in his palm. This light made everyone present feel an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Lin Feng held the light and slowly walked towards Hawkeye, chanting a spell. The light began to surge towards Hawkeye's eyes. Everyone around was very curious. Could this light really make Hawkeye see the light again? They knew that ordinary injuries could be healed, but Hawkeye's eyes had disappeared. Could they grow again? After a while, Lin Feng put down his hand and sighed. Everyone thought he had failed, but at this moment, Hawkeye slowly opened his eyes. Everyone was shocked to find that his eyes had actually recovered. Seeing this scene, they felt unbelievable. Is there really such a way? Originally they didn't believe it, but this time they witnessed the miracle with their own eyes. Everyone came forward to ask Hawkeye how he was recovering. Hawkeye tried to use the new eyes to see. Although he was still a little uncomfortable, he could feel that these eyes were more powerful than before. He could see more subtle things with these eyes, and his vision was also farther and wider than before. However, he was not yet proficient in mastering this power. He could feel that, after he fully mastered this power and adapted to these eyes, his strength would be much higher. Everyone was shocked after hearing this news. You know, even the most advanced medical skills can only restore part of his vision. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng's method can not only restore his vision, but also improve his strength. They didn't know what this method was, but they just thought it was amazing. Lin Feng is really terrible. After Lin Feng healed everyone's injuries, he sat down safely. Previously, Black Widow mentioned that they suffered a heavy blow while performing a certain mission, and everyone's injuries were quite serious. Ordinary medical treatments were almost ineffective for them. If Lin Feng had not obtained the healing power of Shannon by chance, their injuries would have been difficult to control. Even if they gradually recovered in the future, they would still be left with many scars. Lin Feng was full of curiosity about this mission. What kind of mission could have caused them to suffer such heavy injuries? You know, the strength of these people in the universe should not be underestimated. There are only a few who can pose a threat to them, not to mention that they are a strong team. The one who can injure the entire team must be an extremely powerful force. Black Widow sighed and said slowly, our mission is to find a crystal, which is extremely rare in the universe. This time we finally got a clue about it, so we were sent to find it. However, for some reason, the crystal seemed to be protected by the universe. There is always a mysterious force that locks it tightly, and we can't get close at all. We tried to use energy to forcibly break the barrier and seize the crystal, but we were powerless. That power is completely different from the energy we are familiar with. It is extremely strange, and we have never seen it before. Hawkeye and others also tried to forcibly break through the barrier, but they were backfired by their own power and became what they are now. It seems that our mission may be difficult to complete. After hearing this, Lin Feng was full of doubts. He had never heard of such a power in the universe. But on second thought, the universe is so vast, and it is reasonable to have some unknown powers. Black Widow told him that after everyone's injuries stabilized, they would continue to go to that place because the mission has not been completed. In fact, Lin Feng did not have much hope for this mission. Just because of the backlash of his own power, he became like this. He really didn't think that with the power of a few of them, they could break the barrier and get what they wanted. However, at this time, Lin Feng had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. He hurriedly used the bag of information map he had just obtained to make calculations. It turned out that, if he went to that place, he might have unexpected gains. This discovery shocked him. He didn't expect that there was such a magical place in the universe. So, he decided to go with them. At least there would be someone to take care of him on the way. Black Widow was overjoyed when she heard his decision. She knew that Lin Feng was powerful, and it was said that his combat power even surpassed Thanos. What's more, he now has magical healing abilities. That place is weird and unpredictable, and he might get hurt again this time. With Lin Feng, they have an extra guarantee, and are no longer afraid of getting hurt in battle. After all, Lin Feng's healing ability is obvious to all, and it doesn't seem to consume too much of his energy. He just healed so many people by himself, but he didn't look tired at all. Black Widow immediately reported the matter to her superiors, who quickly approved it and told them to be careful. Chapter 273. The activation source is the Rubik's Cube! Exclamation mark. At this time, Thor also came here. He had nothing to do and had been practicing to improve his strength. Since the last incident, he has been practicing non-stop, and now he feels that his strength has greatly improved. But it is not a good idea to practice in this place all the time. He is eager to go out and try his luck, and just happened to hear that Lin Feng was going to carry out a mission. Thor's heart moved, and he also wanted to join this mission. Black Widow couldn't help but frown slightly after hearing this. She didn't doubt Thor's strength, but that place was too weird. If it weren't for the mission, she would never want to go there. However, it was surprising that someone took the initiative to ask to go there at this time. Seeing Thor's expectant eyes, everyone decided not to refuse him and prepared to take him with them. Thor was ecstatic when he heard the news and immediately went back to prepare his luggage, ready to embark on this mission journey with them. In the open area of the square, a huge spaceship was quietly parked. This was the navigation carrier for their mission. After everyone prepared, they gathered here. Thor was carrying a small suitcase, looking relaxed, which attracted the helpless roll of eyes from the people around him. This mission was full of dangers, and the previously powerful team had suffered heavy damage. If it weren't for Lin Feng's magical healing ability, Hawkeye would probably have been doomed. Thor was really careless, and he brought so much luggage, as if nothing had happened. People who didn't know thought they were going on vacation. In comparison, the others seemed much more normal and simply brought some necessities on the spacecraft. With the improvement of strength, those daily necessities are no longer so important to them, so they naturally prepared less. This operation is expected to take a short time, and if everything goes well, they will be able to return soon. Because they didn't have much hope for this operation, at most they would record the situation of that place and then take it back to Earth for a search. As for opening the barrier of that place, the possibility is very small, otherwise the previous team would not have been injured so badly. Everyone boarded the spacecraft. Although the internal space was not as large as the appearance, it was just right to accommodate them. In addition to them, Lin Feng also found a strange face. Seeing this, Black Widow quickly introduced, "This is Scarlet Witch." Lin Feng suddenly realized that it was her, and her strength was indeed not to be underestimated. It seems that the previous incident has made them more vigilant, so this time they specially brought a master with them. Lin Feng was excited and looking forward to it. He didn't know what kind of encounters would happen in the future, but the result of divination told him that this action would definitely bring him a lot of opportunities. Black Widow started the spaceship and headed towards the destination. On the way, she revealed to everyone the destination this time, Dorala planet. Thor couldn't help laughing when he heard the name, and Lin Feng couldn't help laughing. This name is indeed special enough. I don't know which master gave it. However, Black Widow's face was solemn and there was no smile at all. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help frowning and asked, "Is there anything special about this place? You look very vigilant." Black Widow nodded, sighed, and called up an image on the screen. It was a seemingly ordinary constellation, nothing unusual. As everyone was wondering, she operated her hands, and a black shadow vaguely emerged where several planets intersected. Zooming in, it turned out to be a planet. The existence of this planet is so strange that it is difficult to find without careful observation. Black Widow explained, "This place is protected by a magical force. It is impossible to detect its existence without getting close. I don't know what kind of power is protecting it, but there are indeed artificial relics on it, indicating that there were creatures. The crystal we are looking for this time is there." As she spoke, the spacecraft had passed through the gap between the two planets and successfully arrived at the planet hidden in the darkness, and plunged into it. At this time, several people slowly walked down from the spacecraft and stepped onto this planet. They unexpectedly found that the environment here is quite similar to that of the Earth. Although there is not enough light here, the climate does not seem abnormal. Instead, there is a warm feeling in the air. What is even more surprising is that the air composition here is roughly the same as that of the Earth. They thought that if the Earth really has an immigration plan, this is undoubtedly an excellent choice. Unfortunately, however, this place seems to hide some kind of danger. If you want to settle down here, you still need to overcome these unknown risks. Moreover, this planet does not seem to have the ability to expand outwards in the interstellar space. At this time, Black Widow held an instrument and led everyone in one direction. Suddenly, the instrument made a slight sound, which attracted everyone's attention. Thor pointed to the distance and exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" Everyone followed his gaze and saw a dilapidated castle standing in front of them, with traces of time leaving a deep mark on it. The appearance of this castle confirmed Black Widow's previous speculation that there may have been life here. After all, such a building is not formed naturally. They slowly approached the castle, full of curiosity. When Lin Feng approached the castle, he felt a strange power, which resonated with a certain power in his body, just like the feeling he had when he used the power of the demon Emperor Jun before. Soon, everyone came to the castle and saw a closed door with strange symbols engraved on it. They observed carefully, but failed to decipher the meaning of these symbols. However, their goal this time was to find energy crystals, not archaeological research, so they didn't care much about these symbols. At this moment, Thor couldn't wait to rush forward and prepare to push the door open. However, as soon as his hand touched the door, he was bounced back by a powerful force. Even if he quickly used his strength to resist, he was still bounced far away. After Thor stabilized his body, he felt the power in his body surging, as if he was attacked by himself, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Black Widow wanted to remind him, but it was too late. She thought, let Thor suffer a little, so that he would not be so reckless in the future. Seeing this, Lin Feng walked up to check Thor's injuries, and after confirming that he was fine, he helped him up. Black Widow explained to everyone that they had tried to open this door before, but they were also backfired by the power on the door, and Hawkeye's injuries came from this. Faced with this closed door, everyone was helpless for a while. They knew that, if they wanted to open this door, they would probably have to make a lot of efforts. So, they all stepped forward to try, but without exception, they were all bounced away by the power of the door. At this time, Thor ran to Lin Feng and said with a grin, "Lin Feng, do you want to try it? This feeling is so exciting." Everyone looked at Thor's appearance and cast contemptuous eyes. This guy really forgot the pain after the scar healed. They didn't know Lin Feng's strength and only thought that he was just a nanny responsible for logistics support. Just now, several of them were injured because of excessive force, and they were all easily healed by Lin Feng. Isn't it a joke to let him face such an attack? However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Feng actually nodded and expressed his willingness to try. Scarlet Witch looked at Lin Feng's actions, and her heart was full of doubts. Could it be that what these powerful people couldn't do, a person with only a healing ability could do? Except for Thor and Black Widow who knew Lin Feng's strength, everyone else had such doubts in their hearts. Lin Feng ignored the opinions of others and walked straight to the door. He stared at the symbols on the door. Although he felt familiar, he couldn't remember their source for a while. So, he took a deep breath, activated the power of Emperor Jun, and prepared to find out. The power of Emperor Jun gathered in Lin Feng's hand slowly flowed out, as if it resonated with some kind of power around him. The originally quiet and silent door seemed to feel the breath of the same source, began to tremble slightly, and then quietly opened by itself without encountering any obstacles, as if welcoming the owner home. The people around were amazed at this scene. They had tried various methods to open the door, but all failed, and even Hawkeye was injured. Now, Lin Feng can easily open it, just by releasing his own power. How can people not be curious? Everyone cast inquiring eyes, full of doubts in their hearts. Black Widow was full of emotion on the side. She knew very well how powerful the rebound force of this door was, and she had experienced it herself. However, this power was like a virtual thing in front of Lin Feng, and it dissipated in an instant, and the door opened with a sound. She firmly believed that Lin Feng must have some special ability, which was not something that could be achieved by brute force alone. At this time, Thor was quite unwilling to see this. He thought that he had practiced hard and the gap between him and Lin Feng had been greatly reduced, at least in terms of strength. But just now he tried to open the door, but was bounced back fiercely, while Lin Feng did it easily, which made him psychologically unbalanced, and he couldn't help but whispered, "What special ability is there?" It's obvious that I almost opened it just now, and Lin Feng just happened to open it. As soon as the voice fell, the surroundings cast contemptuous glances. Lin Feng turned his head to look at Thor, smiled and patted his head. Although the smile was gentle, it seemed a little weird in Thor's eyes, which made his heart beat fast. He quickly took 2 steps back and smiled apologetically. "Oh, I'm kidding. Of course I admire your ability very much." Seeing this, Lin Feng was also at a loss, whether to laugh or cry. Thor's desire to survive was quite strong. Seeing this, Black Widow quickly stopped their fight and urged everyone to prepare to enter the door. Everyone sorted out their equipment, adjusted their state, and stepped into the mysterious space. As soon as they entered, they found that the door behind them had disappeared, and the ground under their feet seemed to no longer exist. A strange feeling came over them. This place was completely different from the outside world they knew. There was a mysterious power in the air that made people feel friendly. Because of the different cultivation system, Lin Feng could clearly feel the richness of the spiritual power here, which was far beyond the outside world. They looked around and found that there were many small fragments scattered around. They seemed insignificant, but upon closer observation, they found that each piece contained the power of the stars and exuded a heart-pounding pressure. Everyone was amazed at these fragments, but they didn't know what they were. Lin Feng recognized at a glance that these were fragments of the galaxy, which were shattered by some powerful force and scattered here. He was curious in his heart, what kind of power could destroy so many galaxies? However, at this moment, they had no time to study it carefully and continued to explore forward. After a long journey, they finally saw a dazzling light in front of them, piercing the darkness and guiding them forward. Black Widow was excited when she saw the light. She guessed that there might be their goal this time, the mysterious crystal. So, she led her men to speed up. When they arrived at the place where the light was, they saw a crystal stone suspended in the air. Its shape was unpredictable, and it seemed different every time they looked at it. Although no one could describe its shape exactly, Black Widow was sure that this was the crystal stone they had been looking for. It was hidden in this mysterious space, waiting for their discovery. At this time, after listening to Black Widow's words, everyone smiled with relief. Originally, they saw Hawkeye and others injured and thought that this mission would be extremely difficult and they might even face life-threatening dangers, and they were always heavy in their hearts. Unexpectedly, they found the target so quickly and were about to complete the mission and leave this place. Everyone's mood naturally became relaxed and happy. Some impatient people couldn't wait to go forward and take the crystal stone, but just after taking a few steps, they were pulled back by Lin Feng behind them. The man looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled look, not understanding why he wanted to stop him. Lin Feng explained that he had just observed that there was a force spreading outward around the crystal stone. This force was extremely unstable and would automatically attack people who approached it. If you go forward rashly, you will probably be torn to pieces by this force. He said his guess, but some people present were not willing to accept it, thinking that it was just Lin Feng's guess and the actual situation might not be the case. They were confident in their own strength and believed that, even if they could not get the crystal, they could escape safely. Seeing that they were determined to test it, Lin Feng stopped stopping them and prepared to let them try. However, at this moment, the Black Widow, who was testing with an instrument, spoke up. "If I were you, I would choose to listen to Lin Feng. Otherwise, I dare to guarantee that you will be beaten into a pile of powder before you get close to the crystal." This made the man stunned in place for a moment, and he dared not act rashly again. Perhaps he still had some doubts about Lin Feng's words, but the words of the Black Widow made him believe it. After all, the Black Widow was the strongest among them and knew everything. Since she said so, there must be something wrong with this crystal. The Black Widow looked at the analysis data on the instrument and told everyone that this crystal was releasing a radioactive energy, which was violent and uncontrollable. If you get close to it, everyone present may be torn into powder. After saying this, she turned her gaze to Lin Feng, her heart full of curiosity about him. Chapter 274 Power Gem. Although she could feel the power of this force, she did not think it could threaten Lin Feng. As for what kind of magical power Lin Feng had, she did not know, but he had brought them too many surprises. Scarlet Witch decided to go forward and try it. After all, staying here all the time was not a solution. She thought that, as long as she was careful and a little closer, there should not be too much of a problem. After thinking for a moment, Black Widow nodded and agreed with her decision. So, Scarlet Witch approached the crystal carefully and tried to reach out to touch it. However, when she felt a violent power in front of her, although she had slowly stretched out her hand, she immediately felt a pain deep in her soul. She hurriedly pulled her hand back, but it was too late. Everyone gathered around and found that her hand had been burned, and the injury was serious and rapidly deteriorating. Not long after, her whole hand turned into powder. Everyone was shocked to see this scene, and was glad that they did not impulsively go forward just now. Otherwise, I'm afraid that she would have turned into cosmic dust now. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately used the power in his hands to create a pair of hands for her and use the healing function in his body to repair her injuries. Scarlet Witch found that her injuries had completely healed, even the missing arm had recovered, and she felt several times stronger than before. More importantly, the pain that had torn her soul just now had completely disappeared. She didn't expect Lin Feng's healing ability to be so powerful that he healed her injuries in just a few seconds. Although this was good news for them, how to take down this crystal was still a big problem. I'm afraid no one among them could resist such violent energy. At this time, Lin Feng looked around and found that this crystal was not big, as if it was deliberately placed here. He speculated that, if this was the case, there must be a container around to hold it. Otherwise, with its terrifying power, it would be impossible for someone to bring it to this place. He was thinking about what could safely hold this crystal. Seeing this, the others also understood that they could only be trapped here for the time being and could not take the crystal directly. What's even more troublesome is that the door that brought them here has disappeared without a trace. They can neither move forward nor backward and can only rest here. Lin Feng, Black Widow, and Scarlet Witch are gathering together to discuss how to subdue this crystal. There are indeed containers in the universe that can hold high energy objects, but the problem is that all materials have their tolerance limits. If you can't exceed this limit, you can't contain this power. However, as far as we know, there seems to be no material in the universe that can withstand this violent power. Thor felt extremely bored and wandered around. Suddenly, he found an object similar to a Rubik's Cube on the wall. He found it quite interesting and wanted to reach out and take it down. This scene was seen by Lin Feng, who was thinking about how to store the crystal. He hurriedly wanted to stop it. After all, they were unfamiliar with everything here, and it was no accident that this Rubik's Cube shaped object appeared here. Therefore, it is best not to act rashly with things here to avoid accidents. However, it was too late. Thor had already taken down the Rubik's Cube. At the moment he took out the Rubik's Cube, the surrounding space began to vibrate violently. Everyone noticed something was wrong and stood up immediately, looking around vigilantly. After the magic cube left its original position, it suddenly emitted a magical force and rushed straight to the crystal. The originally calm crystal began to tremble violently and then released a powerful attack energy, attacking everyone. Several people were unable to dodge and were directly turned into powder by this force. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and hurriedly fled in the opposite direction. Lin Feng took the lead and rushed in front, raising a defensive shield to block all the attacks. This shield was actually intact, and everyone couldn't help but wonder what it was made of and how it could be so strong. Those who had originally fled in a hurry also breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lin Feng knew that the matter was far from over, and this defensive shield might not be able to withstand the terrifying attack of the crystal for a long time. Sure enough, not long after, cracks began to appear on the shield. Lin Feng didn't expect that the crystal could release such a powerful force. Even if he sacrificed the Sea God shield, it would be difficult to completely resist it. So, he took out an object in the shape of a bagua. Although he was not sure of its effectiveness, he had no choice but to try it out. Two yin-yang Teikai fish appeared in the air, swimming around and forming 8 symbols. These symbols released a magical power, absorbing the attack released by the crystal into a bagua shape. This power seemed absurd, but once it touched the Teikai diagram, it disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng controlled this power through the Takai-Bagua diagram and found that it could counteract and complement each other, slowly dissolving and transforming the power of the crystal and turning it into his own use. This was the first time he used this Bagua diagram, and he didn't expect the effect to be so significant. He couldn't help but secretly rejoice that he had another trump card in his hand. After the magic cube released its power, it returned to its original state. Seeing that the changes around them had stopped, and the crystal had lost its tyrannical power and became gentle, everyone sat on the ground and gasped. Recalling the terrifying power just now, they were still frightened. If it weren't for Lin Feng's timely help, they would probably have been unable to resist it with their strength. They were full of gratitude to Lin Feng. Thor felt guilty for the series of events that his curiosity had caused. Instead of blaming him, everyone began to observe the surrounding situation. After Lin Feng carefully checked around the wall, he found that the power of the crystal was controlled by the magic cube. He speculated that, since the magic cube could activate the power of the crystal, it was likely to be the nemesis of the crystal. Thinking of this, he asked Thor for the magic cube. Thor remembered his mistake just now and was worried that the magic cube would cause danger again, so he wanted to destroy it or put it back in place. But Lin Feng said that the magic cube was still useful and might be the key to recovering the crystal. Although Thor was skeptical, he still handed the magic cube to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the magic cube and separated a trace of his spiritual consciousness to explore it. Sure enough, he felt that there was a power in the magic cube that traced back to the origin of the crystal. He guessed that this magic cube might be the key to recovering the crystal. He tried to control the magic cube with his own power. Although he could control it for a short time, it could not last long. So he took out the magic cube directly, and a golden light flashed in his hand, and a magical power emerged. He carefully used this power to test the crystal, and found that the power of the crystal gradually weakened, while the power emitted by the magic cube made the crystal weaker. Gradually, Lin Feng found that he had the upper hand, so he quickly wrapped the crystal. After completing all this, he was sweating profusely. Controlling this power requires extremely high precision. Not only must he wrap the crystal to prevent its power from leaking out, but he must also be on guard against the magic cube activating the crystal again. This process is extremely energy consuming. However, when he completely controlled the crystal, he slowly took it off and hit it into the magic cube. The magic cube suddenly emitted a force and began to gather in the middle. After a while, everything returned to normal. Everyone curiously gathered around to check the situation and found that the crystal had disappeared. Lin Feng told them that the crystal had been absorbed and completely controlled by the magic cube. With this magic cube in hand, they no longer had to worry about the power of the crystal getting out of control. Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing this. No matter what the truth was, at least they had completed their mission and were eager to leave this place. However, they looked everywhere but could not find an exit. At this time, Lin Feng took out the Rubik's Cube and released a beam of energy pointing to a place not far away. There began to be power gathering and eventually formed a door. This door was the same as the one they had entered before. After they opened the door and walked out, they found that they were still on the planet, but the castle in front of them had disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. When they arrived at their destination, Black Widow announced that the mission had been successfully completed. At this moment, everyone was planning to return by spaceship. However, Lin Feng told them that there was no need to go to such great lengths. At first, because he knew nothing about this place, he could only rely on them to lead the way. But now, he has memorized the entire route and knows the coordinates of the Earth very well, so he will never get lost. Therefore, he plans to use a simpler way to teleport everyone back to the Earth directly. Hearing this, the people around whispered to each other, surprised that Lin Feng actually had such power. They had seen his healing and defense abilities before, both of which were extraordinary. It is said that he had defeated Thanos, so his attack power should not be underestimated. Now, he can even teleport them back to Earth directly. This magical ability makes people wonder how many unknown secrets he still has. Although the mission is full of thrills, it is a good thing to be able to return early, and everyone did not refuse. Black Widow also nodded in agreement. Although she has obtained the crystal, she does not know much about it, and the mysterious power contained in it makes her feel uneasy. Although Lin Feng has told her that the magic cube is the nemesis of the crystal, it is safe to put the crystal in the magic cube, but she is still worried. As the leader, she needs to be responsible for the team members. If there is another loss, she will not be able to bear it. Therefore, she decided to adopt Lin Feng's suggestion and teleport everyone back to the Earth headquarters directly to avoid more trouble. So Lin Feng used his magical powers to teleport them back to Earth instantly. After returning, Captain America was surprised to see Lin Feng and others return. He originally came to visit the injured Hawkeye, but unexpectedly found that Hawkeye's injury was almost healed. He also learned that Lin Feng, Scarlet Witch and Black Widow had carried out a mission together, and now they returned quickly, and the mission was obviously not completed. He was about to take action himself, but he heard Black Widow take out a magic cube and declared that the mission had been completed and the required items were hidden in this magic cube. Hawkeye and others were all amazed when they heard it. They had tried to enter the secret place, but returned in vain, but they did not expect Lin Feng and others to complete the mission so quickly. They surrounded Lin Feng and begged him to tell about his experience along the way. Lin Feng picked out some things to tell. Of course, some key details had been quietly omitted by him. He knew very well that if too many people knew about his ability, it would cause trouble, and he did not want to cause trouble for himself. After a while, he found that Black Widow left quietly, and he was confused, so he asked her where she was going. He was worried when he learned that she was about to hand over the magic cube. This magic cube was not simple, and he could only wrap it with his own power to prevent its power from leaking out. However, this power was extremely unstable, and once it got out of control, the consequences would be disastrous. He was worried that something unexpected might happen during the process, so he asked everyone where they were going and hurried over. At this time, Black Widow and others had arrived at the office. They reported the mission process in detail and presented the crystal. After hearing this, the leader was curious and shocked by Lin Feng's power. When Black Widow placed the Rubik's Cube on the table, the leader wanted to reach out and touch it, but unexpectedly, the Rubik's Cube suddenly burst out with a powerful thrust, which pushed everyone back. Black Widow knew the power of the Rubik's Cube very well, but she didn't expect it to be so powerful. She wanted to follow Lin Feng's example, to seal the Rubik's Cube, but was pushed back by the power again and vomited blood. The Rubik's Cube seemed to have received some kind of signal and began to change rapidly in the air, releasing violent power. The whole office was shrouded in light, and Black Widow pulled the leader and fled in a hurry. As soon as they escaped to the door, they heard a loud noise behind them, and the office turned into ruins, leaving only the crystal on the Rubik's Cube shining. Obviously, the crystal has been released and will destroy everything again. At this time, a stream of light flashed, and Lin Feng arrived. He used the river map and Luoshu to lay out the Hunio and Hello formation and seal the crystal. The crystal felt threatened and began to fight back frantically. Lin Feng felt that this force was stronger than before, but he could not retreat. He could only hold on and wait for the magic cube to run out of power. The people around witnessed the explosion and were terrified. Someone bravely came to check, only to see a three-legged golden crow in the air suppressing the flashing crystal. As time passed, the power of the magic cube gradually weakened and recovered. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and cast a spell to put several seals on the crystal to prevent it from rioting again. He settled the injured Black Widow and the leader. The leader was still frightened and decided to let Lin Feng keep the crystal temporarily to prevent its power from erupting again. Lin Feng understood the leader's concerns and knew the terrible power of the crystal. Although he was not very interested in the crystal, since everyone wanted him to keep it, he nodded and agreed. He thought that, after everyone came up with a solution, he would return the crystal. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng nodded and agreed. After all, it is still unclear what kind of power this object contains. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to have it in his own hands. It is just a pity that the power system contained in this crystal is completely different from what he is familiar with, and it cannot bring him any benefits. He has not yet thoroughly studied the purpose of this magic cube. Without it, he cannot use this crystal at all. Therefore, he currently has no intention of using this crystal. So, he agreed to keep it temporarily, and when they need it in the future, or have the ability to control it, they can ask him for it. During this period, he has entered the fast lane of exploring his own strength, and he is full of confidence in keeping this thing in his hands. He firmly believes that no one can easily take anything away from him. After the two sides reached an agreement, Lin Feng took the magic cube and the crystal back to his room. Chapter 275 Searching for the Power Stone. After Nick from S.H.I.E.L.D. learned about this, he felt that the power of the crystal was extraordinary, so he went straight to Yifan and expressed his willingness to study this object. Perhaps he could discover some magical power from it to help them improve their strength. Lin Feng didn't care after hearing this. Since the owner of this place had this intention, he didn't need to keep it anymore. This object was not of much use to him, so he might as well give it to them. So, he took out the Rubik's Cube, put a seal on the outside, and then gave it to Nick. After Nick took the Rubik's Cube, he immediately summoned all the scientists here to conduct research and try to crack the power in the crystal. However, the power of this crystal was too strong, and their existing means could not crack it at all, which made Nick feel very troubled. At this time, one of his scientists suggested that they could compare information. They had come into contact with a lot of energy before, and these energies all had specific time points. As long as they compared according to these time points, they might be able to deduce the source time of this energy, and then compare it with the power of the same level. They should be able to determine the nature of this power. Nick nodded upon hearing this, and then used the existing data for comparison, and unexpectedly found traces of the power of creation. After learning about this power, his expression became extremely solemn. This power is extremely powerful, and he did not expect it to appear here. He immediately summoned everyone to come and prepare to discuss the matter together. Seeing Nick's summoning, everyone came to the square, full of doubts in their hearts. Did something big happen? Lin Feng also came upon hearing the news. Nick made their research data during this period public, and proposed that this object contained the power of creation, and the power was extremely powerful. Thor heard this, and couldn't help but frown secretly. This is not the first time he has seen such a thing. The space gem that was given to Master Ancient One before has similar power. Could this object also exist in the same way? Moreover, the infinite gems in the world do not include such a one, and many of them have powerful power. This gem obviously has extraordinary attainments in terms of power. He has personally experienced the attack of this crystal stone, and its power is so great that he can hardly defend against it. In addition, the power of this gem exploded some time ago and easily destroyed a house, which made him more convinced that this gem might be one of the infinity gems. So he proposed this conjecture, and the people around him were shocked after hearing it. This was the first time they saw the legendary infinity gems with their own eyes. Lin Feng looked at the shape of the gem and felt quite familiar. Combined with the information provided by Thor, he guessed that this thing might be the power gem among the infinity gems. However, thinking of this, he did not have any greed in his heart. His cultivation system is different from others. No matter how powerful this object is, he cannot use it, so there is no need to fight for it. Moreover, his power is sufficient. Instead of wasting time on this, it is better to develop his own power. After all, his current combat ability needs to be improved. He feels that, if he can improve his combat ability, his strength will definitely increase greatly. Nick also thinks his conjecture makes sense, so he immediately goes back to check the information. It must be said that the information they have is indeed rich, but the data is too large to be entered in full. So, they began to search tirelessly, and finally determined that this object was likely one of the infinity stones, but they were not sure what kind of power it had. Therefore, they continued to explore in this direction. After a long search, they found that the effect and shape of this gem were very similar to the power gem and the infinity stones. Even after comparing its power with other powers, they finally confirmed that this gem was the power gem. After learning about this, Nick did not dare to slack off at all, as he knew how powerful the power of this gem was. Moreover, there were many people in the world who coveted this power, so he had to be fully prepared to prevent such a powerful power from falling into the hands of ambitious people. He reinforced and sealed the magic cube where the crystal was located, and prepared for defense around it. Then, He sealed the power gem inside SHIELD. Once this happened, it caused a huge response, and many people were curious about this thing. However, because the defense here was too tight, they had no chance to see it with their own eyes. However, people still talked about it after dinner. The people of S.H.I.E.L.D. did not handle this matter in a low-key manner, but publicized it. In this way, Thanos also learned about it. He knew the power of these infinite gems very well. If he could master them in his own hands, he could give full play to their power. It was a waste of resources for S.H.I.E.L.D. to keep such treasures. He was thinking about how to get it, and at this time, he locked his eyes on Loki. So he found an opportunity to summon Loki. The previous situation made Loki suspected by everyone, and he didn't want to have anything to do with Thanos anymore. However, he had no choice. If he was found to have a connection with Thanos, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, he could only bite the bullet and come here. As soon as he arrived, Thanos mentioned the power gem. After Loki heard about the power gem, a gleam flashed in his eyes, and he was full of desire for such power. The previous space gem had already fallen into his hands. If Lin Feng hadn't interfered, he might have already mastered that power. If this gem was in Lin Feng's hands, he would never dare to act rashly, because Lin Feng's strength was too strange, and even Thanos had suffered from him. Such power was beyond his ability to contend with, so he did not dare to attack Lin Feng. But now that this gem is in SHIELD, it gave him some ideas. Thanos saw Loki's appearance and smiled. He didn't need to say much about the next words, as he knew Loki's desire for power. It's just that Loki has many thoughts and big ambitions, but lacks the strength to match them. Now that he has told Loki about this, he doesn't need to worry about it anymore. Loki will definitely find a way to get this power out of SHIELD, and then he only needs to monitor Loki and do a mantis catching cicadas while the Aureole is behind. In the end, this gem will still fall into his hands, so he didn't say anything more. After Loki got the news, he no longer distracted himself and didn't realize what Thanos was planning in secret. His mind was full of beautiful visions. After getting this power, his power increased greatly, and he no longer had to worry or be marginalized. As long as he could get this power, where could he not go? Who could not be defeated? At this time, he set his sights on his brother Thor. Others were full of doubts about him, and if he made a request at this time, he would definitely be questioned. Therefore, his only breakthrough was his brother. Although Thor had doubts about him because of the previous incident, he knew Thor's weaknesses. As long as he showed sincere repentance and showed some kindness, Thor would not doubt him. Thinking of this, he immediately went to Thor and told him all his thoughts. After Thor heard it, he couldn't help but feel happy. So Thor introduced his brother to everyone present. Because Thor was usually popular, everyone's first impression of Loki was not bad. After all, they didn't know what Loki had done in the past. Then, Thor introduced Loki to Lin Feng. When Loki saw Lin Feng, his brows frowned involuntarily. He was familiar with this name, and knew that this person was extremely powerful, and even a strong man like Thanos was no match for him. Loki secretly thought that he had to be careful, but fortunately he didn't have to worry too much, because once he got the power gem, his strength would increase greatly. At that time, no matter how strong Lin Feng was, he would not be able to stop him. Thinking of this, Loki felt that the future was bright, and he became more enthusiastic when he looked at the people around him, as if they were all here to give him the power gem. However, the cunning in his eyes did not escape Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng knew Loki's background very well. He would not believe that Loki had changed his mind. Why didn't Loki come earlier or later, but appeared when they found the power gem? There must be something strange about this. Lin Feng guessed that the purpose of Loki's visit was probably the power gem they had just found and stored in SHIELD. Thinking of this, he decided to prepare in advance. So, he found an excuse that he had something to deal with and temporarily left the crowd. No one was suspicious. After all, Lin Feng was very powerful and people often asked him for help. He also had a strong healing ability, so the injured people would come to him. After Lin Feng left, he used his spatial ability to instantly come to SHIELD. He was speechless when he saw the power gem placed in such a conspicuous position. Although some traps and anti-theft measures were set up around it, For real masters, these were simply useless. Lin Feng understood that such protection might be effective for ordinary people, but it would not work for those who were powerful or smart. He felt the breath emanating from the gem and confirmed that it was indeed the real power gem. So he used his newly researched sealing technique and added another seal to the gem. Only he could unlock this seal. If others tried to touch the gem, they would inevitably be backfired. Moreover, once the seal was triggered, he would be notified in time so that he could rush to the scene as quickly as possible. After doing all this, Lin Feng quickly left SHIELD for fear of being discovered. When he returned to the square, no one thought much about it, but just felt that he came back a little too fast, and it seemed that the matter was not serious. At this time, Loki mentioned a football match that was about to be held in the god's domain. It was said that the match was very intense, with many masters, and it was very interesting. Loki's eloquence was indeed amazing. He described the match vividly, and everyone's eyes lit up. They had been staying here for a long time, and were already bored. If they could go out to watch the game, it would undoubtedly be a good choice. Seeing everyone's reaction, Loki took advantage of the situation, and said that it was not difficult to sign up for the competition. Anyone who wanted to participate could go. As for the registration, just leave it to him. After hearing this, everyone thanked him, and felt that he was as generous as Thor. Since Loki could handle it, they would go to participate. They were very interested in such things. However, they did not see Loki laughing at the sight. All these people were moved by Loki's words, and decided to go to the god's domain to watch the game. When they were ready to leave, they invited Lin Feng, who was standing beside them, to go with them. Although Lin Feng felt a little strange, he quickly put aside his doubts and went to the god's domain with them. After arriving at the god's domain, they really saw a football match, and it was the most old-fashioned one, retaining many traditional styles, making everyone eager to try. Loki was very familiar with this sport, so he introduced it to everyone present. After listening to Loki's introduction, everyone was excited and ready to participate immediately. Seeing Loki's hard work in introducing it, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little moved. But at the same time, he was more suspicious. If this was just an ordinary thing, Loki wouldn't have to worry so much. This can only mean that he had planned this situation in advance. Therefore, Lin Feng was more vigilant. At this time, Thor proposed the idea of playing football with everyone. Everyone nodded in agreement, and there were just enough people to divide into 2 teams for the game. They asked Loki if he wanted to participate. Loki shook his head and said that, although he liked football, his skills were not good, and he preferred to watch from the sidelines. Seeing this, everyone did not force him, but pulled other people, including Lin Feng, to make up the numbers. The 2 teams started a fierce confrontation on the court. Lin Feng looked forward from time to time and saw Loki still watching the game, his eyes full of joy. This made him feel a little strange. Is there really nothing wrong with Loki? But even so, he continued to monitor Loki. After a while, both sides played with all their strength. Lin Feng had to concentrate on the game. Since the people present were not ordinary people, they decided to temporarily seal their true strength and play as ordinary people. This proposal was agreed by everyone. They did not use superpowers, but only relied on physical strength to play. It must be said that after they got used to superpowers, it felt different to use physical strength. Lin Feng also felt that his physical strength was much stronger than before. Even without using that magical power, he could still exert a lot of strength. In this way, the 2 sides played on the court for a long time. Because the strength of the 2 sides was equal, they were always evenly matched. They also had to concentrate on the game. Finally, after a while, everyone felt that their physical strength was almost exhausted, so they stopped to rest. Lin Feng was also exhausted and panting, and it seemed that he had consumed a lot of physical strength. These people's physiques were much stronger than ordinary people, and that was why they could persist for so long. However, when resting, Lin Feng always felt something was wrong. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.